Chapter 306. One strike was enough to kill Zxin, who was at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Most importantly, even Elder Mo Iching and the other elders did not notice how Fang Chen did it. This, Mo Iching's face was filled with shock. How long had it been, and this kid had already grown to such a level? Too scary. At this moment, in front of the life and death arena, countless disciples had their mouths wide open as they looked at the scene in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that Zxin's body was on the life and death arena, they wouldn't have believed that the scene in front of them was real. How did Fang Chen kill Zxin? One strike, just one strike was enough to kill Zxin without any resistance. How strong does one need to be to do this? Oh my God, is Fang Chen a monster? His progress is too fast. A month ago, I heard from Wei Wu Shuang that Fang Chen's strength was only comparable to a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Now, only a month has passed and he is able to instantly kill an early-stage warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. No wonder Fang Chen didn't want to fight with Zxin. His strength is enough to crush Zxin. Many disciples were shocked, but they were also discussing. Fang Chen had given them too much of a shock. Fang Chen slowly put away the star-concealing sword, turned around and left. Seeing Fang Chen's back as he left, the law enforcement elder's heart was in turmoil. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that everything in front of him was real. The news of Fang Chen killing Zxin with a single move spread like wildfire in the outer court of the Sword Reverence sect. Everyone in the outer court of the Sword Reverence sect was talking about Fang Chen. Some disciples even thought that with Fang Chen's strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. Fang Chen killing Zxin with his powerful strength attracted the attention of many outer sect disciples. Even the top 10 inner sect disciples began to pay attention to Fang Chen. And Fang Chen was still cultivating as usual. In a month's time, the sword-worshipping sect's outer disciples' grand competition would begin. Fang Chen's goal this time was to take the first place in the outer disciples' competition. Of course, if he wanted to obtain first place in the outer sect, he had to defeat Xiaohou. Xiaohou's strength was too tyrannical, and Fang Chen did not have much confidence in defeating him. However, he would do his best. One day, Fang Chen was cultivating. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He noticed that the number of upper-grade spirit stones in his interspatial ring was decreasing rapidly. What happened? Fang Chen was puzzled. He immediately looked into the spatial ring. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. Inside the interspatial ring was an extremely demonic longsword. This longsword was emitting a terrifying radiance. At this moment, the demonic longsword was rapidly devouring the upper spiritual stones in the space ring. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he was a little surprised. This longsword was the longsword that the powerful python had transformed into in order to avoid the lightning tribulation in the inner area of the sword range. At this moment, this longsword was actually devouring spirit stones. Could it be that it wants to return to its python form? Fang Chen secretly guessed. Python transforming into a sword was an extremely profound magic technique belonging to the python branch. Once the python was unable to withstand the tribulation lightning, it could transform into a longsword and then find a human to become its master. In the following years, it could only exist in the human world in the form of a longsword. But once it had absorbed enough energy, it would return to its python form. At that time, its strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the demonic longsword had already devoured 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt a bit of pain. However, the demonic longsword was still absorbing. 2 hours later, the demonic longsword finally stopped. At this time, Fang Chen discovered that the demonic longsword had absorbed a total of 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen was a bit speechless. The golden heart absorbed spirit stones, the little mouse absorbed spirit stones, and now even the demonic longsword was absorbing spirit stones. After the demonic longsword finished absorbing the spirit stones, it stopped moving. Then, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. 3 days later, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to go out and sharpen himself. In the end, Fang Chen chose a mountain range not far from Sword State City. There were many powerful monsters in this mountain range. It was just right for Fang Chen to sharpen himself. After 2 hours, Fang Chen arrived at the mountain range. He glanced at it and then walked into the mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, Fang Chen discovered some powerful monsters. Whoosh! A monster attacked Fang Chen. However, it was easily killed by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. There are so many monsters, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he continued to move forward. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen was looking for monsters to battle. In one day, Fang Chen had killed more than 10 monsters at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. These monsters could not withstand Fang Chen's attack. Especially when Fang Chen used the great Luo Soul Killing Flame, it was extremely powerful. At this moment, not far from Fang Chen, there was a battle. 3 warriors at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm were attacking a monster at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Damn it, we were so careful. How could we meet a monster at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm? A man in blue clothes said with a gloomy voice. His face was full of blood. Damn it, we worked so hard to get the water essence. Are we going to give it up just like that? I can't accept this. The 3 of them shouted angrily as they fought with the monster at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. The 3 of them were at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Although they were able to fight evenly with the monster at the beginning, as time passed, the 3 of them felt that they were losing their strength. I'll cover the back, you guys go quickly. Suddenly, the blue-clothed man let out a loud roar and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. He pushed the other 2 away and faced the 7th level Qi High Beast alone. Big Brother Lon. The 2 who were pushed away saw the man in blue fighting the monster alone and called out worriedly. But after hearing the man in blue's heart-wrenching scream, they made a painful decision and prepared to leave. You guys go quickly. As long as we bring the water essence back, we will have completed our mission. The man in blue roared as he fought with the monster. Pucci, as soon as the man in blue finished speaking, his arm was torn off by the monster's claw. Blood splattered all over the sky. In the next moment, the man in blue was sent flying by the monster at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Bang! With a loud sound, the man in blue's body landed on the ground in front of the 2 warriors who were preparing to leave. Big Brother Lon. The 2 of them cried out in pain. You guys go quickly. The man in blue spat out blood and shouted desperately. Seeing that the monster was about to attack, the man in blue was anxious. No matter what, they had to bring the water essence back, or else their mission would be considered a failure. He knew what it meant to fail the mission. Even if he had to die, he had to protect the 2 in front of him. No, we won't go. If we die together. One of the men shouted crazily. That's right, Big Brother Lon, we can't abandon you. The other man shouted. Dong! The monster was quickly approaching, and the 3 of them were prepared to die. At this moment, a voice sounded. Hand over the water essence, and I can guarantee your safety. Hearing this voice, the 3 of them turned their heads to look. To their surprise, they discovered that a white-robed figure had appeared behind them out of nowhere. Yes. Big Brother Lon heard this and his eyes flashed. Can you really guarantee our safety? Fang Chen nodded. Big Brother Lon said, Okay, we can give you the water essence, but you have to help us kill the monster first. As soon as Big Brother Lon finished speaking, the demonic beast's attack also came. Fang Chen pushed off the ground and stood in front of Big Brother Lon and the other 2. His orange-level soul instantly came out of his body and condensed into a fire dragon, which instantly attacked the demonic beast. the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. This was the first time Fang Chen used it on a monster. Pucci, when the fire dragon hit the demonic beast's body, it immediately burned and the demonic beast's head exploded. It's really strong. In the blink of an eye, the Daluo Soul Killer Flame killed the monster. Seeing this, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally over. In fact, Fang Chen was walking not far away when he suddenly sensed a battle and quickly came over. He originally didn't plan on fighting, but after hearing about the water essence, Fang Chen's interest was greatly piqued. Others might not know about the water essence, but Fang Chen was the most clear about it. The water essence could raise the concept of water. If he could obtain the water essence, perhaps his concept of water could reach the second minor realm. At that time, the power of his fire-water sword art would be even more powerful. So Fang Chen proposed a trade. At this moment the monster was killed. Fang Chen walked in front of the three of them and extended his hand. Water essence. At this moment, the three of them slowly stood up. The man in blue, who was the leader, carefully sized up Fang Chen and said, "Brother, we are from the Southern Mountains Lan family. The purpose of this mission is to obtain the water spirit essence. Although we agreed to give you the water essence in a moment of desperation, the water essence is very important to us. Brother, can you change the reward?" asked the man in blue. In that moment of desperation, the three of them had no choice but to agree to Fang Chen's request. But now that the crisis was over, they naturally had to negotiate with Fang Chen. Once the water essence was handed over, their mission would still be a failure. So the man in blue revealed their identity. The Southern Mountain Ranges Lan family. They thought that Fang Chen would be extremely shocked after hearing about the Southern Mountain Ranges Lan family. Perhaps he would give up the water essence because of how powerful the Southern Mountain Ranges Lan family was. However, Fang Chen was indifferent. His hand was still extended in the air. "I only want the water essence." Chapter 307. The Southern Mountain Ranges Lan family was an overlord-class power. Within the Southern Mountain Range, it was considered a peak power. The three of them originally thought that Fang Chen would be afraid when they mentioned the Lan family's identity. But they thought too much. From the start, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Hearing the blue-clothed man's voice, Fang Chen raised his head and said, "What does the Lan family have to do with me? Why should I give the Lan family face?" Fang Chen was very unhappy. He had saved the three of them for the water spirit essence. He didn't expect that after the crisis was resolved, the three of them would use the Lan family's identity to pressure him and make him retreat. "Brat you!" One of the men was furious, but he was stopped by the blue-clothed man. He was well aware of Fang Chen's strength. Even if the three of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. Now that Fang Chen wanted the water spirit essence, it seemed that the three of them wouldn't be able to keep it. "Brother, is there really no room for discussion?" asked the blue-clothed man. "Either hand over the water spirit essence or die." "You choose," said Fang Chen. The blue-clothed man also knew that Fang Chen was angry. He didn't dare to say anything and directly handed over the water spirit essence. Bringing the other two cultivators with him, they quickly left the mountain range. Before leaving, the blue-clothed man viciously looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored the three of them. Looking at the milky white ball of light in his hand, his face was filled with an excited smile. The water spirit essence was a treasure. After swallowing it, it could raise one's water concept. "I wonder if it can help my water concept reach the second minor realm," said Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and swallowed the water spirit essence. An hour later, Fang Chen had completely absorbed the water spirit essence. At this time, Fang Chen was surrounded by an extremely dense water concept. When Fang Chen had completely absorbed the water spirit essence, Fang Chen sensed that his water concept had already reached the peak of the first minor realm. He was only one step away from reaching the second minor realm. Just a little bit more. Fang Chen said softly. He thought that he could reach the second minor realm with the help of the water spirit essence, but it seemed that it was still a little difficult. Fang Chen slowly stood up. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He said, "The three of them found the water spirit essence in the depths of this mountain range. Could it be that there is some kind of treasure in the depths of this mountain range?" Under normal circumstances, a place that could nurture water spirit essence would definitely have an extremely dense water concept. If he could find such a place, Fang Chen's concept of water might be able to reach the second minor realm. After that, Fang Chen identified a direction and quickly moved forward. 6 hours later, Fang Chen arrived at the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, he encountered many powerful demonic beasts. However, with his current strength, it was very easy to deal with them. After reaching the depths of the mountain range, Fang Chen discovered that there was a large lake here. Around the lake, there were countless trees. This lake is so quiet. Fang Chen thought to himself. There was not a single demonic beast around the lake. It seemed that these demonic beasts were very afraid of this lake. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, his eyes suddenly flickered. This was because in the middle of the lake, there was a milky white ball of light floating up. Water spirit essence. Fang Chen did not expect that there would be water spirit essence in this lake. Voila! With a tap of his feet, Fang Chen appeared directly above the lake. His palm suddenly stretched out and grabbed the water spirit essence. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a powerful aura coming from the lake. Whoosh! Fang Chen landed on the shore and stared at the lake. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt an evil aura. The aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he discovered that in the middle of the lake, there was a dark figure. This dark figure was obviously a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. There's actually a human. The moment the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect appeared, his figure flashed and he launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen's star-concealing sword instantly swung out, directly piercing into the body of the remaining Acheron sect member. With a bang, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect fell to the ground, barely breathing. At this time, Fang Chen saw that this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was only a captain. His cultivation was at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Speak. Are there any other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect here? Fang Chen asked coldly. After a round of questioning, Fang Chen learned that at the bottom of the lake, besides the captains of the Yellow Spring sect, there was also a sleeping hall master. I didn't expect this to be a secret stronghold of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen said inwardly. After that, Fang Chen learned that the reason why the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect chose this lake as their stronghold was because there was a hidden treasure of the Yellow Spring sect hidden under the lake. Within the treasure, there was a powerful inheritance of the Yellow Spring sect. I can't let them get the inheritance, Fang Chen said inwardly. Fang Chen knew the dangers of the Yellow Spring sect, so no matter what, he couldn't let them open the treasure. Fang Chen even thought that the sleeping hall master might be waiting for the day the treasure was opened. Once the treasure was opened, the sleeping hall master might wake up. Pucci after Fang Chen killed the captain, he absorbed the water spirit essence. In an instant, his water concept reached the second minor realm. The second minor realm. Fang Chen was very excited. With his water concept reaching the second minor realm, he could definitely fight against a warrior at the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. After doing all this, Fang Chen dived into the lake. After entering the lake, Fang Chen felt a strong suction force. After a while, Fang Chen was sucked into the depths of the lake by this suction force. After an hour, Fang Chen reached the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, there was a huge bronze coffin. More than 10 captains of the Yellow Spring sect surrounded the bronze coffin. On top of the bronze coffin, the hall master of the Yellow Spring sect sat cross-legged. It seems that this bronze coffin is the treasure they were talking about, Fang Chen said softly. Who is it? At this moment, Fang Chen was discovered by the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. One of the captains shouted loudly. Immediately, more than 10 captains noticed Fang Chen. "Damn it, a human came in. Kill him without mercy," one of the captains shouted. Immediately, more than 10 captains attacked, wanting to kill Fang Chen. But in front of Fang Chen, they were not even worth mentioning. Fang Chen used his secret soul technique, the Great Luo Soul Killing Flame. Wherever the fire dragon passed, captains of the Yellow Spring sect would die. Ah! Damn it, this human warrior is too strong. We are not his match. As soon as they exchanged blows, they discovered Fang Chen's strength. Pucci, in the blink of an eye, half of the captains of the Yellow Spring sect were dead. The remaining half hid behind the bronze coffin. Voila! At this moment, the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect suddenly opened his eyes on the bronze coffin. "Human, you dare to kill a member of the Yellow Spring sect?" the Hall Master said coldly. When the Hall Master spoke, his eyes flickered. Fang Chen noticed it. Fang Chen concluded that the Hall Master must be seriously injured and unable to move. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. "The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect should be killed by everyone," said Fang Chen. "Back then, any human who dared to speak like this in front of me would have long since been slapped to death by me," said the Hall Master. "Unfortunately, you're heavily injured and can't leave the bronze coffin," laughed Fang Chen. "You!" Now that Fang Chen knew he was injured, the Hall Master's expression changed. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. "Brat, although I'm heavily injured, I'm still more than enough to deal with you. However, I think that we might be able to avoid a major battle," the Yellow Spring sect's Hall Master said. "Oh," Fang Chen sneered. "How about we make a deal?" The Hall Master looked at Fang Chen. "What deal?" "A deal." The Hall Master of the Acheron sect was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a tyrannical palm print blasted out and struck Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen was forced back several steps. He gloomily looked at the Hall Master on the bronze coffin. How can your physical body be so strong?" The Hall Master's expression changed. Just now, he had spoken to Fang Chen in order to confuse Fang Chen. He wanted to catch him off guard and injure Fang Chen in one move. However, Fang Chen's physical body had exceeded his expectations. Chapter 308. Fang Chen had killed many of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, including some Hall Masters. Therefore, Fang Chen was not afraid at all when he learned that the Hall Master had not recovered his cultivation. The Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect was at the peak of the Qi High Realm at his peak, but the Hall Master in front of him obviously had not recovered his cultivation. After missing his attack, the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect was obviously shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen's physical body to be so strong. "Kid, if you destroy the bronze coffin, you will die without a burial place," the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect roared furiously. Fang Chen sneered. He did not give the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect a chance. His figure flashed, and the hidden star sword in his hand instantly slashed out. Pucci's majestic sword light pierced into the body of the Yellow Spring sect Hall Master, killing him instantly. After the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect died, Fang Chen casually waved the water and fire sword technique to kill all the captains of the Yellow Spring sect. After doing all this, Fang Chen began to approach the bronze coffin. What Fang Chen did not know was that when he killed the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect, a gloomy aura flowed from the Hall Master into the bronze coffin. Hiss hiss hiss! Just as Fang Chen approached the bronze coffin, a gloomy sound suddenly came from the bronze coffin. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would such a strange sound come from the bronze coffin? Dong! The bronze coffin shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the lid of the bronze coffin suddenly opened. Crack! The moment the lid of the bronze coffin opened, a skeleton appeared. The skeleton exuded a terrifying aura. With a wave of its hand, a black aura immediately rushed into Fang Chen's body. Swoosh! Fang Chen could not dodge in time, and the black aura entered his body. His face immediately changed. "This is poison gas!" Fang Chen cried out involuntarily when he noticed the change in his body. The skeleton seemed to have sensed that someone was approaching the bronze coffin and launched a fierce attack. However, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand displayed the 6th level of the water and fire sword technique and instantly shattered the skeleton. After shattering the skeleton, Fang Chen discovered that the bronze coffin emitted a blinding light. The next moment, the skeleton fell into the bronze coffin. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the shattered skeleton reappeared, and its bones were intact. This surprised Fang Chen. "And why is it like this?" Fang Chen was astonished. The star-hidden sword in his hand once again bombarded the skeleton's body. In an instant, the skeleton once again shattered and fell into the bronze coffin. Then, just like before, the skeleton came back to life, which surprised Fang Chen. He finally realized that all of this had something to do with the bronze coffin. Could it be that the bronze coffin can resurrect skeletons? Fang Chen thought inwardly. Thinking of this, Fang Chen waited for the skeleton to appear. He didn't attack the skeleton. Instead, his body flickered as he approached the bronze coffin. He grabbed the skeleton and flung it out of the coffin. Yi Shiwen suddenly brandished the star-hidden sword and casually smashed the skeleton into pieces. However, the shattered skeleton didn't regenerate this time. The moment Fang Chen shattered the skeleton, a powerful suction force came from the bronze coffin and instantly sucked Fang Chen into the bronze coffin. Then, with a bang, the bronze coffin lid closed on top of the bronze coffin. Fang Chen was sealed in the bronze coffin. In an instant, there was no movement outside the bronze coffin. Jianzhou City, sword-worshipping sect, outer sect. Time passed little by little. There was less than half a month left until the outer sect disciple competition. During this time, the outer sect disciples were all intensely cultivating. Of course, there were also some disciples who were discussing who would be able to obtain the top 3 positions in this year's outer sect disciple competition. As for first place, all the disciples unanimously agreed that it would definitely be Xiahou Wu. Besides Xiahou Wu, no one else could obtain first place. As for the top 3, it was hard to say. There were even some disciples who were guessing what kind of result Fang Chen would obtain. Based on his current results, entering the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. However, entering the top 3 would be a little difficult. On a mountain peak in the sword-worshipping sect, disciples were usually not allowed to come to this mountain peak. Only elders were allowed to set foot on this mountain peak. This was because this mountain peak was a forbidden area of the sword-worshipping sect. At the peak of this mountain peak, there was a towering palace that pierced through the clouds. Today, many elders had rushed to this mountain peak. When they arrived in front of the palace, they all bowed towards it. This palace looked like a palace, but in reality, it was an extremely huge tomb. After the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect passed away, they were all buried in this palace. And this palace was also the place where every sect leader went into seclusion. The current sect leader entered this place 3 years ago and entered seclusion. If he didn't break through, he wouldn't be able to come out. In these 3 years, the sword-worshipping sect was like a dragon without a leader. Jian Wufeng was in charge of the overall situation. Although the sword-worshipping sect was a 2-star sect and had a strong foundation, Jian Wufeng's strength was a little weak. For a short period of time, he could still guard the sword-worshipping sect. For example, if the sect leader of the sword-worshipping sect was present, not to mention Luo He and Luo Hanshan, even if Tianhe Martial Marquis appeared, he wouldn't dare to say anything. In this world, the strong were respected. As long as you were strong, you would be respected wherever you went. 3 years, in these 3 years, there wasn't the slightest movement in this palace. It was deathly silent. All the elders were worried that the sect leader might have encountered a problem in the process of cultivation, leading to his death. This kind of thing had also happened to the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect. The most taboo thing for ordinary cultivators was to enter seclusion. Once they entered seclusion, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. If they didn't break through, they would never be able to come out. In fact, during seclusion, they would exhaust all the spiritual qi in their body and eventually die. Although in these 3 years, the elders had been making wild guesses, Jian Wufeng had always firmly believed that his senior brother was still alive. He would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and successfully walk out of the palace. And today, for the first time in 3 years, there was a trace of movement in the palace on the mountain peak. This trace of movement shook the entire sword-worshipping sect. At this time, all the elders of the sword-worshipping sect appeared on the mountain peak one after another. Their eyes were filled with excitement. There's movement in the palace. Could it be that the sect leader has come out of seclusion? An elder said excitedly. That must be it. The sect leader has already been in seclusion for 3 years. He must have broken through. Haha, when the sect leader comes out, our sword-worshipping sect will definitely become the absolute overlord of Sword Prefecture City. What's going on? Why is there a sudden movement in the palace? More and more elders gathered on the mountain peak. They were all discussing whether or not the sect leader would come out. At this moment, Jian Wufeng, who was the leader of the many elders on the mountain peak, had a worried look in his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were looking at the entrance of the palace with worry in his heart. Dong! Just as everyone was discussing, the silent palace shook once more. All the cultivators widened their eyes as they looked at the shaking palace. Following that, the palace shook even more violently. Many elders were puzzled. Roughly 15 minutes later, the palace shook less and less until it finally disappeared. The palace once more fell silent. However, at this moment, the door of the palace suddenly opened with a rumble. An old figure calmly walked out of the palace. Sect leader! When the elders saw this, they cried out in alarm. The sword-worshipping sect's sect leader, Tian Jianzi, had finally come out after 3 years of seclusion. The entire sword-worshipping sect was filled with excitement. Sect leader, you've finally come out. Senior apprentice brother, you've broken through. Jian Wufeng smiled excitedly. Tian Jianzi's expression didn't change at all. He nodded slightly at the elders and said, I've just come out of seclusion. I'm a bit tired. You can go back first. Jian Wufeng, stay behind. All the elders nodded when they heard Tian Jianzi, and then they left the mountain. It didn't take long for only Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng to remain there. Senior apprentice brother, is something wrong? Jian Wufeng looked at Tian Jianzi. Cough. At this moment, Tian Jianzi staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale. Jian Wufeng hastily helped him up. Senior apprentice brother, how did you get injured? Asked Jian Wufeng. Tian Jianzi's body was on the verge of collapse. His aura was weak. He had clearly been heavily injured. With Jian Wufeng supporting him, Tian Jianzi did his best to circulate his spiritual qi to heal. After a long time, he finally recovered a bit. Junior apprentice brother, do you know what I experienced in these 3 years? Tian Jianzi looked at Jian Wufeng. Jian Wufeng shook his head. Tian Jianzi took a deep breath and said, There is an extremely terrifying remnant of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within this palace. What palace? How could there be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect in there? This palace could be said to be the sword-worshipping sect's ancestral land. All the past sect masters of the sword-worshipping sect were buried there. How could there be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Jian Wufeng was completely baffled. He looked at his senior apprentice brother in confusion. I was trapped in this palace for 3 years. If I hadn't coincidentally broken through today, I wouldn't have been able to leave, said Tian Jianzi. What's going on? Jian Wufeng urgently asked. Chapter 309. After talking for 2 hours, Tian Jianzi finally finished explaining the situation in the palace to Jian Wufeng. What? This Yellow Spring sect's remnant is trying to revive the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect? After hearing Tian Jianzi's words, Jian Wufeng was shocked. From what Tian Jianzi had said, the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect was extremely strong. It was highly likely that he was one of the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect. However, his strength had yet to recover to its peak. The reason he was able to sneak into the ancestral land of the Sword Reverence sect was because he possessed the soul of a dying sect leader. When the dead sect leader of the sword-worshipping sect was buried in the ancestral grounds, he naturally entered the ancestral grounds. After entering the ancestral land, he recovered his strength while carrying out his plan. Senior brother, what about you? Jian Wufeng looked at Tian Jianzi and asked in shock. Because this Yellow Spring sect's protector has not recovered his strength and he is trying his best to revive the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect, he could not use his full strength to deal with me. He could only trap me in a corner of the palace. Tian Jianzi said. In these 3 years, I saw everything he did with my own eyes. As long as he had a bit of time, he would definitely be able to revive all the sect leaders of the sword-worshipping sect. At that time, the sword-worshipping sect would suffer the greatest loss in history, and we would most likely be wiped out from the Golden Crown Nation. So, while he was carrying out his plan, I have been working hard on my cultivation for these 3 years. Finally, today, I broke through the bottleneck and reached the condensing reality realm. That was how I managed to escape. Tian Jianzi said. What, senior brother? You broke through to the condensing reality realm? Jian Wufeng's face was filled with excitement as he looked at Tian Jianzi. 3 years ago, Tian Jianzi's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. His strength was stronger than most of the marquis on the martial marquis list. But because of his age, he was unable to enter the list. However, no marquis dared to look down on Tian Jianzi. But because Tian Jianzi's cultivation had not reached the condensing reality realm, the sword-worshipping sect had always been at the bottom of the 2-star sect in the central continent. This was because the minimum requirement to be a 2-star sect was to have a condensing reality realm expert in the sect. Although almost all of the sect leaders of the worshipping sword sect had reached the condensing reality realm, Tian Jianzi still hadn't reached the condensing reality realm. This caused Tian Jianzi to become very anxious, which was why he decided to go into seclusion. However, if it weren't for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, Tian Jianzi might have already stepped into the condensing reality realm. The condensing reality stage is the stage after the Qi High stage. In the Qi High stage, one's true core would be shattered, turning into a Qi sea and liquefying one's true Qi. As for the condensing reality realm, they would refine treasures in their Qi sea. Every condensing reality realm warrior would refine treasures in their Qi sea. However, the treasures refined by every martial artist were different. Some people would refine a long sword as a treasure. In that case, the long sword would be able to provide a boost to the cultivator's sword Dao. Some people refined treasure wings. This kind of refined treasure could increase a martial artist's speed. Some people refined cheetahs as treasures, which could increase a martial artist's strength. In short, different treasures would have different amplifications. The reason why condensing reality realm warriors were more powerful than Qi High realm warriors was because they could refine treasures in their Qi sea. Every martial artist could only refine one treasure when they stepped into the condensing reality realm. However, it was said that in the history of the ancient sword continent, there was a peerless genius who had refined 2 treasures. His strength was so strong that it shocked the whole continent. At this moment, when he heard that Tian Jianzi had stepped into the condensing reality realm, Jian Wufeng's face revealed an excited smile. From now on, their worshipping sword sect was officially a 2-star sect. Congratulations, senior brother. Jian Wufeng laughed and said. Tian Jianzi nodded slightly. Although he was happy that he had stepped into the condensing reality realm, The most important thing right now was to deal with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the ancestral land. I want to seal the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the ancestral land, Tian Jianzi said. Jian Wufeng's face froze, then he asked, Senior brother, are you going to set up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array? Hearing this, Tian Jianzi nodded heavily. Only by setting up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array around the ancestral land could they seal the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. All right, I'll do my best to help Senior brother, Jian Wufeng said in a low voice. Then, Tian Jianzi activated his tyrannical power and set up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array. After 2 hours, the Absolute Heaven Sword Array was set up. The entire ancestral land was enveloped by a layer of sword qi. Seeing this, Tian Jianzi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because he had forced himself to set up the Absolute Heaven Sword Array, Tian Jianzi's vitality was greatly damaged and he needed to recuperate. Don't tell the outside world about the situation here, Tian Jianzi said. Yes. The sect master of the worshipping sword sect, Tian Jianzi, had been in seclusion for 3 years. Today, he came out of seclusion and shocked the entire Sword State City. In the depths of a mountain range not far from the Sword State City, at the bottom of a lake, Fang Chen was trapped in a bronze coffin. When Fang Chen was sucked into the bronze coffin, he was shocked to discover that there was no Yellow Spring sect's inheritance in the coffin. Instead, there was a human skin. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the tyrannical suction came from this human skin. How could this be? Fang Chen thought to himself. At the same time, the powerful suction disappeared. Fang Chen lay in the bronze coffin with a puzzled look on his face. He wanted to open the lid of the bronze coffin to get out, but no matter what he did, he couldn't open the lid. Am I going to be trapped here forever? Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness. At this moment, the human skin in the bronze coffin suddenly let out a sigh. Who's sighing? Fang Chen was shocked and cried out involuntarily. After the sigh disappeared, the shriveled human skin began to wriggle and soon wrapped around Fang Chen. I didn't expect someone to be able to enter this place so many years after my death. An ancient voice came from the human skin. Who are you? Fang Chen finally confirmed that the voice came from the shriveled human skin. Who am I? It's been too long. Even I have forgotten, the human skin said with a sigh. Fang Chen was shocked. From the human skin's words, he seemed to be an expert from ancient times. Senior, are you a human expert? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. When I died back then, I placed myself in the bronze coffin. In the future, when I absorbed enough energy, the bronze coffin would open again. Once the bronze coffin was opened, it would be my final chance, said the shriveled human skin. A long time ago, I sensed that there were many remnants of the Yellow Spring sect around the bronze coffin, but there was nothing I could do. I was waiting for someone to kill them. As long as they died, I would be able to absorb their energy and open the bronze coffin. Finally, this day came. Over the countless years, I absorbed a large amount of energy. After absorbing the energy of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, I gained the ability to open the bronze coffin. The moment I opened the bronze coffin, an aura that shocked me surged out of your body. At that moment, I felt like I had returned to ancient times, said the shriveled human skin. I sensed a familiar aura from your body. That aura seemed to belong to that legendary person, continued the shriveled human skin. What aura? Fang Chen was puzzled. The shriveled human skin didn't continue. Instead, it said, it was because of your help that I was able to open the bronze coffin. Are you willing to help me? From the shriveled human skin's words, Fang Chen could tell that this shriveled human skin must have been an indomitable figure before he died. Senior, what can Junior do? Asked Fang Chen. Whether or not I can be reborn will depend on this. I hope you can help me, said the shriveled human skin. This human skin contains a sliver of my consciousness. As long as you fuse with this shriveled human skin, you'll be able to let this sliver of my consciousness remain with you forever. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you'll be able to revive me. Fuse with the human skin? Fang Chen was startled. He hesitated, unable to make a decision. Seeing Fang Chen's hesitation, the shriveled human skin continued, "If you can help me, I'll definitely give you a huge opportunity. Senior, can you fuse your will into a weapon?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. "No." Before the shriveled human skin could finish speaking, Fang Chen interrupted him. He took out the python sword and showed it to the shriveled human skin. This is a python sword," the shriveled skin suddenly said when it saw the sword. He was an ancient expert, so how could he not know what a python sword was? He excitedly said, "Your luck isn't bad. You actually managed to obtain this python sword. I naturally wouldn't be able to fuse with ordinary weapons, but this python sword is different. It has undergone 9 stages of tribulation lightning. It's not something ordinary weapons can compare to." The shriveled human skin told Fang Chen many things. In the end, the shriveled human skin successfully fused his will into the python sword. Of course, during this time, the python had also been struggling. After all, this was its territory, and it didn't allow outsiders to enter. But the shriveled human skin was an ancient expert, and his will had existed for countless years. How could the python compare to it? In the end, the shriveled human skin's will and the python's soul both occupied the demonic sword. After that, Fang Chen began to fuse with the human skin. That was because he was the master of the python sword. The python sword was unable to fuse with the human skin, so he could only fuse with it. Fang Chen's process of fusing with the human skin went very smoothly. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to successfully fuse with the human skin. Just at this moment, Fang Chen noticed motes of light appear on his skin. In an instant, Fang Chen's physical strength sharply increased. 3-star Dao physique. Fang Chen was excited. He had been stuck at a 2-star Dao physique for a long time, but he had finally reached a 3-star Dao physique. "Humph, isn't it just a 3-star Dao physique? Why are you so excited?" A voice came from the demonic sword. Chapter 310. The shriveled human skin was an ancient warrior and had seen many things. To Fang Chen, the 3-star Dao body was very exciting, but to the shriveled human skin, a 3-star Dao body was nothing. Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that the divine demon body refining technique seemed to be loosening. A smile appeared on his face as he sat cross-legged on the bronze coffin and started to cultivate his divine demon body refining technique. The divine demon body refining technique had a total of 5 stages. Every stage would make the body much stronger. Before, Fang Chen had cultivated the divine demon body refining technique to the first stage. Now that he had merged with the shriveled human skin, Fang Chen's body had reached the 3-star Dao body. At the same time, the bottleneck of the divine demon body refining technique was loosening. While Fang Chen was cultivating, a disdainful voice came from the demonic longsword. "What kind of body refining technique is this? It's trash." However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. One day, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had successfully broken through to the 2nd stage of the divine demon body refining technique, and his body had reached the middle stage from the early stage of the 3-star Dao body. His body's strength had increased again, which made Fang Chen very happy. This time's training had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. It's time to go back. After calculating the time, Fang Chen knew that there wasn't much time left until the outer disciple competition, so he decided to go back. One day later, Fang Chen returned to the Reverence Sword Sect. After returning to the Reverence Sword Sect, the first thing Fang Chen heard was that the Reverence Sword Sect's current headmaster had been in seclusion for 3 years. He had finally come out not long ago, which shocked the entire Sword State city. I heard that Tianjianzi had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm 3 years ago. He was even stronger than most of the martial lords. Now that he has come out, does that mean that he has reached the condensing reality realm? Fang Chen said after hearing the news. However, Fang Chen didn't think much about it. This matter didn't have much to do with him. Tomorrow was the day of the sword-worshipping sect's outer disciples' grand competition. Every time, the top 3 disciples would be rewarded handsomely by the sect, and this year was no exception. Although the grand competition had yet to begin, many martial artists were already rubbing their fists and preparing to do their best to enter the grand competition's top 3. As for Fang Chen, he was very carefree. After returning, he rested leisurely. After knowing that Fang Chen had returned, Mo Yiqing's face turned cold. Beside him stood 2 young disciples, both of whom were ranked in the top 10. We must kill Fang Chen in this competition, Mo Yiqing said coldly. These 2 disciples were Mo Yiqing's direct subordinate. Mo Yiqing had made up his mind to kill Fang Chen this time. He didn't want what happened to Zxian to happen again. Therefore, he found 2 of the top 10 disciples. Even if one of them failed, the other would still have a chance to kill Fang Chen. As long as they could kill Fang Chen, Mo Yiqing was willing to pay a high price. Elder Mo, don't worry. We will not let you down, the 2 disciples said while cupping their hands. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Today was the day of the outer disciples' grand competition. The sword sect was very lively. Early in the morning, the whole square was packed with people. All the disciples had gathered in the square. This year's Outer Disciples Grand Competition was hosted by Tianjianzi himself. He came to the platform early and looked at the sea of disciples in the square with a smile on his face. Standing in the crowd, Fang Chen looked at Tianjianzi on the platform and sighed. He could clearly feel that there was a strong aura coming from Tianjianzi. Condensing reality realm expert. Fang Chen clenched his fist. He didn't know when he would be able to reach the condensing reality realm. Strange. Suddenly, a strange voice came from the spatial ring. However, this voice could only be heard by Fang Chen. What? Fang Chen asked. This Tianjianzi is injured and very weak. I can feel a trace of Yellow Spring Sect's aura on his body. Yellow Spring Sect's aura? Fang Chen's face changed. Tianjianzi was a condensing reality realm expert. How could he have the aura of the Yellow Spring Sect? Could it be that he was injured by the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect? He should have fought with the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Could it be that the person who fought with Tianjianzi was a peak guardian of the Yellow Spring Sect? Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. At this moment, Tianjianzi slowly stood up and said, "The annual Outer Disciple Competition officially begins today. Before that, I have something to say to everyone." Tianjianzi had a great reputation in the sword-worshipping sect. As soon as he spoke, the crowd went silent. Countless disciples looked at Tianjianzi. This year's Outer Disciple Competition will be the same as before. The first round will be a battle royale. There are more than 100 outer disciples. When there are only 40 disciples left on the martial stage, the first round will end. Next will be the battles until the top 3 are decided. Tianjianzi said. Everyone nodded. This rule was the same as before. Then, Tianjianzi talked about the rewards for the top 3. According to our discussion, the third-place disciple will be rewarded with a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda. The second-place disciple will be rewarded with a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda and a low-grade spiritual weapon. As for the first-place disciple, other than the spot to enter the Sword Pagoda, he can also make a request. As long as the sword-worshipping sect is able to do it, we will definitely help him. Hearing Tianjianzi's words, the disciples went crazy. The rewards for the top 3 this year were much more generous than before. Not to mention other things, just the spot to enter the Sword Pagoda was enough to make countless disciples drool. It was a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda. One should know that in the entire sword-worshipping sect, outer disciples were not qualified to enter the Sword Pagoda. Only inner disciples could enter the Sword Pagoda. But the top 3 in this year's competition actually had a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda. This made countless disciples go crazy. Oh my God, there's actually a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda. This is great. Countless disciples were excited. Of course, the most exciting thing was the reward for the first-place disciple. Being able to make a request to the sword-worshipping sect's higher-ups was definitely the most important reward in the history of the competition. Countless disciples were excited. Tian Jianzi waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He then said, "The sword-worshipping sect is a 2-star sect. The disciples must always work hard to show the sword-worshipping sect's prestige." The competition officially begins. As soon as Tian Jianzi's voice fell, more than 100 disciples stepped onto the central stage. This stage was very big. It was specially built for the outer disciples competition. It was enough to accommodate more than 100 cultivators. The competition officially began. Countless disciples fell into a chaotic battle. Fang Chen looked around and did not make a move. Instead, he walked to a corner. As if they knew how powerful Fang Chen was, none of the surrounding disciples were willing to attack Fang Chen. They were constantly fighting with the weaker disciples. Bang! Bang! Time passed bit by bit. There were constantly weak disciples who were thrown out of the stage. Of course, there were also some disciples who took the initiative to admit defeat. After half an incense stick's worth of time, there were only 70 disciples left on the stage. More than 30 disciples had been eliminated. Xia Houwu and the others stood there quietly. They did not make a move. None of the disciples dared to challenge Xia Houwu. Fang Chen looked around and did not say anything. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Fang Chen and attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen fiercely punched out. Immediately, the shadow was sent flying. Seeing this scene, many of the disciples gasped. They did not dare to challenge Fang Chen anymore. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the first round of the competition ended. On the stage, there were still 40 disciples who stood there quietly. The first round of the competition has ended. The remaining 40 disciples will enter the second round and fight in pairs. Tian Jianzi announced. Next was the second round of the competition. Xia Houwu was the first to go on stage. His opponent was a warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Before Xia Houwu could make a move, the warrior had already admitted defeat. "I admit defeat," the disciple shouted loudly. Facing Xia Houwu, he did not even have the courage to make a move. He could only admit defeat. Many of the disciples nodded their heads. His decision was wise. Who was Xia Houwu? If he forced himself to fight with Xia Houwu, the result would be a serious injury or even death. Xia Houwu, relying on his overwhelming strength, made his opponent directly admit defeat. The next few battles were all between the top 10 outer disciples. Their opponents also admitted defeat one after another. After half an hour, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen's opponent was a warrior at the mid-7th level of the Qi High Realm. He was ranked in the top 20 of the outer disciples. When he found out that his opponent was Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Although Fang Chen's strength was tyrannical, he was confident that he could defeat Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, everyone says that you have the strength to enter the top 10. I want to see how you will defeat me," the disciple said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "You are not my opponent." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the disciple's eyes were filled with anger. He said in a low voice, "Arrogant guy." As soon as the disciple finished speaking, he suddenly exploded with a tyrannical strength and launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. At this moment, the aura around Fang Chen's body exploded. At that moment, Tian Jianzi, who was on the martial arts practice platform, was astonished. 4th level of the Qi High Realm? Tian Jianzi was puzzled. Senior brother, I personally recruited this disciple. His talent is monstrous. Although he is only at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he can instantly kill a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Jian Wufeng said with a smile. When he recruited Fang Chen, he felt that there was a majestic sword intent within Fang Chen's body. Although the sword intent did not belong to Fang Chen, he concluded that Fang Chen was a genius sword cultivator. Sure enough, Fang Chen did not disappoint him. In such a short time after entering the sword sect, he had grown to such a level. Xiufang Chen clenched his fist. He did not even take out a weapon. The powerful strength of the 3-star Dao body gathered on his fist and punched out. Bang! Chapter 311. A mid-Qi High Realm warrior could not even force Fang Chen to use his full strength. With just one punch, the warrior was sent flying. Bang! The warrior who was yelling at the beginning fell heavily onto the ground. His face was pale, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Fang Chen's body had reached the level of a 3-star Dao body. Just the strength of his body was not something he could withstand. Fang Chen sent the disciple flying with one punch, causing an uproar. Even Tian Jianzi, who was on the VIP platform, was shocked. 3-star Dao body. Tian Jianzi was strong and knowledgeable. Naturally, he could see the strength of Fang Chen's body. This kid is not bad. He is able to reach the 3-star Dao body at such a young age. Tian Jianzi thought to himself. After Fang Chen's battle ended, the rest of the matches were more intense. The second round of matches lasted for 2 hours before it ended. In total, 20 disciples were eliminated in the second round. The remaining 20 disciples entered the third round. In the third round, 20 disciples would fight in pairs. There would be 10 matches in total. The first to go up was still Xiaohu. His strength was too strong. His opponent did not even have the courage to fight him, and directly admitted defeat. Fang Chen's match was in the 7th match. His opponent was Liang Han, a top 10 outer disciple. He was at the late stage of the 7th Qi High Realm. When Liang Han saw that Fang Chen was his opponent, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Mo Yiqing, who was at the back of the VIP platform, saw this scene and sneered in his heart. Liang Han was a disciple that he had arranged to kill Fang Chen. He did not expect to meet him in the third round. Fang Chen, you are dead, Mo Yiqing said coldly. In the square, countless disciples were staring at Fang Chen and Liang Han. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Liang Han's face was filled with an arrogant smile. Fang Chen, although you are strong, you can only stop when you meet me, Liang Han. Liang Han laughed coldly. Fang Chen squinted his eyes. He could feel a trace of killing intent from Liang Han. Killing intent? Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he quietly observed Liang Han. Even though Liang Han tried her best to hide it, Fang Chen still managed to catch it. Liang Han did not give Fang Chen too much of a chance. His figure flashed, and he directly displayed his overbearing cultivation method, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Fang Chen. After feeling Liang Han's killing intent, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. This was the first time that Fang Chen had taken out the hidden star sword. While the blade of the hidden star sword exuded a terrifying aura. Then, Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the water and fire sword art. Swoosh! A majestic sword light instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. In the next moment, this sword light directly collided with Liang Han's longsword. Crack! Liang Han's long sword instantly shattered. At this moment, the smile on Liang Han's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of fear. How is this possible? Before Liang Han could finish his words, Fang Chen's water and fire sword ruthlessly pierced into his body. Bang! Liang Han's body fell heavily onto the ground. His qi was weak, and his life was fading away. How is this possible? The whole square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. In the second round, Fang Chen sent a mid-Qi high realm warrior flying with a punch, and in the third round, Fang Chen seriously injured Liang Han with a sword. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Liang Han had already lost his life. Liang Han is dead, a disciple shouted. Suddenly, many elders on the rostrum frowned. At this moment, Emoiching's face was cold as he said, "Sovereign, this kid is too vicious. He actually killed a fellow disciple in the large competition." "That's right, Sovereign. With this kid's strength, he could easily crush Liang Han. But he chose to kill Liang Han directly, breaking the sect rules. He should be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect." A few elders said one after another. They were furious at Fang Chen's actions. Tian Jianzi squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He realized that even he could not see through Fang Chen. The more it was like this, the more curious Tian Jianzi was about Fang Chen. Under the condemnation of the crowd, Tian Jianzi finally spoke. Fang Chen killed Liang Han by mistake. In the past large competitions, there have been many disciples who have died because of mistake. So, I believe that Fang Chen did not break the sect rules. Tian Jianzi said in a deep voice. Even Tian Jianzi stepped out to protect Fang Chen. The other elders did not dare to say anything, especially Emoiching. He stared at Fang Chen angrily. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed by him many times. Fang Chen's expression was calm. He bowed slightly to Tian Jianzi to express his thanks. Fang Chen's attack was too shocking. Even the top 5 outer sect disciples were looking at Fang Chen. Within the crowd, the outer sect's number 1 disciple, Xiahou Wu, had a golden light flash in his eyes. "It's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent in the outer sect. I wonder if you'll be able to make me use my full strength," muttered Xiahou Wu. The third round of the competition ended in a state of shock. Once the third round was over, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. The disciples who could enter the fourth round would be able to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. Entering the top 10 would not only allow them to obtain a large amount of resources, but they would also obtain unimaginable benefit. Many disciples were filled with envy. As expected, Fang Chen easily entered the top 10. Now everyone was guessing whether or not Fang Chen would be able to enter the top 5. That would be revealed in the fourth round. The fourth round of the competition was about to begin. Tian Jianzi ordered the 10 disciples who had entered the fourth round to take a break. Fang Chen nodded and sat down in the resting area, preparing to recover his spiritual qi. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked in front of Fang Chen. His face was filled with resentment as he looked at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you killed Liang Han," icily said the tall and sturdy man. "So what?" Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the tall and sturdy man. "If you want to kill someone, then you have to be prepared to be killed." The tall and sturdy man sneered. "So?" asked Fang Chen. "So in the next round, you'd best pray you don't run into me. Otherwise, you won't live past today." The tall and sturdy man turned and left. After the tall and sturdy man left, a disciple beside Fang Chen said in a low voice, "Fang Chen, you have to be careful. Zhu Yuan is a vicious and merciless person. Since he dared to say that, he will definitely kill you in the next round." Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Zhu Yuan was one of the top 5 disciples in the last round. Although he was only ranked 5th, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Although they were both at the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, he couldn't compare to Xiahou Wu. However, Zhu Yuan believed that he could kill Fang Chen. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn passed quickly. The resting time was also over. In the third round, a total of 10 disciples were eliminated. The remaining 10 disciples entered the fourth round. The disciples who were able to last until now were all very strong. When the fourth round began, Fang Chen's opponent was a slightly weaker disciple. When he saw that Fang Chen was his opponent, his face was filled with helplessness. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he admitted defeat. With his opponent admitting defeat, Fang Chen easily entered the top 5. This made many disciples sigh. The 5 rounds ended quickly. Among the top 5 disciples, besides Fang Chen and Xia Houwu, there was also Zhu Yuan, who had threatened Fang Chen before. The other 2 were also the top 5 disciples in the last round. After the 4th round ended, the next round would be the competition to determine the top 3. This round of competition wouldn't be carried out in a duel format. Tian Jianzi had already thought of the competition's process. At this moment, Tian Jianzi slowly stood up and looked at the 5 disciples. The 5 of you are able to enter the top 5. Very good. The next round of competition will be different from the previous rounds. Many disciples listened to Tian Jianzi's words. In this round of competition, the 5 of you will climb the sky-piercing pillars. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the final ranking will be based on the height each of you climbed the sky-piercing pillars. Tian Jianzi said. Suddenly, countless disciples cried out in surprise. The sky-piercing pillars had been sealed in the sword reverence sect for many years. Who would have thought that it would reappear in the world for the 5 disciples? The sky-piercing pillars were originally just an ordinary stone pillar. However, after a long time, the sky-piercing pillars had absorbed the sword intent of every generation of martial artists in the sword reverence sect. Finally, after a long time, the sky-piercing pillars contained boundless sword intent. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even get close to the sky-piercing pillars. Only those extremely talented sword cultivators could get close to the sky-piercing pillars. Wanting to climb the sky-piercing pillars was an impossible task. This time, Tian Jianzi unsealed the sky-piercing pillars because he wanted to see how strong the sword Dao potential of this batch of outer disciples was. The sky-piercing pillars have been unsealed. Could there be a heaven sword sun in this batch of outer disciples? In the previous rounds of the competition, whenever the sky-piercing pillars appeared, there would be a heaven sword sun. This time is no exception. This is really exciting. I didn't expect that after so many years, a heaven sword sun would appear in our sword reverence sect. There's no need to think about it. The heaven sword sun is Xiahou Wu. No one can shake Xiahou Wu's position. When they heard that the sky-piercing pillars were about to be unsealed, many disciples went crazy. Even Xiahou Wu's group of 5 were filled with excitement. If they could climb the sky-piercing pillars and become the champion of this batch, they would become the Heaven Sword Sun of the Sword Reverence sect. The Heaven Sword Sun was a title given to the top disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. If they could become the Heaven Sword Sun, they would definitely become a sword cultivator that would shock the entire ancient sword continent. Among the Heaven Sword Sons of the Sword Reverence sect, except for those who died prematurely, the rest of the Heaven Sword Sons would eventually become powerful sword cultivators that would shock the entire ancient sword continent. This time, the Heaven Sword Sun would definitely appear among the 5 of them when the sky-piercing pillars were unsealed. Becoming the Heaven Sword Sun also meant that he would become the next sect master of the Sword Reverence sect. Chapter 312. There were many versions of the origin of the sky-piercing divine pillar, but as the sect leader of the Sword Reverence sect, he was the clearest about it. This secret had been passed down from generation to generation. A long, long time ago, the Sword Reverence sect didn't exist yet. The founder of the Sword Reverence sect established the Sword Reverence sect. At that time, the founder of the Sword Reverence sect chose the Reverence Sword Peak. Coincidentally, at that time, there was a stone pillar on the Reverence Sword Peak. This stone pillar was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. However, the founder of the Sword Reverence sect knew that this stone pillar was just an ordinary stone pillar, so he didn't think too much about it. In the following days, the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect cultivated here every day. As time passed, the Sword Reverence sect was filled with an incomparably dense aura. After that, the sky-piercing divine pillar continuously absorbed the tyrannical sword intent, and in the end, it evolved into an extremely mysterious stone pillar. It was said that if a cultivator could climb this stone pillar, they would be a natural sword cultivator. Their talent in the sword Tao was astonishing. Later, the sword reverence sect sealed the sky-piercing divine pillar. Every time a peerless genius appeared, they would unseal the sky-piercing divine pillar. And every time the sky-piercing divine pillar appeared, a heaven sword son would be born. Heaven sword son meant a sword son bestowed by the heavens. To become the heaven sword son, not only must one climb the sky-piercing divine pillar, but one must also be unrivaled in the same generation. Moreover, once one became the heaven sword son, they would automatically become the next sect leader. Once the sect leader abdicated or died, he would become the new sect leader. The Heaven Sword Son was a symbol of status in the Sword Reverence sect. Because Heaven Sword Son became the Heaven Sword Son, he changed his name to Heaven Sword Son. Ever since Heaven Sword Son, there hadn't been a Heaven Sword Son in the Sword Reverence sect for a long time. And this time, Heaven Sword Son was going to unseal the sky-piercing divine pillar himself. This caused many disciples to be extremely excited, especially the top 5 disciples. In other words, the Heaven Sword Son would be born among the 5 of them. At this moment, the eyes of the 5 disciples were filled with passion. The other 3 disciples had already regarded Xiahou Wu as their greatest enemy. They looked at him with vigilance. As for Feng Qin, they chose to ignore him. They didn't believe that Feng Qin would become the Heaven Sword Son. While everyone was still in shock, a deafening sound suddenly rang out from the top of the Reverence Sword Peak. Following that, the ground trembled as a stone pillar suddenly appeared at the top of the peak. The moment the stone pillar appeared, it began to rise at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Not long after, the heaven-piercing divine pillar quietly stood at the top of the Reverence Sword Peak, emitting a terrifying sword essence around it. This is the sky-piercing divine pillar? Seeing the sky-piercing divine pillar appear, countless disciples retreated because they could not withstand the powerful sword intent emitted by the sky-piercing divine pillar. Only Feng Qin and the other 4 stood there quietly, not retreating. After the sky-piercing pillar appeared, Tianjianzi and the others stood up and looked at the sky-piercing pillar with smiles on their faces. This pillar is the sky-piercing divine pillar. In this generation of disciples, I see the shadow of the Heaven Sword Son. If you want to become the Heaven Sword Son, you have to climb the sky-piercing divine pillar, said Tianjianzi loudly. You should already know the specific rules. You only have 1 incense stick's worth of time. Within this incense stick's worth of time, you can do anything you want, even if it's to deal with other disciples. The Heaven Sword Son selection is based on results, not process, Heaven Sword Son said. Hearing Tianjianzi's words, Zhu Yuan and the others glanced at each other, and then looked at Xiahou Wu. From start to finish, Xiahou Wu's expression had not changed. Only when the sky-piercing divine pillar appeared did he become slightly excited. All right, now the competition begins. Following Tianjianzi's words, Zhu Yuan and the others' figures flickered, and a powerful energy erupted from them. They joined hands to surround Xiahou Wu. Bang! Xiahou Wu prepared to move, but he was stopped by Zhu Yuan and the others. You want to stop me? Xiahou Wu's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the 3 people in front of him and said coldly, Xiahou Wu, you are the strongest. Only by defeating you can we become the Heaven Sword Son. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. That's right, Xiahou Wu. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too strong. Let's join hands and defeat Xiahou Wu. The 3 of us will rely on our own strength to climb the sky-piercing divine pillar. The 3 of them reached an agreement and started attacking Xiahou Wu together. Although Xiahou Wu's strength was tyrannical, when facing 3 peak chi high warriors, he was unable to break free in a short time. Damn it! Xiahou Wu was forced back by the 3 of them. His expression was gloomy as he cursed inwardly. Shortly after, a transparent longsword appeared in his hand. When the crowd saw the transparent longsword, they were all shocked. Xiahou Wu hadn't taken out his weapon in a long time in the outer court. That year, when Xiahou Wu wasn't the number 1 outer court disciple, he used the black tortoise sword in his hand and defeated all the outer court disciples by himself and became the number 1 outer court disciple. Since then, no one had seen Xiahou Wu use the black tortoise sword again. And this time, Zhu Yuan and the other 2 joined hands and finally forced Xiahou Wu to take out the black tortoise sword. Black tortoise sword technique. When Xiahou Wu took out the black tortoise sword, he shouted in a low voice and used the black tortoise sword technique. Countless sword lights shot out from the black tortoise sword and floated above Xiahou Wu's head. Under Xiahou Wu's control, the countless sword lights gathered together and formed a huge black tortoise. Black tortoise. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuan and the other 2 were shocked. They immediately used their fierce methods to stop Xiahou Wu from using the black tortoise sword technique. On the square, countless disciples' gazes were all attracted by Xiahou Wu. Even Tian Jianzi and the others on the platform were paying attention to this battle. However, on the square not far from where Xiahou Wu and the others were fighting, Fang Chen scratched his head and said, "Could it be that I don't have a presence?" Fang Chen shook his head slightly and glanced at the 4 people who were locked in battle. He then turned around and walked towards the sky-piercing divine pillar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a short moment, Fang Chen had reached the halfway point of the Reverence Sword Peak and was about to reach the summit. As long as he reached the summit, he would be able to touch the sky-piercing divine pillar. Boom! After a loud explosion, Xiahou Wu held the black tortoise sword and directly slashed at the 3 people's attack. Immediately, the 4 of them were pushed back. Xiahou Wu, who had just stabilized himself, suddenly saw Fang Chen halfway up the mountain. He coldly snorted and said, "A bunch of idiots." Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, the 3 of them realized that something was wrong. They turned around and saw that Fang Chen was easily reaching the summit. "Damn it, stop him. Don't let him go up," Zhu Yuan coldly said. "Humph, trash like you dares to touch the sky-piercing divine pillar. You're really looking for death. Attack together and kill him. Then we'll surround Xiahou Wu." The 3 of them angrily roared. At the same time, the 3 of them flashed and rushed towards the summit, wanting to stop Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu's eyes flashed as he followed closely behind and climbed up the mountain. Without the obstruction of the 3 people, Xiahou Wu's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had reached the summit. However, when he reached the summit, Xiahou Wu encountered a huge resistance. Is this the resistance of the sky-piercing divine pillar? Xiahou Wu had already understood the sky-piercing divine pillar and knew that there was a huge resistance around the sky-piercing divine pillar. "Kill Fang Chen and then stop Xiahou Wu," Zhu Yuan loudly shouted. In Zhu Yuan's view, Fang Chen's strength was very weak. If the 3 of them worked together, they would be able to kill Fang Chen and then quickly stop Xiahou Wu. "Brat, go die." The 3 of them caught up to Fang Chen, and each of them displayed a powerful attack. 3 majestic sword lights directly appeared behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed the strength of these 3 auras and stopped. His expression slightly changed as he coldly said, "Do you really think I'm a pushover?" As soon as Fang Chen's voice faded, he suddenly displayed the 6th level of the fire and water sword technique. When he executed the 6th level of the water-fire sword technique, Fang Chen also activated his 3-star Dao body and blasted a punch at Zhu Yuan. Crack! The 3 majestic sword lights collided with the fire and water sword technique and instantly exploded. At the same time, Fang Chen's fist also smashed into Zhu Yuan's body. With a bang, Zhu Yuan was caught off guard and was directly forced back by Fang Chen's fist. Chapter 313. Fang Chen's ferocious fist caused Zhu Yuan and the other 2's expressions to change. Especially Zhu Yuan, he used all the strength in his body to block Fang Chen's fist. Bang! Fang Chen's fist fiercely landed on Zhu Yuan's body, emitting a deafening sound. Zhu Yuan's body was forced back. The other two stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Yuan, coldly looking at Fang Chen. Just as the three of them were waiting, thinking that Fang Chen would attack again, Fang Chen suddenly revealed a cold smile. In the next instant, without waiting for the three of them to react, Fang Chen's figure flashed, directly approaching the sky-piercing divine pillar. When the three of them saw this, their faces became completely gloomy. Shortly after, they furiously roared and chased after Fang Chen. At this moment, Xiahou Wu was already infinitely close to the sky-piercing divine pillar. As long as one was within a certain range of the sky-piercing divine pillar, they would be repelled by the sword intent within the sky-piercing divine pillar. Xiahou Wu was the same. Even if his strength was heaven-defying, he was still repelled by the sky-piercing divine pillar. However, Xiahou Wu's strength was heaven-defying. Most importantly, his talent in the sword Dao was too tyrannical. Any disciple who could get close to the sky-piercing divine pillar and obtain its approval were all geniuses in the sword Dao. And the last 5 people in the outer sect grand competition were all geniuses in the sword Dao. The closer Xiahou Wu got to the sky-piercing divine pillar, the slower his speed became. On the other hand, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. After catching up to Xiahou Wu, Fang Chen's speed still didn't decrease. He maintained a very fast speed as he approached the sky-piercing divine pillar. This scene caused the entire Sword Reverence sect's disciples to be shocked. How is this possible? On the platform, Tian Jianzi's face was filled with shock. Even a heaven-defying genius like Xiahou Wu would be repelled when he approached the sky-piercing divine pillar. How could Fang Chen's speed be so fast? Could it be that Fang Chen wasn't repelled by the sky-piercing divine pillar? Not only was Tian Jianzi shocked, even Xiahou Wu and the others were shocked. Zhu Yuan's team of 3 had originally been chasing after Fang Chen. However, after approaching the area enveloped by the sky-piercing divine pillar's sword intent, their speed plummeted. They simply could not catch up to Fang Chen. At this moment, they saw how fast Fang Chen was and how he was about to make contact with the divine pillar. Their hearts were filled with stormy waves. Damn it, how can Fang Chen be so fast? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that he didn't encounter any resistance from the sky-piercing divine pillar? We must catch up to him and kill him. Zhu Yuan and the others were extremely furious. Xiahou Wu looked at Fang Chen's back and narrowed his eyes, continuing to approach the heavenly pillar. At that moment, Fang Chen finally took a step forward and stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. The instant he stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar, Fang Chen's feet hooked onto the sky-piercing divine pillar. His hands also wrapped around the sky-piercing divine pillar. Others might not know, but Fang Chen was very clear that the reason he wasn't rejected by the sky-piercing divine pillar's sword intent was entirely because of his golden heart. When he approached the sky-piercing divine pillar, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body began to rapidly beat. Waves of formless sword intent were emitted from Fang Chen's body. Apart from the sky-piercing divine pillar, no one else was able to sense it. It was because of this formless sword intent that the sky-piercing divine pillar's sword intent was unable to stop Fang Chen. Fang Chen easily stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar. At this moment, of the other 4 people, the one closest to the sky-piercing divine pillar was Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen glanced at Xiahou Wu behind him, and then slowly climbed up the sky-piercing divine pillar. In the blink of an eye, half an incense stick's worth of time had passed. There wasn't much time left for Xiahou Wu and the others. At this moment, Fang Chen had already climbed over a meter on the sky-piercing divine pillar. As for Xiahou Wu, he had just stepped onto the sky-piercing divine pillar. As for Zhu Yuan and the other 2, they still hadn't touched the sky-piercing divine pillar. As time passed, everyone was already convinced that if nothing unexpected happened, Fang Chen would definitely be this year's Heaven Sword son. Everyone's hearts were filled with tempestuous waves. At the beginning, they had thought of many possible outcomes, but they hadn't thought that Fang Chen would be so far ahead of the others. The Heaven Sword Sun is mine. Xiahou Wu looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with a fiery light. In the next instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Xiahou Wu's body, and his speed suddenly increased. Look, Xiahou Wu is using his full strength. He wants to surpass Fang Chen and take the Heaven Sword Sun. Xiahou Wu's speed has increased greatly. In just a moment, he'll be able to surpass Fang Chen. As long as Xiahou Wu can maintain this speed, the Heaven Sword Sun will be within reach. Fang Chen won't be able to compete with him. However, Fang Chen is also powerful enough to be able to leave Zhu Yuan and the other two in the dust. He should be proud of himself. Seeing Xiahou Wu's speed increase, many disciples began to discuss amongst themselves. At this time, many of the elders on the platform had already stood up. Even Tian Jianzi was excitedly standing, his eyes fixed on Fang Chen. Junior apprentice brother, who do you think will obtain the Heaven Sword Sun this time? Asked Tian Jianzi. Jian Wufeng muttered to himself for a moment. I originally thought that no one would be able to compete with Xiahou Wu. But now it seems that Fang Chen has the strength to compete with him. There's still a bit of time before the competition ends, but Xiahou Wu has also begun to use his full strength. The Heaven Sword Sun should be one of them. Tian Jianzi nodded when he heard Jian Wufeng's words. Above the sky-piercing divine pillar, a majestic sword intent enveloped the entire sword reverence sect. Countless disciples stared fixedly at the figures on the sky-piercing divine pillar. Through their tireless efforts, Zhu Yuan and the other two had finally stepped onto the divine pillars. But the difference between them and Xiahou Wu was already enormous. Unknowingly, Xiahou Wu had already caught up to Fang Chen. He was on the verge of surpassing Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, the golden heart in Fang Chen's heart started beating even faster. Suddenly, the aura around Fang Chen's body skyrocketed. The formless sword will was integrated into the sky-piercing god pillar. Swish! Just as he was about to be overtaken by Xiahou Wu, Fang Chen's speed suddenly increased once more. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had shaken off Fang Chen. No matter how Xiahou Wu chased, he was unable to catch Fang Chen. How is this possible? Looking at Fang Chen's back, Xiahou Wu's heart was extremely complicated. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to still be hiding his strength. An incense stick's worth of time passed in the blink of an eye. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chen had already climbed to the 9th meter of the heavenly divine pillar, while Xiahou Wu was right behind him at the 8th meter. As for Zhu Yuan and the other two, they were at the 3rd meter. Time's up. Following Tian Jianzi's roar, the competition for the Heaven Sword Sun title came to an end. All the martial artists looked at the figure at the top of the divine pillar with disbelief. Heavens, Fang Chen really did become the Heaven Sword Sun. He snatched the title of Heaven Sword Sun from Xiahou Wu's hands. He really is heaven-defying. Fang Chen's name will enter the annals of our sword reverence sect. Many disciples cried out in alarm. Tian Jianzi waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Then he solemnly said, "This time's Heaven Sword Sun selection is over. According to the order of climbing, Fang Chen will be this year's Heaven Sword Sun." As soon as Tian Jianzi said this, Zhu Yuan and the other two's expressions became incomparably gloomy. They were unwilling to accept that the Heaven Sword Sun title they were about to obtain had been snatched away by Fang Chen. If it had been Xiahou Wu who obtained it, they wouldn't have said anything. But for it to be snatched away by Fang Chen, they were extremely dissatisfied. Xiahou Wu didn't say anything. He directly jumped down from the divine pillar and calmly stood there. I refuse to accept this. Fang Chen's strength is inferior to ours. What ability does he have to become my sword reverence sect's Heaven Sword Sun? Raged Zhu Yuan. That's right. My sword reverence sect's Heaven Sword Sun not only has heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao, but his strength is also outstanding. I refuse to accept Fang Chen as the Heaven Sword Sun. I also refuse to accept this. Fang Chen's strength is inferior to even the three of us. He can't be the Heaven Sword Sun. Zhu Yuan and the other two expressed their dissatisfaction. On the platform, Tian Jianzi frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Just at that moment, Fang Chen jumped down from the divine pillar with a whoosh. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Yuan and the others. He said coldly, "Then who do you think is qualified to be the Heavenly Sword Sun?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the three of them became even more infuriated. "Fang Chen, of the five of us, you're the weakest. You still have the nerve to call yourself the Heaven Sword Sun? That's right, Fang Chen. As long as you can defeat the four of us, we'll willingly let you be the Heaven Sword Sun. Otherwise, please scram. You don't have the qualifications to be the Heaven Sword Sun." The three of them were filled with disdain. They wouldn't accept Fang Chen unless Fang Chen defeated them. Tian Jianzi was just about to speak when Fang Chen cut him off. He knew that in the Sword Reverence sect, strength was revered. If he didn't display his strength, the three of them would definitely refuse to accept him. The Heaven Sword Sun. I, Fang Chen, will definitely obtain that title, declared Fang Chen. If he could obtain the title of Heaven Sword Sun, he would be a candidate to become the next sect master. Moreover, he would be the only candidate. Once Tian Jianzi stepped down, he would become the new sect master. A candidate to become the sect master of a two-star sect would definitely have a high status. Fang Chen wanted to use this to get close to the Luo family branch and ask about his mother, although he wasn't sure if his mother was a member of the Luo family. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the three of them laughed sinisterly. "You three, who will go first?" Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a powerful battle intent as he coldly asked. He, Fang Chen, wanted to use a powerful stance to defeat the three of them. He wanted to let them know that he was also qualified to be the Heaven Sword Sun. "I'll go first." The person who spoke was called Yu Kunshan. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. He was currently looking at Fang Chen with a gloomy expression. Tian Jianzi wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Jian Wufeng. "Let him deal with it himself," Jian Wufeng said. The three of them would definitely refuse to accept Fang Chen as the Heaven Sword Sun. This would leave a hidden danger for the Sword Reverence sect. It was better to deal with it now. Hearing this, Tian Jianzi slowly nodded. Chapter 314. If it was before, Fang Chen wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. However, it was different now. His water concept had reached the 2nd minor realm, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his Dao body had reached the 3-star level. All of this had caused Fang Chen's strength to increase rapidly. Facing Yu Kunshan's attack, Fang Chen's expression was very calm. Crash! Wild sword intent appeared around Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, he held the hidden star sword in his hand and casually waved it. Suddenly, an extremely wild sword light was emitted from the hidden star sword. This sword light was formed from the two concepts of water and fire. It was extremely powerful. This, seeing the power of the fire and water sword technique, even Tian Jianzi's face revealed a trace of shock. "It seems like Fang Chen's strength isn't as simple as it seems on the surface," Tian Jianzi said. Boom! With a loud sound, Fang Chen's hidden star sword suddenly stabbed towards Yu Kunshan. At the same time, the majestic sword light in the sky directly attacked Yu Kunshan. Whoosh! After the two concepts of water and fire had reached the 2nd minor realm, the power of the fire and water sword technique had once again increased. This time, the 6th level of the fire and water sword technique that Fang Chen had displayed was enough to shock Xiahou Wu. Boom! With a loud sound, the fire and water sword light in the sky immediately bombarded Yu Kunshan's sword light. Immediately after, Fang Chen's hidden star sword collided with Yu Kunshan's longsword. With a cracking sound, Yu Kunshan's longsword loudly shattered. Immediately after, the sword light above his head also shattered. Bang! Yu Kunshan's body was heavily sent flying, and he fell to the ground. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Fang Chen. Even Yu Kunshan hadn't expected that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. He was too strong. When Fang Chen used his cultivation technique, he felt as if a wild beast was in front of him. Who else is there? At this moment, Fang Chen's entire body was emitting a wild aura, as if he was a wild beast. The Zhu Yuan duo only recovered from their shock when they heard Fang Chen's voice. There was a tinge of fear in their eyes as they looked at Fang Chen. How could he be this powerful? Zhu Yuan wondered to himself. For Zhu Yuan to be able to reach this level, his IQ was naturally very high. He had the deepest impression of the power that Fang Chen had just unleashed. With Fang Chen's current strength, he had no chance of winning against Fang Chen. Damn it! He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Zhu Yuan screamed silently. However, he didn't step forward to fight Fang Chen. He knew that he was no match for Fang Chen. Zhu Yuan didn't want to fight with Fang Chen, so naturally, the other disciple also didn't want to fight with Fang Chen. Now, only Xiahou Wu was left. Fang Chen looked at Xiahou Wu. It just so happened that Xiahou Wu was also looking at him. Fang Chen, your strength has exceeded my expectations, Xiahou Wu said faintly. When Fang Chen had first entered the Sword Reverence sect, Xiahou Wu hadn't even recognized him. But later, Fang Chen had gradually revealed his talent. At that time, Xiahou Wu had begun to pay attention to Fang Chen. In the grand competition not long ago, although Fang Chen's strength was valiant and had stunned countless disciples, Xiahou Wu still believed that although Fang Chen's strength was strong, it was not enough to threaten his position. So Xiahou Wu had only treated Fang Chen as an ordinary opponent. But later, when the sky-piercing divine pillar had appeared, Fang Chen had suppressed him and taken first place in the sky-piercing divine pillar. Only then did Xiahou Wu realize that Fang Chen was truly unfathomable. He couldn't see through Fang Chen. And just now, Yue Kunshan hadn't even been able to block one of Fang Chen's attacks. This made Xiahou Wu's heart ripple. The sword technique that Fang Chen had used was formed from the combination of the two intents of water and fire. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, with Xiahou Wu's insight, he naturally knew that Fang Chen's water and fire concepts had respectively reached the second minor level. To be able to cultivate two intents at the same time and reach the second minor realm was enough to see how strong Fang Chen was. I'll only use one move. Xiahou Wu nodded at Fang Chen. Fang Chen faintly nodded. In the next instant, the sword intent around his body skyrocketed. The hidden star sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory in the air. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the sword light of water and fire would burst forth. The majestic sword light, under Fang Chen's control, gathered together and formed a peerless battle weapon. And at this moment, a soft sword appeared in the hands of Xiahou Wu, who was facing Fang Chen. His face was filled with a calm expression as he looked at Fang Chen and casually waved his soft sword. A dull sword light shot out from the soft sword and directly attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this dull sword light, Fang Chen's pupils shrank and his figure immediately dodged. This sword intent in Fang Chen's heart, a storm was set off. Xiahou Wu's sword intent was much stronger than his own sword intent. Sixth level of the water and fire sword technique. At this moment, Fang Chen displayed the sixth level of the water and fire sword technique. The hidden star sword heavily collided with the dull sword light. Boom! A loud sound rang out and a wild sword intent engulfed the entire reverence sword peak. All the warriors opened their eyes wide and looked at the reverence sword peak. They wanted to see who exactly had lost. After the smoke dispersed, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu quietly stood on the reverence sword peak. On their faces there was a trace of a smile. Even Tian Jianzi did not know who had the upper hand in this battle. But at this moment, the smile on Xiahou Wu's face disappeared. Immediately after, a wild aura emerged from Xiahou Wu's body. In the next moment, a rumbling sound came from within Xiahou Wu's body. He broke through? Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in surprise. Xiahou Wu had actually broken through to the 8th level of the Qi High Realm at this moment. Fang Chen, the title of Tian Jianzi is yours. Actually, Xiahou Wu could have broken through long ago, but he had been suppressing his cultivation level. He had thought that this time he would be able to obtain the title of Tian Jianzi, but now it seemed that there was no need to suppress his cultivation level. I will wait for you in the inner sect. Xiahou Wu had broken through to the 8th level of the Qi High Realm and naturally became an inner sect disciple. And Fang Chen had become the Heaven Jianzi of the Reverence, Sword Sect and the new number 1 in the outer sect. Until Xiahou Wu left, no one understood why Xiahou Wu had voluntarily given up the title of Tian Jianzi. Only Fang Chen was clear. In the battle just now, he had reached the 6th level of the water and fire sword technique, and its power had increased tremendously. Xiahou Wu had also felt that Fang Chen's strength had increased, so after one strike, he had decided to give up. If he had fought with all his strength, Xiahou Wu believed that even if he had fought until the end, he and Fang Chen would have both been injured. In his opinion, this result meant that he had already lost. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, while Fang Chen was only at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Thus, Xiahou Wu had broken through to the 8th level of the Qi High Realm on the spot and had given up the title of Tian Jianzi. Looking at Xiahou Wu's back as he left, Fang Chen nodded slightly. This Xiahou Wu was a real man. Since it is like this, then I will now officially announce that Fang Chen is the Heaven Jianzi of the Reverence, Sword Sect for this term. Do you have any objections? Tian Jianzi asked loudly. The entire square was dead silent. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. Naturally, no one dared to object. Just like this, Fang Chen had become the second Heaven Jianzi of the Reverence, Sword Sect after Tian Jianzi. The moment Fang Chen became the Heaven Jianzi, a boundless sword qi from the heaven-piercing pillar suddenly rushed into Fang Chen's body. Baptism of sword qi, this was something that every Heaven Jianzi would experience. Everyone looked at Fang Chen who was being baptized by the heaven-piercing pillar's sword qi, and their eyes were filled with envy. After 15 minutes, the sword qi baptism ended and the outer competition ended. Tian Jianzi was the leader of the Reverence Sword Sect's upper echelons, and they all congratulated Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you brat, you really hid your strength well. You actually made Xiahou Wu give up on the fight for the Heavenly Sword Sun. Jian Wufeng had a pretty good relationship with Fang Chen and said with a chuckle, "Yes, you are too strong." The other elders laughed. Next up was the reward for the top 3 of this term's outer competition. The 3 of them all received a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda, and Fang Chen could also make a request to Tian Jianzi. After everyone had left, Tian Jianzi looked at Fang Chen and laughed. Fang Chen, as the winner of this term's outer disciple competition, other than the spot to enter the Sword Pagoda, what other requests do you have? Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "Sect Master, I want to enter the ancestral land to cultivate." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng's expressions instantly changed. A cold light flashed in their eyes. "Fang Chen, why do you want to enter the ancestral land to cultivate?" asked Tian Jianzi. Others might not know, but Tian Jianzi was the clearest about the situation inside the ancestral land. He had used the Absolute Heaven Sword formation with great difficulty to seal the ancestral land, not allowing the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect to come out. How could he send Fang Chen, the new Heaven Jianzi, to his death? I heard that the Sword Reverence Sword Sect's ancestral land is where the past sect masters are buried. That place is filled with dense sword intent. Cultivating there will definitely be twice the result with half the effort, said Fangchen. No, Fangchen, we won't agree to your condition, said Jian Wufeng directly. Fangchen was stunned. He didn't understand why Jian Wufeng had directly rejected his request. He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Fangchen, we can't agree to your request. The ancestral land is a forbidden area of the Sword Reverence Sword sect. Ordinary people can't enter. Tian Jianzi continued, you can go back first. Once you've thought of other requests, you can come tell me. After saying that, Tian Jianzi led Jian Wufeng and the others away. After returning to the courtyard, Fangchen was speechless. Senior, why did you make me make such a request? Asked Fangchen. So it was Ancestor Bronze who had made Fangchen make such a request. As for why, Fangchen didn't understand. Ancestor Bronze was the shriveled skin within the bronze coffin. His remnant had entered the python sword and hidden it within Fangchen's spatial ring. He was looking forward to the day when he could reform his physical body. Fangchen had only learned later that he was called Ancestor Bronze. Perhaps it had been too long, but Fangchen didn't remember such a peerless expert. Chapter 3:15. The Sword Reverence Sect's ancestral land is where the past sect masters are buried. Boundless sword intent is gathered there. If you can cultivate in the ancestral land, your cultivation base will definitely advance, said Ancestor Bronze. Fangchen curled his lip helplessly. But the sect master won't agree to my request. The reason he won't agree to your request is because the ancestral land is currently blocked by a formation, said Ancestor Bronze. What? The ancestral land is wrapped in a formation? Fangchen was puzzled. Yes, it's blocked by a formation. It seems the ancestral land has some unspeakable secret, said Ancestor Bronze. Is there a way? Asked Fangchen. Of course. Ancestor Bronze told Fangchen a method and then went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Fangchen left the courtyard and arrived at Jian Wufeng's place. Uncle Master, I want to see the sect master. Fangchen went straight to the point. Fangchen, you want to convince senior apprentice brother to let you cultivate in the ancestral land? Jian Wufeng looked at Fangchen. Fangchen nodded. Jian Wufeng frowned and shook his head. Fangchen, give up. You can't enter the ancestral land. Uncle Master, can I see the sect master? Asked Fangchen. It's useless even if you see the sect master, said Jian Wufeng. I just want to see the sect master. If he doesn't agree, I'll immediately leave, said Fangchen. In the end, Jian Wufeng brought Fangchen to Tian Jianzi. Sect master, I want to enter the ancestral land to cultivate, said Fangchen. Tian Jianzi frowned and icily said, Fangchen, as the Sword Reverence Sect's Tian Jianzi, you should abide by the Sword Reverence Sect's rules. If I say you can't enter the ancestral land, then you can't enter. Are you not even going to listen to the sect master? Seeing Tian Jianzi's displeasure, Fangchen continued, Sect master, the reason you sealed the ancestral land is probably because there's some unknown danger inside, right? Tian Jianzi's expression changed when he heard Fangchen's words. His eyes flickered as he looked at Fangchen in shock. How did you know? I once looked at the ancestral land from afar. I can feel that the ancestral land is surrounded by a powerful formation, Fangchen said slowly. After listening to Fangchen's words, Tian Jianzi's heart was filled with shock. How could a fourth-level Qi high warrior like Fangchen be able to sense the existence of the absolute heaven sword formation? What do you want to say? Asked Tian Jianzi. Sect master, what if I say that I can resolve the crisis inside? Fangchen suddenly asked. What? You said you could resolve the danger inside? Asked Tian Jianzi. Fangchen, do you know what you're saying? Do you know what kind of danger is inside the ancestral land? Asked Jian Wufeng with a serious expression. Although I don't know what kind of danger is inside the ancestral land, I'm 90% sure that I can resolve it, said Fangchen. Of course, this was all because of the bronze ancestor. Fang Chen, since you've said so, I can tell you clearly that there is a condensing reality realm survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in the ancestral land. Tell me, how are you going to resolve this crisis? Asked Tian Jianzi in a deep voice. A condensing reality realm survivor of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen nodded. No wonder Tian Jianzi had used the absolute heaven sword formation to surround the ancestral land. Now, do you still want to enter the ancestral land? Asked Jian Wufeng. After all, Fang Chen was the heaven sword son of their sword-worshipping sect. They wanted to make Fang Chen retreat. Once Fang Chen entered the ancestral land, he would definitely die. Their sword-worshipping sect couldn't afford to lose a heaven sword son. However, Fang Chen obviously wouldn't listen to their advice. Sect Master, to tell you the truth, not long ago, I found a supreme treasure in an ancient ruin. This supreme treasure can be used to deal with the Yellow Spring sect survivors. As he spoke, Fang Chen took out the python sword. Suddenly, a wild aura erupted from the python sword. This aura shocked Tian Jianzi. Tian Jianzi was puzzled. Fang Chen put away the long sword and said, "This sword contains an extremely majestic aura. Once activated, it can instantly kill a condensing reality realm warrior. Therefore, I'm willing to enter the ancestral land and kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors." If Tian Jianzi hadn't seen the python transform into a sword, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Fang Chen to enter the ancestral land. However, after seeing the python transform into a sword, Tian Jianzi's thoughts actually changed. Perhaps he can really kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors. Tian Jianzi thought to himself. After discussing with Jian Wufeng, Tian Jianzi decided to take the risk. Even with his strength, he felt his heart palpitate when he felt the aura of the python sword. This meant that once it was activated, it would definitely pose a threat to a condensing reality realm warrior. As long as Fang Chen had this long sword, even if he couldn't kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors, he could still escape unscathed. If Fang Chen could kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors, the ancestral land of the Sword Reverence sect would be restored. This would change the fate of the entire Sword Reverence sect. Fang Chen, you are the Tian Jianzi of the Sword Reverence sect. No matter what, you have to prioritize your own safety. Tian Jianzi said slowly. Fang Chen, if you can't kill the Yellow Spring sect survivors, hurry up and come out. We'll wait for you outside. Jian Wufeng said. Fang Chen nodded. Under the guidance of the two, he arrived at the ancestral land of the Sword Reverence sect. At this time, the ancestral land was surrounded by the absolute heaven sword formation. Dense sword intent filled the entire sky. After giving some instructions to Fang Chen, Tian Jianzi used his means to open the absolute heaven sword formation. Fang Chen. At this moment, Tian Jianzi bellowed. Seeing this, Fang Chen's body flashed as he dived into the ancestral grounds. The moment the doors of the ancestral grounds opened, an evil aura gushed out. Crash! The absolute heaven sword formation closed, and the ancestral land fell into silence once again. Jian Wufeng and Tian Jianzi stared nervously at the ancestral land palace. They hoped that Fang Chen would succeed. At this time, Fang Chen, who had entered the ancestral land palace, instantly felt an evil aura filling the entire palace. Although it was called a palace, it was actually very spacious. There were countless tombstones in the palace. These tombstones were the burial places of the Sword Reverence sect masters. It's really the Yellow Spring sect survivors. Senior Bronze, do you have a way? Fang Chen asked. If it were not for the fact that the old ancestor said that he had a solution, Fang Chen would not have come in. After all, the old ancestor was a condensing reality realm cultivator from the Yellow Spring Martial School. If Fang Chen ran into the old ancestor, he would have been killed in the blink of an eye. He's trying to revive all the Sword Reverence sect masters in the ancestral land. He's implicated and can't leave the bottom of the tomb. Ancestor Bronze said. At this time, a gloomy voice came from the bottom of the tomb and entered Fang Chen's ears. Kiki, such a weak martial artist dares to enter here? Did Tian Jianzi send you to your death? After hearing this voice, Fang Chen was certain that this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was just as Forefather Bronze had said. He was trapped underground and couldn't come out unless he completed his plan. However, a condensing reality realm expert could refine a treasure in his Qi and condense a Dharma idol. Even if he couldn't come out from underground, he could still attack from a distance. He could injure Fang Chen or even kill Fang Chen. Therefore, Fang Chen was very careful. Whoosh! At this time, an ear-piercing light shot out from the ground. Seeing this, Fang Chen hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the python sword appeared in his hand. With a bang, the python sword slashed at the light. With a cracking sound, the dazzling light instantly shattered. A soft sound of surprise came from underground. Obviously, the Yellow Spring sect survivor didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to block his attack. After using the python sword to block the attack of the Yellow Spring sect survivor, Fang Chen was overjoyed. At this time, Ancestor Bronze said, "Take 3 steps forward and use the python sword to split open the tomb. Go underground. I have a way to kill him." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen nodded. He took 3 steps forward and appeared in front of a tomb. With the python sword in his hand, he immediately split open the tomb. Then, Fang Chen entered the tomb. After entering the tomb, Fang Chen found that there was a small palace under the tomb. At the front of the palace there was a coffin. In front of the coffin there was a skinny old man. His body emitted a wild aura that was constantly transmitted into the coffin. Seeing Fang Chen come down, the old man transmitted his aura and said coldly, "Kid, do you think you can defeat me just because you blocked my attack? You're too naive." As soon as his voice fell, a cheetah appeared above the old man's head. This is an Dharma idol. It was an Dharma idol refined by a condensing reality realm expert. Looking at the cheetah above the old man's head, Fang Chen understood that the old man's Dharma idol was a cheetah. Boom! The moment the cheetah appeared, Fang Chen felt a shocking power coming from the old man's fist. At this moment, old Ancestor Bronze let out a low growl. Immediately after, a wild ray of light shot out from the python sword. This ray of light was the last bit of old Ancestor Bronze's strength. Crack! The beam of light hit the old man's fist and instantly shattered it. The old man stared in disbelief as the beam of light penetrated his body. At this moment, the old man felt a trace of fear. The python sword actually contained such a tyrannical power. How is this possible? The old man felt his life slipping away, and he roared unwillingly. He was a condensing reality realm expert. Why couldn't he block the attack of a small martial artist? He was unwilling to accept this. A miserable scream came out. The old man's chest was pierced by the python sword. A dark aura drilled into the old man's body. Finally, the old man fell to the ground, dead. He's really dead? Seeing this scene, Fang Chen asked in disbelief. Cough. At this time, the python sword returned to Fang Chen's hand and a weak voice came. The attack this time has weakened my remnant will even more. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 316. Ancestor Bronze had fallen into a deep slumber. He didn't know when he would recover. Now he could only rely on himself. Fang Chen placed the python sword into his spatial ring. Then he took out the hidden star sword and looked around. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed that the body of the Yellow Spring sect disciple had turned into a pitch-black qi that drilled into the coffin in front of him. The entire palace was very small. At the very front was a coffin, and above the coffin was a pitch-black sphere. Countless pitch-black rays of light were scattered from the sphere, shooting in all directions of the palace. What is this sphere of light? Fang Chen asked in a low voice as he approached the ball of light and discovered that it contained a large amount of energy. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen guessed that this sphere of light had something to do with reviving the previous sect masters of the Sword Reverence sect. Could it be that this sphere of light is the central control of the ancestral land's various tombs? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. Although the Yellow Spring sect disciple was dead, the central control hadn't stopped. He had to stop this sphere of light. Only then could he truly resolve the crisis of the ancestral land. Fang Chen's hand grabbed the pitch-black sphere of light. In an instant, the scattered light around the pitch-black ball of light stopped. Then, Fang Chen felt a wild aura enter his body. Bang! Fang Chen's body fell to the ground, unconscious. Outside Jianzhou City, Luo family branch. Yes, Fang Chen actually became the Sword Reverence sect's Heaven Sword Son, said Luo Hanshan icily. When Luo Hanshan heard the news, his heart trembled. Ever since the Heaven Sword Son, the Sword Reverence sect hadn't had a Heaven Sword Son for a long time. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to become the new Heaven Sword Son. Xiahou Wu also didn't fight over Fang Chen, muttered Luo Hanshan. The more Luo Hanshan heard about Fang Chen, the more shocked he became. He realized that Fang Chen's potential was too heaven-defying, so he couldn't let him continue to grow. He had to find a way to kill him. While Luo Hanshan was deep in thought, the Luo family branch welcomed a young master from the imperial capital's headquarters. Young Master Luo Yu, I didn't expect you to personally come to Sword State City. Ha ha, please come in. The head of the Luo family branch welcomed Luo Yu with a smile. In the Golden Crown Nation, the Luo clan was considered one of the top forces and was also the leader of the 9 great two-star sect. The Luo clan had many branches in the Golden Crown Nation, and the Luo clan of the Sword State City was one of them. Luo Yu was one of the most talented disciples of the Luo family's younger generation. She had reached the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Although she was not one of the strongest, all of the higher-ups in the Luo family believed that Luo Yu had great potential. In less than 3 years, she would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest of the younger generation, Luo Tianhan. From this point, it was enough to see how strong Luo Yu's potential was. Every year, the Luo family's headquarters would send their younger generation disciples to the other branches to select some outstanding disciples and bring them back to the headquarters for training. And this year, Luo Yu was sent to Sword State City. In the Luo clan's residence, in the meeting hall, Luo Yu sat on a chair with a smile on her face as she looked at the head of the Luo clan branch. I'm sure the head of the Luo clan already knows the purpose of my visit? Luo Yu asked with a smile. Of course I know. This is a grand occasion for the Luo clan every year. I have already asked the younger generation to prepare. Young Master Luo, you can choose at any time. The head of the Luo clan branch said with a smile. I don't want to waste time. Let's do it now. Luo Yu said. After that, Luo Yu began to select the younger generation disciples of the Luo clan branch. 2-on-2 battles. This was Luo Yu's order. In the square of the Luo clan branch, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless young disciples were fighting to attract Luo Yu's attention. After all, the Luo clan branch was not a 2-star sect. It did not have a deep background like the Sword sect. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Yu was bored watching. This year, the Luo clan branch in Sword State City did not have any outstanding disciples. The strongest disciple was only at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. But he was slightly older and Luo Yu did not approve of him. When noon came, the battles between the disciples finally ended. Luo Yu had selected a total of 3 disciples. Luo Yu did not choose disciples based on strength alone. She chose 3 disciples based on all aspects such as potential, age, and strength. From today onwards, the 3 of you will follow young Master Luo Yu to the Imperial Capital headquarters to train. After you arrive at the Imperial Capital, you must train hard. The head of the Luo clan branch said with a smile. We will definitely work hard. The 3 disciples said in a deep voice. Head of the Luo clan, this time, only these 3 disciples meet the requirements. The others do not meet the requirement. Luo Yu shook her head slightly. Between her eyebrows, there was a trace of displeasure. Every time a disciple went out to the other branches to find an outstanding disciple, they would compete with each other. The more outstanding the disciple they found, the more face they would have. She originally thought that the Luo clan branch in Sword State City would have some outstanding disciples. But after coming here, Luo Yu was not happy. After an entire morning of selection, it was not easy to find 3 disciples. This made Luo Yu very speechless. Seeing Luo Yu's expression, the head of the Luo clan branch shook his head slightly. At this moment, he did not know what to say. At this moment, Luo Han suddenly appeared beside Luo Yu and said in a low voice, "Young Master Luo Yu, before you came, there was actually an outstanding disciple in our Luo clan branch. His talent was very strong and his master was an alchemy master." But what? Luo Yu heard and asked. "But he was killed by a disciple of the Sword Sect," Luo Han said. Luo Yu looked at the head of the Luo clan branch. The head of the Luo clan branch nodded. Although Luo Xian's cultivation could not be considered too strong, his potential was shocking. They had originally planned to let Luo Xian enter the capital to cultivate, but he was killed by Fang Chen. A disciple of the Sword Sect dares to kill a member of my Luo clan? As expected, after hearing Luo Hanshan's words, Luo Yu's face darkened and he coldly asked. Luo Hanshan's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He deliberately said, "This disciple is extremely arrogant. In the inner area of the Sword Range, the inheritance originally belonged to Luo Xian. But he relied on his tyrannical cultivation to kill Luo Xian and steal the inheritance. Moreover, not long ago, he became the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect," Luo Han said. "He wanted to borrow Luo Yu's hand to kill Fang Chen." "What is the cultivation level of the Heaven Sword son?" Luo Yu asked. If it was an ordinary disciple, he could easily kill him. But he was very clear about the status of the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect. "4th level of the Qi High Realm," Luo Han said. "What 4th level of the Qi High Realm? How can he become the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect?" Luo Yu was puzzled. Although his cultivation level is only at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he has a spiritual weapon and countless inheritances. He even has a very profound sword art. Combined, his strength is enough to fight against a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, Luo Han said. Hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of light. After hearing Luo Hanshan's words, he suddenly became very interested in this Heaven Sword son. Of course, he was interested in the inheritances and skills that Fang Chen had obtained from the inner area of the Sword Range. The inheritances of the inner area of the Sword Range must be like this. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be so strong. Luo Yu thought to himself. Although he lived in the central part of the imperial capital, he had heard of the legends of the Sword State City. He didn't expect that the inner area of the Sword Range of the Sword State City would be opened to the public. Moreover, the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect had obtained the inheritances from the inner area. Thinking of this, Luo Yu's eyes burned with passion. He thought to himself, that is the inheritance of the inner area of the Sword Range. If I can obtain it, this trip will not be in vain. Young Master Luo Yu, the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect, has many treasures that came from the inner area of the Sword Range. Luo Han exaggerated. Luo Yu nodded and said, "Show me his information." That night, Fang Chen's information appeared in front of Luo Yu. After reading it, Luo Yu was even more convinced that the reason why Fang Chen could become the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect was because of the treasures in the inner area of the Sword Range. I didn't expect that I, Luo Yu, would have such luck. Luo Yu's face was full of smiles. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the ancestral land, didn't know that Luo Yu of the Luo clan had already made a detailed plan against him. He was unconscious and his body was filled with wild energy. However, during this period of time, the golden heart was beating rapidly, helping Fang Chen to absorb the energy. Early the next morning, Luo Yu was led by the Luo clan's branch patriarch to the sword reverence sect. Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng came out to greet them. "Patriarch Luo, why have you come to the sword reverence sect?" "Tian Jianzi, I came this time because of young master Luo Yu," said the branch patriarch. Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng looked at Luo Yu. To be called young master by the Luo clan's branch patriarch, he should be someone from the imperial capital's headquarters. "Oh, this is," asked Tian Jianzi. "I'm called Luo Yu. I heard that a heaven sword son had appeared in your sword reverence sect, so I came to exchange pointers with him," said Luo Yu. "Exchange pointers with the heaven sword son," said Tian Jianzi. "You came at the wrong time. The heaven sword son is in seclusion in the ancestral land, so he can't exchange pointers with you." "Seclusion?" Luo Yu frowned. "Since that's the case, I'll come visit another day." Luo Yu turned and left. The sword reverence sect was also a 2-star sect. Although they weren't as strong as the Luo clan, as a junior, he didn't dare be impudent in front of Tian Jianzi. So when he heard that the heaven sword son was in seclusion, he turned and left. "Young Master Luo Yu, what should we do?" asked the branch patriarch. Chapter 317. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. However, he discovered that he was in a dark space. "Where is this?" Fang Chen asked in a low voice. No one responded to him. The entire dark space was filled with an endless gloomy aura. Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground of the dark space, appearing particularly conspicuous. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind blew past. Fang Chen felt that there was a gloomy atmosphere around him. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble and a miserable shriek sounded. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. The illusory figure didn't say anything and directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Water and fire sword art. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 6th level of the water and fire sword art. A sword light instantly bombarded the illusory figure. Bang bang bang. The more intense the battle with the illusory figure, the more shocked Fang Chen became. This was because he discovered that the sword art used by the illusory figure was the sword art of the Reverence Sword Sect. Could it be that he is the sect master of the Reverence Sword Sect? The following battle finally confirmed Fang Chen's guess. The illusory figure in front of him was indeed the sect master of the Reverence Sword Sect. He suppressed his cultivation and fiercely fought with Fang Chen. After fighting for a full hour, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced through the illusory figure. In the end, the illusory figure dissipated in the dark space. After the illusory figure disappeared, a second illusory figure appeared. In this way, Fang Chen continued to fight. Even if he was tired, he couldn't stop. If he didn't fight, he would be killed by the illusory figures. After a day, Fang Chen was exhausted, but he still continued to fight. 3 days later, Fang Chen had already killed more than 30 illusory figures. At this time, he finally gained the upper hand. Moreover, during the battle, Fang Chen discovered that the power in his body was gradually increasing. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know that the reason for the increase in strength was because of the pitch-black ball of light. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month, 1 month. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been in the dark space for a month. In this month, Fang Chen's cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm to the mid-stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak stage. This made Fang Chen very excited. These illusory figures were fighting with him to help him digest the boundless energy he had absorbed. Of course, the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm was not the end. Almost every sect leader had fought with Fang Chen. They all suppressed their cultivation and fought with Fang Chen. Finally, on a certain day 2 months later, Fang Chen faced a figure that was even more powerful than the previous illusory figures. Bang! This illusory figure just waved his hand and suppressed Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen very shocked. Fire and Water Sword Art Level 6. Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art, but he still couldn't block the illusory figure's attack. Pucci the illusory figure flicked his wrist, and a hand blade shot out. Fang Chen tried his best to block it, but in the end, he couldn't block it and was injured by the hand blade. At the same time, the energy that Fang Chen had absorbed from the black ball of light was completely absorbed by Fang Chen's body. Boom boom boom! At this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen's strength increased tremendously. The 6th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art was displayed instantly. The wild sword light pierced towards the illusory figure. While at this moment, in Fang Chen's mind, countless sword lights flashed. In the next moment, Fang Chen waved his sword again. The 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art. After 2 months, Fang Chen had finally reached the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art. The 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword Art combined with the cultivation of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm caused Fang Chen's strength to increase tremendously. With a thrust of his sword, he pierced through the illusory figure. I didn't expect that my sword sect would have such an excellent disciple. The illusory figure left behind such a simple sentence before dispersing. After the illusory figure disappeared, Fang Chen suddenly disappeared into the dark space. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He was still in the tomb that he had entered. Everything that had happened in the past 2 months was like a dream. Was it a dream? Fang Chen thought to himself. He then checked his body and found that his cultivation had really reached the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. After that, Fang Chen displayed the Fire and Water Sword Art and found that it had also reached the 7th level. This made him very happy. It's not a dream, Fang Chen said softly. Could it be that because I absorbed the energy from the black ball of light, the previous sect leaders of the sword sect appeared in the form of illusory figures? Fang Chen guessed in his heart. However, after thinking for a while, Fang Chen could not figure out the reason. So, he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he had achieved his goal of entering the ancestral land. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation and the Fire and Water Sword Art. Now, he could challenge a warrior of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. No, to be exact, he could easily defeat an early-level Qi High warrior and challenge a mid-level Qi High warrior. In 2 months, his progress was so fast that even he himself felt it was unbelievable. Finally, Fang Chen calmed himself down and prepared to leave. At this moment, outside the ancestral land of the Sword Sect, Jian Wufeng and Tian Jianzi were anxious. It has been 2 months and Fang Chen has not made a single move. Could it be that he? Tian Jianzi was halfway through his sentence when his face turned gloomy. Senior brother, Fang Chen's talent is outstanding. Plus, he has that demonic long sword. He will be fine. Jian Wufeng comforted his senior brother. In these 2 months, Luo Yu has not left. She has been waiting for Fang Chen to appear. I am guessing that there might be some conspiracy behind this. Tian Jianzi changed the topic and said softly. Who cares about the conspiracy? Let's wait for Fang Chen to come out first. Jian Wufeng said. Just as the two were talking, the ancestral land suddenly shook and the palace door opened. Seeing this, Tian Jianzi used his technique and opened the Absolute Heaven Sword formation. In an instant, a figure flew out from the palace. Tian Jianzi closed the Absolute Heaven Sword formation. Seeing that the person who came was Fang Chen, his heart was filled with excitement. Fang Chen, you finally came out, Tian Jianzi said. Fang Chen, how is the ancestral land? Jian Wufeng asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded at the two and said, Fortunately, I did not disappoint. The ancestral land is safe. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tian Jianzi felt as if he was dreaming. The Yellow Spring sect's remaining members in the ancestral land were extremely powerful. Even he could not deal with them, but they were actually dealt with by a junior. "Are you all right?" Tian Jianzi asked. "I'm fine," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen had gained a lot in the 2 months he had spent in the ancestral land. But all of this was because of Ancestor Bronze. If it weren't for Ancestor Bronze, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to cultivate in the ancestral land. "As long as you're fine," Tian Jianzi chuckled. Tian Jianzi asked about the situation in the ancestral land. After learning that the ancestral land was safe, Tian Jianzi closed the Absolute Heaven Sword formation and personally went in to take a look. When he came out, his face was filled with excitement. The ancestral land was indeed safe. The Yellow Spring sect's remaining members were completely dead. "Fang Chen, I really have to thank you this time," said Tian Jianzi. "I'm the Sword Reverence sect's Tian Jianzi." "It's only natural," said Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you've helped the Sword Reverence sect greatly this time. What do you want? Just tell me. As long as the Sword Reverence sect has it, we'll give it to you." Tian Jianzi laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Fang Chen said, "Sect Master, I want to see the Luo family's branch head. I wonder if Sect Master can help me." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tian Jianzi looked at Jian Wufeng and said, "Fang Chen, why do you want to see the Luo family's branch head?" "I'm looking for someone," Fang Chen said. "That's too easy. After you went into seclusion, the Luo family's branch head has already come to our Sword Reverence sect more than 10 times, said Tian Jianzi. "Moreover, he's looking for you," Jian Wufeng added. "Looking for me?" This time, it was Fang Chen's turn to be surprised. Chapter 3:18. Challenging me? Fang Chen's face was filled with doubt. He did not understand why Luo Yu wanted to challenge him. However, he still nodded and said, "The next time he comes, tell him to come see me." Luo Yu's cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. He is not ordinary. The reason why he challenged you is because of your identity as the Heaven Sword Son. You can ignore him, Tian Jianzi said. He was worried about Fang Chen. "Yes, Fang Chen. With your current cultivation, I am afraid that you are not his match," Jian Wufeng said. Fang Chen shook his head and did not say anything. He left the Ancestral Lands mountain and went back to rest. In the past 2 months, Fang Chen had made great progress in the Ancestral Lands. It also increased Fang Chen's strength. 2 months ago, Fang Chen's strength was enough to challenge Xiaohu. Now that his strength had increased, he could even fight against a warrior at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Therefore, Fang Chen was not afraid of Luo Yu. He hoped that Luo Yu would come so that he could ask the patriarch of the Luo family if there was a girl called Luo Liuli in the Luo family of Jianzhou City. On the 3rd day after Fang Chen came out of the ancestral lands, Luo Yu came again. This time, he came aggressively. He had been living in the Jianzhou City for 2 months. The elders in the family were urging him to go back to the imperial capital. This was his last chance. If he missed this chance, he would have to go back to the imperial capital. I don't believe that he won't come out after 2 months of closed-door training. After waiting for 2 months, Luo Yu's heart was filled with resentment towards Fang Chen. Under the guidance of the patriarch of the Luo family, the group soon arrived at the Reverence Sword sect. Tian Jianzi, I wonder if Fang Chen has come out of closed-door training? Luo Yu asked directly when he saw Tian Jianzi. Before Tian Jianzi could say anything, a voice came from afar. Luo Yu and the others were in a huge formation. Fang Chen had long known that Luo Yu and the others were coming. "You were looking for me?" Fang Chen walked over from afar, carefully sizing up Luo Yu. Luo Yu's cultivation level was at the early stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. Compared to the Luo family headquarters, her status was not low. "You're Fang Chen?" Luo Yu asked curiously when she saw Fang Chen. "That's right. I'm Fang Chen," Fang Chen said softly. Seeing Fang Chen, the Luo family branch head's eyes flickered. This was also his first time seeing Fang Chen. He hadn't expected the Heaven Sword son of the Reverence Sword sect to be such a young cultivator. I didn't expect the Heaven Sword son of the Reverence Sword sect to be so young. Luo Yu laughed. Since you've come out of closed-door training, I want to challenge you. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng didn't say anything. Fang Chen nodded and said, "You can challenge me, but before that, I have something I want to ask the Luo family branch head." The Luo family branch head looked at Fang Chen with a puzzled expression. Luo family branch head, is there a girl called Luo Liuli in Jianzhou City's Luo family branch? Fang Chen asked softly. His heart was fluctuating greatly. After all, this involved his mother. He couldn't help but be excited. Luo Liuli. Hearing this, the Luo family branch head thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Luo Liuli isn't in Jianzhou City's Luo family branch. A dim expression flashed across Fang Chen's eyes when he heard this. Immediately, he shook his head slightly. He was a little disappointed. "You're looking for Luo Liuli?" asked Luo Yu. "Yes, you know." Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu sneered. "If you want to know, you can give me something in exchange. For example, the inheritance of the sword range's inner regions, or a peerless treasure sword," said Luo Yu. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. The reason Luo Yu wanted to challenge him was because he had obtained the inheritance of the sword range's inner regions. His eyes swiveled as he surveyed his surroundings. He did not discover Luo Hanshan's arrival, but he dared to believe that Luo Hanshan was definitely behind this matter. Luo Hanshan! Fang Chen roared furiously in his heart. This Luo Hanshan had tried to kill him time and time again. How infuriating! Unfortunately, with Fang Chen's current strength, he wasn't a match for Luo Hanshan. Otherwise, he would have already killed Luo Hanshan. However, even though Fang Chen wasn't as strong as Luo Hanshan, Fang Chen was still improving. He was confident that he would be able to kill Luo Hanshan soon. Looking at Luo Yu, Fang Chen clenched his fist and said coldly, "Didn't you want to challenge me?" "That's right," said Luo Yu. Boom! Just as Luo Yu finished speaking, a majestic aura suddenly emerged from Fang Chen's body. 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Feeling the aura around Fang Chen, Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng's faces were filled with excitement. On the other hand, Luo Yu's face was filled with disdain when she found out about Fang Chen's cultivation level. A trash at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm can become the Reverence Sword Sect's Tian Jianzi. How interesting! Luo Yu sneered. Among the people present, only Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng knew that when Fang Chen was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he was able to fight evenly with Xia Hou. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, he might be able to defeat Luo Yu, who was at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Originally, Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng were a little worried about Luo Yu's challenge, but now they weren't worried at all. Instead, they were a little excited. "Fang Chen, just how strong are you?" Tian Jianzi thought to himself. Boom boom boom! Dense spirit qi gathered around Fang Chen's body. Immediately after, in Fang Chen's mind, waves of majestic sword intent appeared. These sword intents constantly wreaked havoc in the surrounding air and finally surrounded Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. The appearance of the hidden star sword attracted Luo Yu's attention. A high-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing the hidden star sword, Luo Yu's eyes widened. His face revealed a surprised expression. Fang Chen actually had a high-grade spiritual weapon. One must know that even as an outstanding disciple of the Luo family, he only had a mid-grade spiritual weapon that was given to him by the family. And this Fang Chen, who was only at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, had a high-grade spiritual weapon in his hand. This caused a trace of greed to appear in Luo Yu's heart. Thinking about it, This high-rank spiritual weapon should be the peerless treasure sword that he obtained from the inner area of the sword range. If I can obtain this high-rank spiritual weapon, my strength will definitely rise again. Luo Yu inwardly thought in his heart. At the same time, his eyes were burning with passion. Crash! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly let out a series of sword cries. Fang Chen's hand held the hidden star sword tightly. The wild sword qi around him was all absorbed into the hidden star sword. When the qi around Fang Chen's body reached its peak, suddenly, Fang Chen's wrist shook. The hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory in the sky. Pucci, as if the air was about to be pierced, Fang Chen displayed the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts. This was the first time that Fang Chen used his full strength after his strength increased. Because his opponent was a warrior at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, he did not dare to be careless. After seeing Fang Chen display such an exquisite sword art, Luo Yu finally made his move. He suddenly stretched out his palm and gathered all the strength in his body into his palm. He then stretched out a finger. On this finger there was a thick white light. Heavenly Deficient Finger. Following Luo Yu's shout, the heavenly deficient finger was instantly displayed. A milky white light, carrying with it a destructive qi, shot out from his finger and directly bombarded the boundless fire and water sword qi in the sky. The heavenly deficient finger was one of the secret arts of the Luo family. When trained to the perfection stage, its power was extremely tyrannical. As the leader of the younger generation of the Luo family, Luo Yu was naturally able to train in this skill. Luo Yu displayed such a tyrannical heavenly deficient finger right from the start. He wanted to defeat Fang Chen with a thunderous force, and then snatch the high-level spiritual weapon from Fang Chen's hands. But he was disappointed. Bang in the sky, the fire and water sword qi collided with the heavenly deficient finger. A deafening sound exploded, and a wild qi instantly filled the entire square. Crack! Within the fire and water sword qi, a terrifying qi exploded and instantly crushed the heavenly deficient finger. The sword body became much dimmer, but it still continued to attack Luo Yu. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu's face finally became gloomy. He never thought that Fang Chen's sword skill would be so tyrannical. Even my heavenly deficient finger can't block it. Luo Yu cried out involuntarily. Looking at the fire and water sword qi in front of him, Luo Yu shot out 3 boundless heavenly deficient finger. These 3 heavenly deficient finger all bombarded the fire and water sword qi. Rumble! In the sky, a deafening sound rang out. Finally, under the continuous bombardment of the 3 boundless heavenly deficient finger, the fire and water sword qi dissipated in the air. Fang Chen's body took a step back, while Luo Yu's body uncontrollably took 3 steps back. Luo Yu, who had stabilized his body, widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He couldn't understand how a warrior at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm could explode with such tyrannical power. It must be his sword skill and his high-level spiritual weapon. It can actually allow him to cross levels and fight. I must get it. Luo Yu's eyes were filled with greed. He believed that the reason why Fang Chen could cross levels and fight and block his heavenly deficient finger was because of his fire and water sword skill and the hidden star sword. The more he thought about it, the more Luo Yu wanted to get it. I must defeat him, Luo Yu thought to himself. At that moment, the head of the Luo family's branch family, who was standing behind Luo Yu, was also shocked. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. Chapter 319. Kacha Luo Yu clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. His whole body was emitting a wild killing intent. He was determined to get Fang Chen's treasure. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art is indeed powerful. Fang Chen thought to himself. After the short exchange of blows, Fang Chen had a rough idea of Luo Yu's strength. He was confident that he could defeat Luo Yu. Crash! Fang Chen used the 7th level of the fire and water sword art again. A strong sword light shot out from the hidden star sword and attacked Luo Yu. Missing heaven finger. Luo Yu shouted in a low voice as she unleashed the heavenly deficient finger. The two attacks collided once again. This time, Fang Chen unleashed his full strength. The water and fire sword light directly crushed the heavenly deficient finger and heavily bombarded Luo Yu's body. Bang! Fang Chen had the upper hand. Luo Yu's missing heaven finger was shattered by Fang Chen, and his body flew backwards. At first, the two of them were evenly matched. But in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen suppressed Luo Yu and even sent him flying. So strong. At this moment, the head of the Luo family finally understood why the Sword Sect chose a disciple at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm to be the Heaven Sword Son. This Fang Chen was too monstrous. If he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become the strongest person in the Jin Guan country. It won't be long before he enters the Martial Marquis list. Such a young Martial Marquis, just thinking about it is scary. The head of the Luo family thought quickly. Bang! With a loud sound, Luo Yu's body fell to the ground. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with anger. I can't accept this. Luo Yu shouted with a hoarse voice. He really couldn't accept this. He was a warrior at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, but he was defeated by a warrior at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. This made the arrogant Luo Yu unable to accept it. Damn it! Luo Yu was helped up by the head of the Luo family as he shouted angrily. Young Master Luo Yu, how are you? The head of the Luo family asked worriedly. I'm fine. Luo Yu looked ferociously at Fang Chen. Her eyes were red. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed by Luo Yu countless times. When he first heard of Fang Chen, Luo Yu thought that he could deal with Fang Chen with a casual attack. However, after seeing Fang Chen, he also noticed that Fang Chen was different. Therefore, he immediately used the heavenly scarce finger to deal with Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. Being at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, and being able to explode with the power of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. This kind of monstrous talent, even the geniuses of the imperial capital couldn't compare to him. Luo Yu was furious. However, Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng were beside Fang Chen. After thinking for a long time, he finally suppressed his anger. After a long time, Luo Yu finally calmed down. He stared deeply at Fang Chen and said coldly, Fang Chen, this failure is nothing. I will wait for you in the imperial capital. After speaking, Luo Yu turned and left. The clan head of the Luo clan's branch glanced at Fang Chen with a pensive expression before leaving as well. After the people of the Luo family left, Tian Jianzi and Jian Wufeng's faces were filled with wild smiles. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded their expectations. Fang Chen, it seems that your strength has improved a lot in the 2 months in the ancestral land. Tian Jianzi said with a laugh. With Fang Chen's current strength, he is qualified to enter the inner sect. Jian Wufeng said. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He squinted his eyes and thought about what Luo Yu had said. He seemed to know Luo Liuli. Could it be that his mother, Luo Liuli, was really in the Luo family headquarters? If that was the case, what should he do? The Luo family was one of the top forces in the Golden Crown country. With Fang Chen's strength, any elder from the Luo family could easily kill him. Strength is the most important, Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fist. The news of Fang Chen defeating Luo Yu spread quickly in the outer sect of the sword worship sect. Countless disciples were discussing it, but they were already used to it. When Fang Chen was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he was able to snatch the title of Heaven Jianzi from Xiaohu. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, he was able to do so. Now, Fang Chen had become the most popular disciple in the outer sect of the sword worship sect. Even Mo Yiqing didn't dare to go against Fang Chen openly. At this moment, in an area of the sword worship sect, there was a quiet courtyard. This courtyard was very remote, and it was Elder Mo Yiqing's courtyard. In Emo-Iching's courtyard, Emo-Iching was sitting quietly and sipping tea. Zhu Yuan was standing beside him. Elder Emo, the current Fang Chen is not only strong, he is also the Heaven Jianzi of the sword worship sect. We can't go against him openly, Zhu Yuan said in a low voice. If it was in the past, Zhu Yuan had many ways to kill Fang Chen. But now, even if Zhu Yuan was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to challenge Fang Chen. After knowing that Fang Chen had defeated Luo Yu, Zhu Yuan was even more frightened. He was afraid that Fang Chen would challenge him. He didn't believe that his strength could compare to Luo Yu's. Emo-Iching's eyes turned slightly red when he heard Zhu Yuan's words. After thinking for a long time, he said icily, Fang Chen killed my grandson, Emo-Han. I must avenge him. Elder Emo, do you have any countermeasures? Asked Zhu Yuan. Emo-Iching replied icily, the Golden Guangua's divine illusion space will open in a month's time. I want him to die in the divine illusion space forever. A trace of excitement appeared on Zhu Yuan's face when he heard the words divine illusion space. The divine illusion space was a rather large space within the Golden Guangua. This space opened once every 6 years. Each time it opened, countless young disciples would rush in. There were countless inherited treasures within the divine illusion space. As long as one could obtain one of them, they would be able to soar to the sky. There were many martialists who relied on this to achieve meteoric success. Of course, only the various large sects in the 9 great cities of the central region had the right to enter the divine illusion space. The last time the divine illusion space opened, the Sword Reverence sect's disciples had been obstructed by the other sects and hadn't been able to obtain anything. This time, Elder Emo-Iching wanted to kill Fang Chen in the divine illusion space. But, before Zhu Yuan could finish speaking, Emo-Iching interrupted him. I've already contacted the other sects. When the time comes, they will cooperate with you to kill Fang Chen, said Emo-Iching. If that's the case, then Fang Chen will definitely die. Zhu Yuan's eyes were full of smiles when he heard this. Fang Chen had naturally heard about the divine illusion space as well. Naturally, he also wanted to enter the divine illusion space. There was still a month's time before the divine illusion space would open. All the sects in the central region were nervously preparing. The Sword Reverence sect's Tianjianzi had already decided that other than the inner sect disciples, Fang Chen would also be entering the divine illusion space. Fang Chen was the first outer sect disciple to enter the divine illusion space. Fang Chen had been resting for the past few days. One day, the little mouse suddenly started chirping. When Fang Chen saw this, he instantly understood that the little mouse wanted to eat spirit stones. Fang Chen immediately took out a few high-grade spirit stones and fed them to the little mouse. After the little mouse ate about 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, it finally quieted down. With a whoosh, it entered the special spatial ring and fell into a deep sleep. Its body was suffused with a purple glow. When he saw this, Fang Chen was filled with anticipation. He wondered how strong the little mouse would become after its transformation. After settling the little mouse, Fang Chen checked the python sword in his spatial ring. The bronze ancestor was still in a deep sleep and definitely wouldn't wake up anytime soon. There's still a month's time. Let's continue cultivating, Fang Chen said softly. In the central region of the Golden Crown Nation, there were 9 major cities and 9 two-star sects. They controlled all the resources in the central region. The other weaker sects could only rely on these 9 two-star sects. The opening of the divine illusion space was an extremely important matter in the Golden Crown Nation. Therefore, countless sects in the central region were nervously preparing. Imperial capital, Luo family headquarters. When Luo Yu returned, he was called to the meeting hall. 2 hours later, he came out of the meeting hall. The divine illusion space is about to open. This time, Luo Yu will definitely soar. Luo Yu thought to himself. The reason why the Luo family had called him back was because of the opening of the divine illusion space. This time, the Luo family headquarters would send the peak experts of the younger generation to the divine illusion space. Almost all of them were at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen, with your identity as the Heaven Sword Son, you will definitely be able to enter the divine illusion space. As long as you enter the divine illusion space, I, Luo Yu, will definitely kill you. Luo Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. At this moment, a gentle man appeared behind Luo Yu. This man had a slight smile on his face. He looked at Luo Yu and said, "Luo Yu, what are you thinking about? Brother Luo Han." Luo Yu saw this man and greeted him. "I heard that the reason why you stayed in the Sword State City for 2 months was because you wanted to fight a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect." Luo Han asked. Luo Han was ranked at the top of the younger generation of the Luo family. He was very strong and had the best relationship with Luo Yu. He usually cared about Luo Yu a lot. Hearing this, Luo Yu nodded and told Luo Han about his fight with Fang Chen. "You're saying that his cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm? And he's the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Reverence sect?" Luo Han asked in disbelief. "That's right. His cultivation technique is very strange. I lost to him," Luo Yu said. After thinking for a moment, Luo Han smiled and looked at Luo Yu. He said, "Don't tell anyone about this. I think that Fang Chen must have some secret that he can't tell anyone. Once we enter the divine illusion space, I'll help you capture Fang Chen. At that time, his secret will be ours." Chapter 320. Every sect in the central region of the Golden Crown Nation was nervously preparing for the opening of the divine illusion dimension a month later. This was their chance. As the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Reverence sect, Fang Chen was quietly cultivating in the Sword Reverence sect. One day, Fang Chen's cultivation reached a bottleneck. He stopped cultivating and remembered that he had been given a spot to enter the Sword Pagoda during the Outer Sect Grand Competition. "Let's go to the Sword Pagoda and give it a try," Fang Chen said to himself. Soon after, Fang Chen found Jian Wufeng and informed him of his intentions. Jian Wufeng was overjoyed when he heard that Fang Chen wanted to enter the Sword Pagoda. He immediately led Fang Chen into the inner sect. The inner sect of the Sword Reverence sect was located in a secluded, isolated space. This isolated space wasn't too big, but it was built by one of the Sword Reverence sect's almighty experts. It had always been used as a place for inner sect disciples to cultivate. As soon as Fang Chen entered this independent space, he sensed that the spiritual energy here was very abundant. Furthermore, this place was filled with boundless sword intent. As expected of the inner sect, Fang Chen sighed. The cultivation environment here was much better than the outer sect. It was simply a holy land for cultivation. The inner sect was very quiet. Before long, Fang Chen followed Jian Wufeng to the Sword Pagoda. A tall pagoda stood in a square. From the outside, this pagoda looked like a long sword inserted into the ground. The Sword Pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Up until now, no one had been able to step into the 9th floor. This is the Sword Pagoda. There are many exceptional swords in the Sword Pagoda. These exceptional swords possess their own consciousness. Once a cultivator enters, they will be attacked by these exceptional swords. If they can last for an incense stick's worth of time, they can enter the 2nd floor, and so on. Jian Wufeng briefly explained the situation of the Sword Pagoda. Fang Chen nodded as a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he took a step forward and entered the Sword Pagoda. As soon as he entered the Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen sensed that the first level of the Sword Pagoda was very spacious. The spacious ground was filled with majestic sword intent. The moment Fang Chen entered the Sword Pagoda, countless peerless swords suddenly appeared around him. 10. Fang Chen looked around and saw a total of 10 peerless swords floating in the air. Their tips were pointed at Fang Chen, emitting a terrifying aura. Bang! Suddenly, a peerless sword erupted with a wild sword essence and bombarded Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's figure flashed. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique. Bang bang bang, in an instant, Fang Chen began to fight with these 10 peerless swords. These swords only had a little bit of spirituality, but their offensive power was very strong. However, to the current Fang Chen, the first level's peerless swords didn't pose the slightest threat to him. As expected of the sword pagoda, Fang Chen sighed as he fought. It was no wonder the spots to enter the sword pagoda were so precious. Every time one entered the sword pagoda, the energy within the sword pagoda would be consumed. Over time, when the energy within the sword pagoda was completely exhausted, it would no longer have such an effect. Only now did Fang Chen know that challenging the sword pagoda could temper a cultivator's ability to survive. Moreover, it could also temper a cultivator's combat ability. Crack! By the time the last peerless sword disappeared into the sky, an incense stick's worth of time had already passed. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he dived into the 2nd level. At this time, there were several inner sect disciples gathered in front of the sword pagoda. One of them was Xiahou Wu, who had come from the outer sect. "Martial Uncle Jian, who is the person challenging the sword pagoda?" asked an inner sect disciple. To be able to become an inner sect disciple, one's strength had to be at least at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. They were the absolute elites of the sword reverence sect. Without waiting for Jian Wufeng to speak, Xiahou Wu had already guessed that the person challenging the sword pagoda was definitely Fang Chen. "I wonder how many levels he will be able to reach." Xiahou Wu's eyes twinkled as he stared at the light above the sword pagoda, sinking into his memories. When Xiahou Wu had just entered the inner sect, he had challenged the sword pagoda once. That time, he had only reached the 2nd level before stopping. After bitterly cultivating for 2 months, Xiahou Wu once again challenged the sword pagoda. This time, he had reached the 4th level in a single breath. Just as he was about to reach the 5th level, he had been defeated. The inner sect of the sword reverence sect was different from the inner sect of other 2-star sects. The inner sect of the sword reverence sect strived for excellence. Although there were few disciples, the quality was very high. Within the entire inner sect, including Xiahou Wu, there were a total of 19 disciples. These 19 disciples, even if placed in the imperial capital, could be considered outstanding disciples of the younger generation. "It's the first place of the outer sect competition," Jian Wufeng said. Hearing this, several disciples nodded their heads. They had heard that the first place of the outer sect competition was Fang Chen. "It's that Heaven Sword Son," a disciple said. "It's actually the Heaven Sword Son. I heard that his cultivation is very low. I wonder how many levels he will be able to pass." "Won't we know when we see?" After knowing that the person challenging the sword pagoda was Fang Chen, several disciples were unceasingly discussing. Although Fang Chen was the Heaven Sword Son, they did not have high hopes for Fang Chen. "I think that at most he will be able to pass the 3rd level. It is impossible for him to reach the 4th level." "That's right, I also think so. He is currently on the 2nd level. When Xiahou Wu first challenged the sword pagoda, he was also stopped on the 2nd level. Being able to pass the 3rd level is already not bad. If he can pass the 4th level, I will recognize him as the Heaven Sword Son." Several disciples were discussing with each other. None of them had high hopes for Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu did not speak from beginning to end. His eyes were fixed on the light spots on the sword pagoda. Hearing this, Jian Wufeng smiled. He also did not know how many levels Fang Chen would be able to pass. He was also looking forward to it. At this moment, in the 2nd level of the sword pagoda, 3/4 of the time had passed. As long as he could endure for a little longer, he would be able to pass the 3rd level. At this moment, Fang Chen was casually fighting with the peerless swords around him. Although the power of the peerless swords on the 2nd level was stronger, they were still no threat to Fang Chen. The power of the peerless swords on the second level is comparable to the peak of the early stage of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen said as he fought. Bang bang bang. After a series of attacks, the time limit for a stick of incense was finally up. Fang Chen entered the third level in an instant. At this moment, outside the sword pagoda, after seeing the light spot move to the third level, a few disciples exclaimed. They did not expect Fang Chen to really enter the third level. He will definitely stop at the third level, a few disciples said one after another. After entering the third level, Fang Chen could clearly feel a little pressure. The power of the peerless swords on the third level was comparable to the mid-stage of the Qi High Realm. So strong, Fang Chen thought to himself. But this was good for him as he could train his battle experience. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen continued to use the seventh level of the fire and water sword art. Occasionally, he would use his orange level soul and use the great Luo soul killer flame. The surrounding peerless swords could not even get close to him, let alone attack him. Bang! Fang Chen unleashed the great Luo soul slaughter flame, directly causing one of the supreme swords to disperse. Then, with a tap of his foot, he dodged, directly dodging the attacks of the other supreme swords. My current strength is equivalent to the mid-stage of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen thought to himself. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Fang Chen successfully entered the fourth level. Seeing the light spot move on top of the sword pagoda, the faces of the disciples were filled with shock. How is this possible? It is his first time entering the sword pagoda and he has already entered the fourth level. The disciples were shocked. They often entered the sword pagoda and naturally knew the power of the peerless swords in the sword pagoda. Fang Chen was only an outer disciple. Although his talent was monstrous, being able to enter the fourth level on his first attempt was enough to attract the attention of the inner disciples. As expected, seeing the light spot enter the fourth level, Xia Houwu, who had been silent all this time, clenched his fist. When he was fighting with Fang Chen for the title of Heaven Sword Son, he felt that Fang Chen's potential was monstrous. It would not be long before Fang Chen's strength surpassed his. Now, Fang Chen once again proved that he was worthy of the title of Heaven Sword Son. At this moment, Jian Wufeng's face was filled with smiles. Fang Chen being able to enter the fourth level proved that his strength was equivalent to the mid-stage of the Qi High Realm. Monstrous, Jian Wufeng said. After half the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Fang Chen was ejected from the sword pagoda. His face was filled with helplessness. Fang Chen, Jian Wufeng called out when he saw Fang Chen appear. Martial uncle, I stopped at the fourth level. Fang Chen's words were filled with regret. Jian Wufeng roared with laughter when he heard this. Fang Chen, be content. It's the first time you've challenged the sword pagoda, yet you've actually ascended to the fourth level. You've made history in the sword worship sect. The other inner disciples looked at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. At this moment, Xia Houwu walked in front of Fang Chen. He looked at Fang Chen and said in a low voice, Fang Chen, I will definitely surpass you. After saying this, Xia Houwu turned and left. Fang Chen followed Jian Wufeng and left the inner sect. For the first time, Fang Chen's name spread within the inner sect. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench and said in a low voice, as expected of the sword reverence sect's sword pagoda, I only passed the fourth level and my gains are so great. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the sword pagoda, he fought with the peerless sword. His battle skills became even more powerful, and his sword intent was constantly being refined. After his sword intent reached the second minor realm, it had been stagnant. This time, in the sword pagoda, the stagnant sword intent finally began to grow again. This was good news for Fang Chen. I really want to continue cultivating in the sword pagoda, Fang Chen said. Chapter 321. In a certain city in the Golden Guan Nation, Bloodshed Tower. Bloodshed Tower was a very famous assassin organization in the north. It was said that this assassin organization had a powerful backer, and no one dared to touch Bloodshed Tower. As long as you could pay the price, Bloodshed Tower would do everything in their power to complete your mission. Today, a white-haired old man entered Bloodshed Tower. "Mister, do you need anything?" A staff member saw the white-haired old man walk over and asked in a low voice. "I have already made an appointment with Elder Shui," the white-haired old man said. "All right, please follow me." After a while, the staff member brought the white-haired old man into Elder Shui's room and left. "Grandmaster Luo He, you have come." Elder Shui saw Luo He and smiled. "Elder Shui, I want to kill someone," Luo He said in a low voice with an ugly expression. "Oh, who?" Elder Shui was confused. He did not know who Luo He wanted to kill. "Jianzhou City, a disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect," Luo He said coldly. When he thought of Fong Chen, his heart was filled with anger. Because Fong Chen had always been in the Reverence Sword Sect, Luo He did not want to do it himself. He could only come to Bloodshed Tower to find an assassin. "Disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect, Fong Chen," Elder Shui said. After a while, Elder Shui found Fong Chen's information. According to the information, Fong Chen was an outer disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect. His strength was comparable to the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. After reading Fong Chen's information, Elder Shui nodded and said, "Killing this disciple is not difficult. 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones will suffice." Hualaluo, he took out 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and gave them to Elder Shui. As a Grandmaster blacksmith, no one knew how much wealth he had. 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones was just a drop in the ocean for Luo He. "Great Grandmaster Luo He. Just wait for the good news from Bloodshed Tower." Elder Shui took the 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and laughed loudly. Luo He nodded. Bloodshed Tower's golden name. He naturally believed that as long as Bloodshed Tower accepted the mission, Fong Chen would definitely die. After Luo He left, Elder Shui began to arrange for assassins to head to Sword State City in the central region to assassinate Fong Chen. After a round of selection, Elder Shui selected an assassin and began contacting him. In a certain danger zone in the north, a black-robed man with a face full of vicissitudes was cultivating in the danger zone. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant vibrated. After taking out his communication jade pendant, this black-robed man discovered that it was Elder Shui of Bloodshed Tower contacting him. When he received the news from Elder Shui, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "I picked up such a cheap task. Ha! A disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect who is at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Although it is difficult to assassinate him in the Reverence Sword Sect, it is not a problem for me, Gu Lang." Thinking of the 50,000 upper-rank spirit stones, Gu Lang was very happy. For assassins like him, as long as there was enough money, they would do anything to complete the mission. According to Gu Lang's information, Fong Chen was only a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Even if Gu Lang were to fight him head-on, he would be able to kill him in an instant, not to mention the assassins from the Blood Blade Tower who were all ambushing him. Soon after, Gu Lang left the danger zone and headed to Sword State City in the central region. 3 days later, Gu Lang arrived at the outskirts of Sword State City. Looking at the majestic Sword State City, Gu Lang's heart was filled with shock. "One day, I will enter the central region as a king," Gu Lang thought to himself. He, Gu Lang, had the power to enter the central region, but he had stayed in the north because he wanted to earn enough spirit stones from Bloodshed Tower. As long as he had enough spirit stones, his cultivation would increase. In this world, power was the most important thing. "Fong Chen, you are dead," Gu Lang said softly and entered Sword State City. At this moment, Gu Lang was like an ordinary person. No one would associate him with Bloodshed Tower. After entering Sword State City, Gu Lang first found an inn and drank some wine. This was Gu Lang's habit. Every time before he killed someone, he would drink some wine. After drinking, Gu Lang left the inn and went to the Reverend's sword peak. Looking at the Reverend's sword peak, Gu Lang went inside. It was broad daylight now. What Gu Lang wanted to do was to enter the Reverend's sword peak and check out the situation in the Reverend's sword sect. If possible, he wanted to sneak into the Reverend's sword sect and kill Fang Chen silently. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already night time. Gu Lang's silhouette flickered as he jumped down from a large tree. At this moment, he was clad in a white robe, swaggering into the Sword Reverend's sect. When he arrived at the mountain gate of the Reverend's sword sect, he was stopped by 2 disciples guarding the gate. But after the 2 disciples confirmed Gu Lang's identity, they let him in. So it's senior brother Gu Yun. The 2 disciples laughed when they saw Gu Lang's face. Gu Lang nodded and entered the Reverend's sword sect without making a sound. So that guy's name is Gu Yun, Gu Lang thought. During the day, Lone Wolf came across an outer sect disciple from the Sword Reverend sect. Lone Wolf killed him, changed into his clothes, and used his unique technique to remove the skin from the disciple's face and place it on his own. His unique technique was very powerful and flawless. Moreover, it was late at night, so the guards didn't notice anything. After entering the Reverend's sword sect, Gu Lang went straight to Fang Chen's courtyard. During the day, he learned from Gu Yun about Fang Chen's courtyard and the geography of the Reverend's sword sect's outer sect. Gu Lang arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard with ease. He glanced around before entering. At this time, the moonlight shone on the ground, illuminating the entire courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, Fang Chen's eyes were closed as he cultivated. Gu Lang's arrival disturbed Fang Chen's cultivation. Fang Chen opened his eyes. Senior brother Fang Chen. Gu Lang saw Fang Chen open his eyes and smiled. Gu Yun. Fang Chen naturally recognized Gu Yun and asked in a low voice. Senior brother Fang Chen, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. But I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and would like to consult senior brother Fang Chen. Gu Lang said as he walked in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gu Lang's face revealed a trace of joy. He then approached Fang Chen and said, Senior brother Fang Chen, I want your life. Just as Gu Lang finished speaking, a blood-red sharp blade appeared in his hand. This sharp blade directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen seemed to be prepared. His figure flashed and directly dodged Gu Lang's sharp blade attack. Indeed, there's a problem. Fang Chen looked at Gu Lang and said coldly. The moment Gu Lang entered the courtyard, Fang Chen felt that there was a problem. This was because he felt a faint killing intent from Gu Lang's body. This kind of killing intent could only be obtained after countless life and death situations. Obviously, the disciples of the sword-worshipping sect would not have this kind of killing intent. Therefore, Fang Chen concluded that this person was not Gu Yun. I've underestimated you. Seeing that Fang Chen had dodged, Gu Lang stretched out his hand and tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his ferocious face as he laughed. But even so, you still have to die. Gu Lang's cold voice rang out. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Asked Fang Chen. A dead person doesn't need to know that much. Gu Lang coldly snorted. He wanted to end this battle quickly. After all, this was the sword-worshipping sect. Once the higher-ups were alerted, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Swish! Gu Lang's blood-red blade fiercely swung towards Fang Chen. Immediately, a majestic red light surged out of the blade. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. Looking at Gu Lang, killing intent shot out of his eyes. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly used the 7th level of the water-fire sword art. Swish! A majestic sword light instantly collided with the sharp blade, causing it to stop in midair. Immediately after, Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely slashed at the blood-red blade. With a cracking sound, The blade was actually cut in half by the hidden star sword. Seeing this scene, Gu Lang's pupils shrank and his body kept retreating. However, Fang Chen would not give him the chance to escape. He once again used the 6th level of the water-fire sword art. The majestic sword light directly attacked Gu Lang's body. Bang! Gu Lang's body was immediately sent flying and fell to the ground. Damn it, the information was wrong. In that instant, Gu Lang concluded that Fang Chen's strength was definitely above the early stage of the Qi High Realm. Let's go. Gu Lang did not want to continue the battle and prepared to escape. But before he could step out of Fang Chen's courtyard, he was stabbed in the back by the sword light of the water-fire sword. His body instantly stopped moving. Ah! Gu Lang let out a blood-curdling scream. He slowly turned around and glanced at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Bang! Gu Lang's body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Fang Chen checked Gu Lang's body, but did not find anything that could prove his identity. Finally, Fang Chen picked up Gu Lang's interspatial ring, but he found that there was nothing inside. Little did they know that every time Lone Wolf did a mission, he would put his wealth in another spatial ring and hide it in a hidden place, just in case. In the northern part of the Bloodshed Tower, the lights were brightly lit. In Elder Shue's room, a broken jade strip was placed in front of him. Gu Lang is dead, Elder Shue said in disbelief. The information was wrong. Could it be that Fang Chen's strength is stronger than Gu Lang's? Elder Shue said to himself. Before Gu Lang died, he sent back a message. There were only 4 words, the information was wrong. Based on these 4 words, Elder Shue judged that the target's strength should be stronger than Gu Lang's. Damn it! Chapter 322. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't have known. 3 days later, the detailed information regarding Fang Chen was sent back to the Bloodshed Tower. After Elder Blood finished reading the detailed information, he was infuriated. Damn it! The information about Fang Chen that was recorded by Bloodshed Tower was from 2 months ago. 2 months later, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. More importantly, Fang Chen had become the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. The Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. If Elder Shue had known about Fang Chen's identity, he wouldn't have agreed to Luo He's request so easily. On this day, Elder Shue called Luo He over. How come the mission was completed? Luo He saw Elder Shue and asked directly. Elder Shue's face turned ugly as he said in a deep voice, "The mission failed." And how could it fail? Who did you send to carry out the mission? Luo He frowned and asked. Gu Lang, he died at the hands of Fang Chen. Elder Shue said. Luo He was shocked. She had heard of Gu Lang's name before. He had reached the 8th level of the Qi High Realm and was very powerful. How is that possible? How can Fang Chen be so strong? Luo He asked in confusion. Not only that, we received the latest news that Fang Chen has become the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. You should know what this means. Elder Shue looked at Luo He and said, Heaven Sword Son. Hearing these words, Luo He's face was filled with shock. Fang Chen had actually become the Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect. His face was extremely gloomy. If it was before, it would be easier to kill Fang Chen. But with the identity of the Heaven Sword Son, even Bloodshed Tower had to be wary of him. The Heaven Sword Son of the Reverence Sword Sect was a candidate for the next sect leader. He was the only candidate. If he killed Fang Chen, the Reverence Sword Sect would be furious. Even Bloodshed Tower wouldn't be willing to face the wrath of a 2-star sect. Therefore, Elder Shue had called Luo He over to discuss this matter again. In such a short period of time, his strength has actually improved to such an extent. If I allow him to grow, it won't be long before his strength reaches my level. At that time, he will definitely come looking for trouble with me. I must get rid of him. Luo He thought to herself. You know what happened. If you still insist on killing Fang Chun, you'll have to pay 1 million upper-tier spirit stones, Elder Shui said. If it was a normal disciple at the 8th level of Qi High, they would only be able to get 1 or 200,000 upper-rank soul stones. But Fang Chun was different. He was the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Sect. Even so, it was likely that only the Bloodshed Tower dared to accept this mission in the north. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Luo He frowned slightly. This price had exceeded his expectations. However, after pondering for a moment, he finally agreed to Elder Shui's request. All right, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. This time, you must kill Fang Chun. Luo He took out 1 million high-grade spirit stones and said, even as an alchemy grandmaster, 1 million high-grade spirit stones was not a small sum to him. But in order to kill Fang Chun, he could only reluctantly give it up. This time, I will send an assassin at the 9th level of Qi High, Elder Shui said coldly. The second assassin sent by Elder Shui was a 9th level Qi High assassin, codenamed Tiangang. Within the Sword Sect, Fang Chun had been searching for clues for a few days. In the end, he set his target on Luo Hanshan. Maybe it's an assassin sent by Luo Hanshan, Fang Chun thought. However, inside the Sword Reverence sect, Fang Chun wasn't afraid. The opening of the divine illusion dimension was getting closer and closer. All the disciples of the Sword sect were working hard in their cultivation. On the other hand, Fang Chun was walking leisurely. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he was unable to break through for the time being. Thus, he decided to stop cultivating. On a certain night, Fang Chun had just left Jian Wufeng's residence and was preparing to return home. The sky was very dark. Even the moon was not visible. Fang Chun quickly rushed back to his residence and passed by the square in a short while. Just as Fang Chun passed by the square, a dark figure suddenly appeared in a dark corner. In the darkness, it was impossible to see this figure. Fang Chun continued walking forward. Tiangang, who was in the dark, concealed his aura and jumped behind Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun felt something and stopped walking. But after finding nothing, he continued walking. Boom! Just as Fang Chun was walking forward, a wild aura suddenly came from behind him. Fang Chun was shocked. He took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts. At the same time, Fang Chun's 3-star Dao body was activated to the extreme. A layer of light appeared on the surface of his skin. The moment Fang Chun turned around, a blinding light lit up the entire sky. A metal hook appeared in Tiangang's hand. This metal hook was a spirit weapon and was very powerful. Tiangang instantly released the power of a 9th level Qi High warrior. He wanted to kill Fang Chun with one strike and then quickly retreat. Bang! The hidden star sword and the metal hook collided. Fang Chun's body was instantly sent flying. In the process of flying, Fang Chun vomited blood and his face was pale. 9th level Qi High realm. After a short exchange, Fang Chun was shocked to find that his opponent was a 9th level Qi High realm warrior. He could not block his opponent's attack at all. Damn it! Fang Chun tried his best to stabilize his body. He wanted to escape, but Tiangang did not give him the chance. His body flashed and the metal hook in his hand pierced into Fang Chun's back. Immediately, Fang Chun's back was badly mutilated and blood flowed out. The majestic Qi alerted the higher-ups of the Reverence Sword Sect. Jian Wufeng and Tian Jianzi rushed to the square immediately. A miserable cry came out from Fang Chun's mouth. He was severely injured by Tiangang's metal hook. It was very dangerous. No! Fang Chun shouted and waved the hidden star sword in his hand. He used the last of his strength to display the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts and force Tiangang to retreat. Bang! Fang Chun fell to the ground and fainted. His back was bleeding profusely. Just as Tiangang was about to step forward and kill Fang Chun, a furious roar suddenly rang out from afar. Thief! Tian Gang's expression changed. He knew the higher-ups of the Reverence Sword sect had come. Run! Tian Gang's figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness. At this time, Tian Jianzi appeared in the square. Damn it! Tian Jianzi was infuriated. He clenched his fist and punched at the darkness. A thunderous sound rang out. Tian Jianzi glanced over and saw the assassin had already fled. Fang Chen. Tian Jianzi originally wanted to chase after the assassin, but seeing Fang Chen unconscious, he was worried and directly carried Fang Chen. How is Fang Chen? Jian Wufeng also rushed over and asked anxiously. Someone tried to assassinate Fang Chen. I heavily injured them and they fled, said Tian Jianzi. Take care of Fang Chen. I'll chase after them, said Jian Wufeng. At this time, Tian Gang's body appeared in a hidden place in the Reverence Sword Peak. He was coughing up blood and his face was pale. A condensing reality realm warrior is too powerful. Tian Gang endured the pain and disappeared into the darkness. Just now, Tian Jianzi was so angry that he threw a punch into the air and landed on Tian Gang's body, which was enough to injure Tian Gang. If they were to fight face to face, Tian Gang would be instantly killed by a condensing reality realm warrior. This was the difference between the Qi High realm and the condensing reality realm. The news of Fang Chen's assassination was sealed by the higher-ups of the Reverence Sword sect. Apart from a few higher-ups, no one else knew about it. Jian Wufeng chased after the assassin without success and returned to the Reverence Sword sect. At this time, in a room in the Reverence Sword sect, Fang Chen was quietly lying on a bed. The bleeding on his back had stopped, but one could still see the flesh and blood that had spilled out. It was extremely horrifying. Fang Chen was unconscious and his aura was weak. In the room, several elders were standing. Senior brother, how is Fang Chen? Asked Jian Wufeng. His life is not in danger, but his injuries are quite serious. He needs to rest for a while, said Tian Jianzi. Who is it that wants to assassinate our Reverence Sword sect's Tian Jianzi? One of the elders said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was the Tian Jianzi of the Reverence Sword sect. Someone who wanted to assassinate Fang Chen was going against the entire Reverence Sword sect. This assassin was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Unfortunately, we did not kill him. Otherwise we would know who wanted to kill Fang Chen, said Tian Jianzi. At that time, Fang Chen was in a critical situation. He could only choose to save Fang Chen first. North, Bloodshed Tower, Elder Shue's room. Elder Shue's face was extremely gloomy. Tian Gang had sent back a message saying that he had failed the mission and was severely injured. To fail a mission twice in a row, it was a great shame for the Bloodshed Tower. Even Tian Gang failed. Elder Shue said coldly. Tian Gang's failure made Elder Shue have to re-evaluate Fang Chen. Logically, with Tian Gang's strength, even if it was a frontal attack, he should have been able to kill Fang Chen before Tian Jianzi arrived. According to Tian Gang's analysis, Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than a normal 8th level Qi High realm warrior. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last until Tian Jianzi arrived. Chapter 323. Bloodshed Tower. After careful consideration, Elder Shue decided to temporarily give up on this mission. They had already lost Lone Wolf and almost lost Tian Gang for this mission. Elder Shue went to Luo He and informed him of the situation. Luo He's face was filled with shock when he heard the news. At the same time, Luo He became even more anxious. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. The latter's potential made Luo He feel fear. I must kill him, Luo He thought to himself. Soon, Luo He arrived at Elder Shue's room in Bloodshed Tower. Luo He, we're giving up on this mission, Elder Shue said. As for the reward, I'll give you a 50% refund. Elder Shue took out 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and handed them to Luo He. Luo He frowned slightly. Now that things had come to this, the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones were of no use to him. What he wanted was Fang Chen's life. Is there no other way? Luo, he asked unwillingly. Elder Shui shook his head and said, "The price to kill Fang Chen is too great. Our bloodshed tower can't afford such a loss. Once the Sword Reverence sect finds out that this was done by our bloodshed tower, they will definitely vent their anger on us. It is not the intention of our bloodshed tower to go against a 2-star sect." Luo, he nodded at Elder Shui's words. His eyes were scarlet and his body emitted a terrifying aura. He said coldly, "Doesn't your bloodshed tower claim that as long as the employer issues a mission, you will do everything possible to complete it? I issued a mission to kill Fang Chen. You gave up halfway. Isn't that a disgrace to the rules of the bloodshed tower?" Luo He questioned. Elder Shui frowned slightly at Luo He's question. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would naturally continue to assassinate him. However, Fang Chen was different. He was the Heaven Sword son of the Sword Reverence sect. Killing him was too difficult. Moreover, they had alerted the enemy this time. Their future operations would be much more difficult. "Killing Fang Chen requires a great price," Elder Shui said after a long time. "No matter what price I have to pay, I only want Fang Chen to die," Luo He said crazily. Elder Shui pondered for a moment, then said, 2 million high-grade spirit stones and a top-grade spirit weapon. This was the result of Elder Shui's careful consideration. The price to kill Fang Chen was too great. Therefore, the reward had to be astronomical. "As long as we can kill Fang Chen, I'm willing to pay any price," Luo He said coldly. After failing to kill Fang Chen twice, Luo He felt a sense of danger. He could not allow Fang Chen to continue growing. Therefore, Fang Chen had to die, even if he had to pay a huge price. In the end, Elder Shui and Luo He came to an agreement. Of course, Elder Shui would not be impulsive this time. He would choose the best time to send out the most capable assassin to complete this mission. Central Continent, Sword State City, Sword Sect. Fang Chen, who had been unconscious for more than 10 days, finally woke up. Furthermore, his injuries were basically healed. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, if he was hit by the Big Dipper's iron hook, his life would definitely be in danger. During this time, Tian Jianzi personally guarded Fang Chen, afraid that something would happen to Fang Chen. As time passed, the opening of the divine illusion space drew closer and closer. Countless sects in the central continent raised their heads in anticipation. The Sword Sect was no exception. The 19 elite disciples of the inner sect had all come out of seclusion. They were all prepared. Including Fang Chen, there were 20 disciples from the Sword Sect that had entered the divine illusion space. Although the number was small, they were all elites of the Sword Sect. The divine illusion space only opened once every 6 years. No one wanted to miss it. 3 days before the opening of the divine illusion space, the 20 disciples left the Sword Sect under Tian Jianzi's lead. They headed towards the opening of the divine illusion space. In a certain cold place in the central continent, it was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was extremely cold. The legendary divine illusion space was hidden in that space. The divine illusion space was about to open. Every sect led their elite disciples towards the icy cold place. The Sword State City was a bit far from the icy cold place, so Tian Jianzi left 3 days early. After leaving the Sword State City, the 20 disciples quickly headed north under Tian Jianzi's lead. The icy cold place was to the north of the Sword State City. Divine Illusion Space. Fang Chen followed the group, thinking about the divine illusion space. Fang Chen's injuries had already healed. Beside him was Xiahou Wu. Of the 20 disciples, only Xiahou Wu had a good relationship with Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, there's still 2 more days before we reach the extreme north," said Xiahou Wu. "I wonder how many disciples from the sect will come this time," said Fang Chen softly. Xiahou Wu smiled. The opening of the divine illusion space is a major event in the central continent. All the elite disciples of the central continent's sect will enter the divine illusion space. "What's so special about the divine illusion space?" asked Fong Chen. He still didn't know anything about the divine illusion space. Xiahou Wu shook his head. I also don't know. This is also my first time entering the divine illusion space. I've heard that this divine illusion space is an extremely mystical space that has been passed down since the ancient era. It's said that within the divine illusion space, if you don't follow your heart, it's very easy to lose yourself, continued Xiahou Wu. Follow your heart. Fong Chen nodded slightly when he heard this. It seemed like the divine illusion space was indeed extraordinary. 2 days later, under Tian Jianzi's lead, the Sword Reverence sect's disciples finally arrived at the icy lands. At this time, the entire desolate plain was covered in ice and snow. It was as if they had entered a world of ice and snow. Even the surrounding mountains were white. This is the land of ice, Fong Chen said softly as he looked around and sensed the icy aura in the air. The icy lands were covered in ice and snow year-round. At a glance, everything was white. Furthermore, the temperature was extremely high. Even a cultivator like Fong Chen would feel a trace of coldness if they stayed here for a long time. We've already arrived at the icy lands, smiled Tian Jianzi. Following this, Tian Jianzi led them deeper into the icy land. After a while, an extremely dilapidated city appeared in the world of ice and snow. This city had been dilapidated for who knew how long. Normally, there was no one living in it. However, every time the divine illusion space opened, this city would be packed with people. The surrounding walls of this dilapidated city were all shattered. Standing outside, one could clearly see every corner of the city with a single glance. Why has this city been reduced to ruins? Asked Fong Chen, puzzled. Suddenly, Tian Jianzi explained, a very long time ago, every single time the divine illusion dimension opened, experts from all over the Golden Crown Kingdom would come here. They would ceaselessly fight for a spot to enter the divine illusion dimension. The destructive power of the battles between experts was too great. In the end, this city was reduced to ruins. It was at that time that the 9 2-star sects took the lead, with the other 1-star sects acting as support. They established a complete order. Ever since then, there have been no more battles in the divine illusion space, explained Tian Jianzi. Fong Chen and the others nodded. They hadn't thought that the competition would be so fierce when the divine illusion space opened in the past. Let's go. The divine illusion space will only open tomorrow. Let's go in. Tian Jianzi led them into the dilapidated city. As soon as they entered, they saw that the city was packed with people. The streets were filled with disciples from the various sects. What surprised Fong Chen was that there were actually some cultivators setting up stalls to sell things on the street. What? Fong Chen didn't understand. Normally, there's no one here, but when the divine illusion space opens, this place will be packed with people. Moreover, this will continue for half a year, so some martial artists will come here to set up stalls and sell things that martial artists need, Tian Jianzi explained. No wonder, said Fong Chen. Tian Jianzi led 20 elite disciples to find a quiet place to rest and wait. Just at this moment, a sinister voice rang out in their ears. Tian Jianzi, I really didn't expect you to still be alive. Hearing this voice, Tian Jianzi stopped and turned his head. To his surprise, he discovered that a group of martial artists had entered the city gate. The one leading them was a red-haired old man. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Tian Jianzi, laughing heartily. If you're not dead, how could I die before you? Softly asked Tian Jianzi. Tian Jianzi, I heard that a new Tian Jianzi appeared in your Sword Reverence sect a while ago. Did you bring him this time? Asked the red-haired elder. You don't need to worry about that, said Tian Jianzi. Although the two of them were speaking calmly, Fong Chen could sense the tension in their words. They have enmity, thought Fong Chen. Just at this moment, Xiahou Wu whispered, that red-haired elder is the overlord of Iron Prefecture City, the master of a 2-star sect, the Iron Sword sect. Their Iron Sword sect has always believed themselves to be the most orthodox Sword Dao sect in the Golden Crown Nation, and they look down on our Sword Reverence sect. When Xiahou Wu said this, Fang Chen understood. No wonder there was a black metal sword embroidered on their sleeve. So they're also a Sword Dao sect, thought Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the red-haired elder sneered, Tianjianzi, your Sword Reverence sect has always been the weakest of the 9 two-star sects. Be careful that you don't get wiped out in the divine illusion space. At that time, your Sword Reverence sect won't be able to maintain its status as a 2-star sect. Humph, let's go. Tianjianzi frowned and coldly snorted. He brought Fang Chen and the others away. After a while, Tianjianzi and the others found a relatively quiet place to rest. You can move freely, but remember not to cause trouble. However, there's no need to be afraid. My Sword Reverence sect hasn't reached the point of being bullied by others, said Tianjianzi. Everyone nodded. Fang Chen originally wanted to rest, but Xiahou Wu pulled him back. Brother Fang, let's go take a look. Chapter 324. Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen strolled around the shabby city for a while. They found that the majority of the streets were filled with medicinal pills and weapons. To Fang Chen, those things were completely useless. He also didn't care about them. Finally, Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen left the shabby city and appeared on the icy plains. Brother Fang, what do you think of this icy land? Xiahou Wu looked around at the vast expanse of whiteness. Fang Chen was just about to speak when he suddenly closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. After a while, he opened his eyes. Do you feel it? You also feel it? Xiahou Wu's eyes widened. Fang Chen nodded. Xiahou Wu continued. I heard from the inner sect disciples that in this icy land, there are some snow-ground demon beasts. These snow-ground demon beasts' skin is like a vast expanse of white snow. They are hidden in the snow and are basically undetectable. They specialize in sneak attacks. If my guess isn't wrong, there should be snow-ground demon beasts nearby, Fang Chen said. He had just sensed a faintly discernible aura in the air. That aura was clearly the aura of a snow-ground demon beast. Let's go take a look. Xiahou Wu had never seen a snow-ground demon beast before. Hearing Fang Chen's words, he was naturally extremely curious. Fang Chen also nodded. In any case, they didn't have anything to do. Going to take a look wasn't a bad idea. The two of them chose a direction and quickly advanced. In a short while, they were far away from the shabby city. At this time, they were already very far away from the shabby city. What a vast expanse of whiteness! Fang Chen thought to himself. They saw that there was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. From a distance, the mountain peak was also a pure white expanse. Let's go take a look, Xiahou Wu said. Fang Chen nodded and the two of them quickly advanced. Just as the two of them were about to reach the mountain peak, the white snow beside them suddenly loosened. Immediately after, a wild aura filled the air. Snow-ground demon beast. The two of them sensed this and both of them unleashed fierce attacks at the white figure in front of them. Bang! With a loud explosion, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's bodies retreated a little. As for the white figure, it stood on the snow-white ground, glaring at Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen finally saw the appearance of the snow-ground demon beast. The snow-ground demon beast in front of him looked like a cheetah, but its body was covered in white fur. It was impossible to detect it when it was hidden in the snow. There is an extremely cold aura on the body of the snow-ground demon beast, Fang Chen said. The two glanced at each other. In the next moment, their figures flashed, surrounding the snow-ground demon beast. Bang bang bang! With Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu working together, even a normal 9th-level Qi High warrior would not be a match for them. After struggling for a while, the snow-ground demon beast lost its life. After killing the snow-ground demon beast, an icy aura instantly drilled into Fang Chen's body, causing Fang Chen's body to shudder. This aura is too pure. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The icy aura on the body of the snow-ground demon beast was too pure. Within this icy aura, there seems to be a trace of the concept of ice. Fang Chen instantly reacted. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. If he could absorb more of this icy aura, would he be able to comprehend the concept of ice? Come, let's go up. After Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly stepped onto the mountain peak. In reality, there were quite a few warriors who had the same idea as Fang Chen, but they all failed. In the land of ice, although the air was constantly filled with the concept of ice, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the concept of ice in such an environment. It was almost impossible. Every time before the opening of the divine illusion dimension, there would be elite geniuses who would come here to kill the snow-ground demon beasts to comprehend the concept of ice. But without exception, they all failed. Fang Chen and Xia Hou quickly stepped onto the white mountain peak. In the process, Fang Chen had killed many snow-ground demon beasts and absorbed a large amount of icy aura. When Fang Chen stepped onto the mountain peak, he felt that within his dantian there were 30 strands of icy aura. They floated above his dantian, emitting waves of icy aura. After absorbing 30 strands of icy aura, I feel that my understanding of the concept of ice has deepened. I wonder if I will be able to comprehend the concept of ice if I absorb enough icy aura. Fang Chen thought to himself. Not only Fang Chen, but even Xia Hou had sensed this. He also wanted to comprehend the concept of ice. Therefore, in the following period of time, the two of them unceasingly killed snow-ground demonic beasts, absorbing the icy aura. 6 hours later, Xia Hou stopped absorbing the icy aura. This was because at this moment, within his dantian, there was a large amount of icy aura floating. The icy temperature it emitted was enough to freeze his dantian. I can't absorb any more. Xia Hou made such a decision and said lightly. He sat down in a meditative position, beginning to dissolve the ice-cold aura within his dantian. Time slowly passed, and Xia Hou finally felt that his body was a little better. The ice-cold aura within his dantian seemed to be under his control a little. However, Xia Hou still felt as if his entire body had turned into an ice sculpture. He could be frozen at any moment. Fang Chen, let's go back first. Xia Hou called out to Fang Chen. However, even though he called out, Fang Chen did not respond. He sat cross-legged on a white rock, not moving at all. Fang Chen. Xia Hou frowned and continued to call out. Fang Chen still didn't respond. Only at this time did Xia Hou realize something was wrong. He quickly walked in front of Fang Chen. He was shocked to see that at this time, Fang Chen's face was already covered in ice. His body was also unable to move. He was just like an ice sculpture, sitting cross-legged on the rock. Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Xia Hou stretched out his hand to pull Fang Chen. But just as his hand touched Fang Chen, he felt a majestic and suffocating cold aura emitting from Fang Chen's body. Even his soul was trembling. How terrifying! Xia Hou pulled back his hand. He didn't dare act blindly without thinking. Seeing Fang Chen's aura weaken, Xia Hou had no choice but to return first. In just a moment, Xia Hou returned to the shabby city. He didn't even have time to greet his senior apprentice brothers. He directly went to find Tianjianzi. Sect Master! Cried Xia Hou. Tianjianzi directly placed his hand on Xia Hou's body. His expression instantly changed and he icily asked, "You went to hunt the snow-ground demon beasts and absorbed their icy aura." Hearing Tianjianzi's question, Xia Hou explained everything to Tianjianzi. Hearing this, Tianjianzi's face was filled with anger. "Nonsense, you two really are." Tianjianzi waved his hand. "The two of you really are stupid. You actually tried to absorb that icy aura to comprehend the ice concept." "What nonsense!" raged Tianjianzi. "Sect Master, what do we do now?" "Fang Chen is still on the mountain peak," said Xia Hou worriedly. Tian Jianzi still wanted to say something, but seeing Xia Houwu's expression, he directly sat down and placed his hands on Xia Houwu's body. A warm current immediately entered Xia Houwu's body. An incense stick's worth of time later, Xia Houwu found that the icy aura in his Dantian's Qi Si had completely vanished. His body had returned to normal. You guys wait here. I'll go save Feng Chen. Tian Jianzi tossed out a sentence and left. The shabby city was extremely small. Seeing Tian Jianzi hastily leave, the other sect leaders naturally noticed that something was off. Within the Iron Sword sect's territory, the red-haired elder's expression was unsightly. Oh, Tian Jianzi hastily left. Did he discover something? When he thought of this, the red-haired old man's figure flashed and he left the shabby city, following closely behind Tian Jianzi. Following the red-haired elder's departure, the other sect leaders also left the shabby city. Tian Jianzi sensed that someone was following him, but in order to save Long Chen, he didn't want to waste any time. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the mountain peak and quickly climbed it. After Tian Jianzi reached the top of the mountain, he saw Feng Chen, who was like an ice sculpture. His heart sank as he quickly walked over to Feng Chen. At this time, Feng Chen's entire body was covered in ice. His aura was extremely weak, and a terrifying icy aura was emitted from him. At this time, the red-haired elder and the others also appeared on the mountain peak. When they saw Feng Chen's appearance, they finally understood why Tian Jianzi had hastily left the shabby city. Ha ha ha, no wonder Tian Jianzi's expression is so ugly. So it's because a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect has been turned into an ice sculpture. The red-haired elder laughed heartily. How stupid! How can the Sword Reverence sect have such a stupid disciple? Looks like this is the first time this kid has come to the land of ice. He couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to absorb the icy aura of the snow-ground demon beasts to comprehend the concept of ice. Laughable, truly laughable. Look at him. He must have absorbed a large amount of icy aura and now he's turned into an ice sculpture. He won't be able to live. Trying to comprehend the concept of ice in the land of ice? Dream on. He deserves to die. When the leaders of the sect saw this scene, they all turned around and left. They had seen this kind of thing many times. Many disciples died in the land of ice. They didn't die in the divine illusion space, but here. When they came to the land of ice for the first time, they accidentally killed a snow-ground demon beast and discovered that by absorbing the icy aura of the snow-ground demon beast, they could comprehend the concept of ice. From then on, it was unstoppable. In the end, their bodies would be frozen into ice sculptures. They would lose their senses and even their lives. But any martial artist who came to the land of ice knew that comprehending the concept of ice in the land of ice was a taboo. After the red-haired elder mocked Tian Jianzi, he also turned around and left. They couldn't be bothered to watch this kind of thing. After all, that kid was dead for sure. At this time, there was only the frozen Feng Chen and Tian Jianzi left on the mountain peak. Tian Jianzi's face was filled with anxiety. It's my fault for not telling you clearly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this. The amount of icy aura that Feng Chen had absorbed was much greater than Feng Chen's. Therefore, by the time Tian Jianzi arrived, Feng Chen had already been frozen into an ice sculpture. Tian Jianzi couldn't do anything about it. Tian Jianzi's hands pressed against the ice sculpture that Feng Chen had turned into. He circulated his full strength, wanting to melt the ice sculpture, but it was to no avail. The ice sculpture would divert Tian Jianzi's spiritual energy. He couldn't help Feng Chen. Chapter 325. The Ice Lands was a special place in the central region of the Golden Crown Nation. This place was filled with ice and snow all year round. Every inch of air here contained the concept of ice. Many people who came here for the first time would involuntarily absorb the ice chi here in an attempt to comprehend the concept of ice. But they didn't know that absorbing ice chi in the Icelands was a taboo. Even the disciples of the 9 two-star sects didn't dare to absorb the ice chi here so recklessly. If they absorbed too much ice chi, they would turn into an ice sculpture, lose their consciousness, and finally lose their life. Before coming to the Icelands, Tian Jianzi hadn't told anyone that because of his small mistake, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu had absorbed a lot of ice chi. Xiahou Wu was fine. He had immediately noticed something was wrong with his body and had returned to the city. It was only because Tian Jianzi had intervened that he was saved. But Fang Chen was different. Fang Chen was a bit stronger than Xiahou Wu. Naturally, the speed at which he absorbed the ice chi was much faster. By the time Xiahou Wu had noticed something was wrong with his body, Fang Chen's body had already stiffened. Now, he was completely frozen. Even a condensing reality expert like Tian Jianzi was powerless to reverse the situation. So when he saw Fang Chen's current state, Tian Jianzi felt extremely pained. How could it be like this? Tian Jianzi roared furiously. After so many years, the Sword Reverence sect had finally produced a Tian Jianzi. But as soon as he came to the Icelands, he was turned into an ice sculpture. He was unwilling to accept this. Fang Chen. Tian Jianzi called out Fang Chen's name. But Fang Chen didn't move. He didn't respond. Tian Jianzi racked his brains to think of a solution. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Fang Chen gradually lost his life. At this time, the ice chi in Fang Chen's dantian had already frozen. It had directly frozen his entire chi si. Traces of icy aura constantly wandered through Fang Chen's limbs and bones, freezing Fang Chen's soul. However, within Fang Chen's body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Wisps of formless aura were being emitted. Because of this formless aura, Fang Chen hadn't lost his life. Fang Chen hadn't completely lost his senses. He could still sense Tian Jianzi beside him, but his body was frozen and he couldn't move at all. How could this be? Fang Chen thought to himself. He had only absorbed some icy chi. Why did his entire body freeze? Absorbing the cold air should have improved my comprehension of the concept of ice. Why did such a mistake happen? Fang Chen still did not understand why he was frozen. Time passed bit by bit. In the end, even Tian Jianzi gave up on Fang Chen. He turned around and left dejectedly. For Fang Chen to end up like this was a huge blow to him. Who was Fang Chen? He was the Sword Reverence sect's heavenly sword son. If nothing unexpected happened, Fang Chen would definitely be the next sect master of the Sword Reverence sect. However, such a heavenly sword son had died so miserably in this land of ice. When Tian Jianzi returned to his shabby city, the various sect leaders were all laughing up their sleeve. Xiahou Wu anxiously asked, "Sect Master, how is Fang Chen?" Tian Jianzi's face was filled with disappointment. He was in a very bad mood and didn't say anything. The other disciples also learned about Fang Chen's situation from Xiahou Wu. Many disciples expressed their dissatisfaction with Fang Chen. Because of Fang Chen's ignorance, the Sword Reverence sect had lost a disciple before they had even entered the divine illusion space. Humph, such a disciple is worthy of being our Sword Reverence sect's heavenly sword son? What a joke. That's right, he's not worthy of being our Sword Reverence sect's heavenly sword son. It's good that he's dead. Such a heavenly sword son will be laughed at by the other sects. Several disciples who were dissatisfied with Fang Chen spoke disdainfully. Sect Master, since Fang Chen is already dead, then we'll have to choose a new heavenly sword son, said another disciple. Some of the disciples who had been hoping for the heavenly sword son brightened. They looked at Tian Jianzi, waiting for him to speak. Let's wait until the divine illusion space ends. Tian Jianzi felt very tired and didn't want to say anything. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, night arrived. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the land in a snow-white color. The shabby city was completely silent. All the martial artists had fallen asleep. They were waiting for the divine illusion space to open the next day. At this time, not far from the shabby city, there was an ice sculpture quietly standing on a rock. In the dead of night, two black figures suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. These two black figures were very conspicuous on the snow-white mountain peak. After they reached the peak, they directly looked at the ice sculpture on the rock. "It's this ice sculpture, right?" one of the black figures said coldly. "That's right. I've already asked around. It's this ice sculpture." The other black figure grinned. "What an idiot! He didn't even wait for us to kill him, and he killed himself." The first black figure sneered. "No matter what, we must confirm his death." The second black figure said faintly. These two black figures were assassins sent by the Bloodshed Tower in the north. Their strength was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. They could be considered the top assassins of the Bloodshed Tower. The reason why they had come here was to blend in with some ordinary sect. They wanted to enter the divine illusion space and kill Fang Chen. This was also their goal for coming here. However, before they could open the divine illusion space, they heard a piece of news. Fang Chen had absorbed the cold energy here and was frozen into an ice sculpture. After hearing this news, the two of them were overjoyed. They immediately decided that when night fell, they would personally come and check it out. At this moment, when the two of them saw the ice sculpture on the rock, their faces were full of smiles. Being frozen like this, Fang Chen was definitely dead. However, in order to confirm whether or not Fang Chen was really dead, one of the black figures walked in front of the ice sculpture and extended his hand. Immediately, a cold light appeared. "Tan Lang, what are you doing?" The black figure saw a sharp blade appear in Tan Lang's hand and asked in a low voice. "I'm going to cut the ice sculpture into pieces and then kill him," Tan Lang said. In the next moment, Tan Lang's hand suddenly waved. Immediately, a majestic aura shot out from the sharp blade and slashed at the ice sculpture. Gotcha! The ice sculpture on Fang Chen's body instantly shattered. Fang Chen's entire body fell to the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was pale. There was no trace of life. Tan Lang checked and found that Fang Chen was already dead. His face was full of smiles. "The target is already dead." Tan Lang laughed. "In that case, let's leave first," Huoxie said. "I'm going to chop off his head," Tan Lang said. He was about to move, but was stopped by Huoxie. "Don't cause any more trouble. We still have to sneak into the divine illusion space. If our identities are exposed because of this, the Sword Reverence sect will definitely be furious. Since the target is already dead, let's hurry and leave," Huoxie said. "All right, I'll listen to you, Huoxie." Tan Lang nodded slightly and said. The methods of a condensing reality realm expert were very tyrannical. If he used a sharp blade to chop off Fang Chen's head, Tian Jianzi might be able to find them through the clues. At that time, their Bloodshed Tower would have to suffer the wrath of the Sword Reverence sect. This was not the result they wanted. After all, once they confirmed that Fang Chen was dead, their mission could be considered complete. Tan Lang and extinguishing fire quickly disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen, on the other hand, lay quietly on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, a biting cold wind appeared in the surroundings. Strong gusts of wind blew past, blowing against Fang Chen's pale face. Ho ho! Deep into the night, the temperature of the ice lands was getting lower and lower. The snowflakes on the ground were also gradually freezing. At this moment, a small shadow appeared beside Fang Chen with a so sound. When it saw Fang Chen's appearance, it chirped non-stop. The little mouse's little claws shook Fang Chen, but the latter did not respond. In the end, the little mouse panicked and directly drilled into the icy ground. After a short while, the little mouse returned. It was holding a sparkling and translucent stone in its mouth. The stone was about the size of a thumb. The little mouse placed the sparkling and translucent stone into Fang Chen's mouth. The stone melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a cold current that spread throughout Fang Chen's limbs and bones. When the little mouse saw that Fang Chen did not respond, it continued to search. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The sun was about to rise. The little mouse had already found all the crystals in the surroundings and fed them to Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen still did not show any signs of life. This made the little mouse very anxious. At this moment, the crystals that Fang Chen had swallowed turned into a cold current that spread throughout his limbs and bones. These cold currents contained a majestic ice concept, which merged into his mind bit by bit. After the golden heart came into contact with the majestic ice concept, it suddenly started to beat. The golden heart beat faster and faster. In the end, it directly absorbed all the majestic ice concept in Fang Chen's body. Dong! When the golden heart absorbed all the ice concept, it suddenly beat fiercely. A heavy sound came from the golden heart. In the next moment, the pure ice concept instantly gushed out from the golden heart. Then, a formless aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen, who had originally lost all signs of life, suddenly moved his finger. Seeing this, the little mouse chirped non-stop. Its face was full of joy. Fang Chen's finger moved, and a thick ice concept appeared around him. The soul that had been frozen in his mind was awakened once again. Chapter 326. As Fang Chen's body trembled, his soul gradually recovered. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's orange-level soul recovered. After his soul recovered, a majestic ice intent was transmitted into Fang Chen's soul. Ice, frigid ice, penetrating within Fang Chen's mind, a frosty aura constantly revolved. Then, Fang Chen's energy center's sea of qi was completely unsealed. The majestic frosty aura disappeared into his sea of qi and entered his orange-level soul. A minute later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His life force flourished once again. At this moment, 2 icicles shot out of Fang Chen's eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon seeing this, the little mouse squeaked happily. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, all the ice on the mountain peak gathered around him. The temperature on the mountain peak plummeted. After a long while, Fang Chen woke up completely. At this moment, a majestic frosty aura appeared in his mind. Ice intent. Fang Chen muttered softly as he looked at the frosty aura surrounding his body. Furthermore, he could control it at will. In the next moment, Fang Chen could finally confirm that he had indeed comprehended the ice intent. I never thought that I would be able to comprehend the ice intent this way. Fang Chen felt a little scared. After he had been frozen into an ice sculpture, he had heard everything that Tian Jianzi had said. In this icy land, he couldn't absorb the frosty aura. Otherwise, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture and lose his life. He had been frozen into an ice sculpture and had been on the verge of death. Because of the golden heart, he had been hanging on to his last breath and hadn't died completely. It was also because of the protection of the golden heart that, although Fang Chen was still breathing, the Tanlang and Hor extinguishing hadn't noticed him. They had thought that Fang Chen had died long ago. At this moment, Fang Chen recalled what happened after he was frozen. His heart was filled with lingering fear. He heard the chirping and turned to look at the little mouse. He reached out and affectionately stroked the little mouse's head. The reason why Fang Chen was able to come back to life was because of the little mouse. After Fang Chen comprehended the concept of ice, he discovered the crystal that the little mouse had found for him. It was a great treasure. In the land of ice, there were special crystals called ice crystals. They were the crystallization of countless ice and snow in the land of ice. They contained a majestic concept of ice. It was because of these ice crystals that Fang Chen was able to comprehend the concept of ice much faster. When he was on the verge of death, he comprehended the concept of ice. It wasn't until he comprehended the concept of ice that Fang Chen realized that it was nonsense to say that one couldn't comprehend the concept of ice in an icy land. It was true that one could comprehend the concept of ice in an icy land, but it was very difficult. During the process of comprehension, it was like being reborn from the ashes. If one couldn't withstand it, they would die. The reason why Fang Chen was able to come back to life was because he had taken advantage of many factors. The ice crystals were essential for comprehending the concept of ice. He had swallowed a lot of them. Of course, the most important thing was the golden heart. The golden heart was too useful. If it weren't for the golden heart, Fang Chen would have died long ago. "I'm finally alive," Fang Chen said with a sigh. If he had known this beforehand, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't have blindly absorbed a large amount of icy aura, causing himself to be frozen and almost die. The concept of ice is too powerful. With a thought, Fang Chen's concept of ice surrounded his body. Under his control, the area within 100 meters was instantly frozen. If I suddenly use the concept of ice when facing an enemy, the area within 100 miles will be frozen instantly. It will definitely have an unexpected effect, Fang Chen said with satisfaction. Withdrawing the concept of ice, Fang Chen slowly stood up. His eyes looked at the dilapidated city on the snowy plains in the distance. Tan Lang, extinguish the fire. Fang Chen muttered to himself. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. When he was frozen into an ice sculpture, these two people had actually tried to kill him. If it weren't for the Golden Heart's protection, he would definitely have been killed by them. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fist. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger. No matter what, he had to kill these two people. However, Fang Chen had also heard their conversation. They had mixed in with the other sect and wanted to enter the divine illusion space. "Everything can wait until we enter the divine illusion space," Fang Chen said. At this moment, the sky was already bright. In the dilapidated city, all the martialists were awake. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The divine illusion space was opening today. They stared unblinkingly at the snowy plains outside the dilapidated city. Fang Chen pondered this for a moment. Since everyone believed that he was dead, he wouldn't go back for now. He would enter the divine illusion space alone. In the dilapidated city, Tian Jianzi's face was filled with pain as he looked into the distance. In the end, he helplessly shook his head. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Everyone's eyes lit up. "The divine illusion space is about to appear," someone shouted. All the martialists walked outside the dilapidated city and stood on the snowy plains. They nervously watched the snowy plains. After the rumbling sound rang out, the snowy plains suddenly started to tremble. Then, a wild gust of wind howled, filling the sky with snowflakes. An ancient voice suddenly rang out. In the next instant, a stone door in the void silently stood on the snowy plains. "Is that the door to the divine illusion space?" a disciple cried out excitedly. Countless sects martialists excitedly looked at the door in the void, their bodies trembling. As long as they stepped through the door, they would enter the legendary divine illusion space. "It's time to soar." Some martialists couldn't resist the temptation. With a loud cry, their bodies flashed and they directly entered the stone door. Crack! Just at this moment, a miserable cry rang out. A few drops of blood fell onto the snowy plains, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. "What's going on?" someone asked. "The door to the void hasn't completely stabilized." "We can't enter," said the red-haired elder from the Iron Sword sect. "That's right. Wait until the door to the void stabilizes," said the leaders of the other sect. At this moment, there was a figure hiding in the corner of the crowd, silently waiting for the door to the void to stabilize. He was Fang Chen. He had already noticed Tan Lang and Huahua in the crowd. But everyone's gazes were on the door to the void, so they didn't notice him. Roughly a minute later, the door to the void finally stabilized. The Iron Sword sect's martialists took the lead and charged into the void. Following them, the other sect's martialists also entered the void. Fang Chen blended into the crowd and disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, only a few sect leaders remained on the snowy plains. The disciples they had brought with them had all entered the void. Crash! All the martialists had entered and the void disappeared. Tianjianzi, your complexion doesn't look too good, said the red-haired elder from the Iron Sword sect intentionally. After learning that the disciple who had been frozen into an ice sculpture was the Reverence Sword sect's Tianjianzi, he had been extremely happy. So he intentionally mocked Tianjianzi. Humph! Tianjianzi snorted coldly and ignored the red-haired elder from the Iron Sword sect. The divine illusion space would open for half a year every time. This meant that the disciples of their sect wouldn't be able to return during this half a year. After the void disappeared, some sect leaders stayed behind, while the majority of the sect leaders left the icy land. After all, the sect couldn't be left unattended. The vast land was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Fang Chen stood on the ground and looked at his surroundings. His face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't imagine why the divine illusion space would be hidden in the void of the icy lands. The environment of the divine illusion space was completely different from that of the icy land. I thought that this place would also be covered in white snow, said Fang Chen softly. This was the legendary divine illusion space. After Fang Chen entered the divine illusion space, he realized that he had been separated from the others. At this moment, he was standing on a vast plain surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. It was like a paradise, and he couldn't see anything good here. It's said that the divine illusion space is filled with hidden treasures. Let's walk around first, said Fang Chen softly. Then, Fang Chen picked a direction and quickly walked forward. After Fang Chen walked for 2 hours, he suddenly discovered a group of martial artists in front of him. These martial artists seemed to have discovered something. Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly arrived in front of these martial artists. Senior brother, our luck is really good. I didn't think that we would discover such a treasure as soon as we entered the divine illusion space. A disciple laughed as he spoke to a man beside him. They were martial artists from the Starfire sect. After entering the divine illusion space, they had separated from the group and walked around casually. It was here that they discovered a precious spiritual herb. The exquisite flower was very important to Qi High Realm martial artists. It was said that after consuming the exquisite flower, it could effectively expand one's Qi Si. Of course, if it could be refined into an exquisite pill by a master alchemist, the effects would be even better. For Qi High Realm martial artists, the larger their Qi Si, the stronger they would be. Every martial artist hoped that their Qi Si could expand, and the disciples of the Starfire sect were no exception. At this moment, on a small hill in the plain, there was an exquisite flower. This exquisite flower was bright red in color, and it was obvious that it was a mature exquisite flower. It's actually a 100-year-old exquisite flower, ha ha. A disciple of the Starfire sect laughed wildly. Fang Chen naturally discovered the exquisite flower as well, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he was strong, his cultivation was low, so the exquisite flower was more important to him. Moreover, Fang Chen also knew that in the ancient Sword continent, strength was everything. As long as he had the strength, he could take what he wanted. Just as the disciples of the Starfire sect were getting excited, Fang Chen spoke. Chapter 327. The Starfire sect was a small sect in Taizhou City. The strongest disciple in the sect was only at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. The strongest disciple in front of him was at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. To Fang Chen, this was nothing. Thus, Fang Chen had his eyes on the exquisite flower. I'm sorry, but this exquisite flower is mine, Fang Chen said softly. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the disciples of the Starfire sect all turned their heads to look at Fang Chen. Only now did they realize that someone had infiltrated their group. Kid, who are you? Xing Yuan said coldly. Xing Yuan was an outstanding disciple of the Starfire sect. He was also the strongest among this batch of Starfire sect disciples. For Fang Chen to be able to approach them without batting an eyelid meant that his strength should be very strong. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I want the exquisite flower. Fang Chen looked at Xing Yuan without a trace of fear. Kid, are you looking for death? You even dare to steal from our Starfire sect. Humph, kid, I don't care which sect you are from. You're dead for sure. You can't touch our Starfire sect's things. Obediently accept your death. You actually dared to try and steal from our Starfire sect's exquisite flower. The disciples of the Starfire sect were all enraged. This exquisite flower is an ownerless item. It belongs to whoever steals it. What right do you have to say that it belongs to your Starfire sect? Fang Chen retorted. Hearing this, Xing Yuan narrowed his eyes. He realized that he could not see through the man in front of him. The exquisite flower did not have an owner before. But from now on, it belongs to my Starfire sect. If you want to steal it, you'll have to go through my Starfire sect first. If that's the case, then it'll be easy. Taking advantage of the fact that the Starfire sect was not paying attention, Fang Chen used the concept of ice. Within a 100-meter radius, everything was frozen. The disciples of the Starfire sect were also frozen. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the small hill. He took the exquisite flower and placed it into his interspatial ring. Crack, the 100-meter ice seal shattered, and the disciples of the Starfire sect woke up from the ice seal. Their faces were filled with rage as they looked at Fang Chen. Brat, put down the exquisite flower and I can let you live. Seeing Fang Chen take away the exquisite flower, Xing Yuan said coldly. This exquisite flower was very important to Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan's cultivation had been stuck at the mid-Qi high realm for a long time. If he could consume this exquisite flower, his Qi would expand, and he would be able to reach the late Qi high realm. Therefore, he had to obtain the exquisite flower no matter what. I am the current owner of the exquisite flower, Fang Chen said with a smile. You are courting death. Xing Yuan roared angrily. Before he could do anything, the disciples of the Starfire sect all attacked, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Swoosh, the 100-meter ice seal appeared again. Fang Chen used the concept of ice. While using the concept of ice to freeze the martial artists, he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. In an instant, Fang Chen waved his sword more than 10 times, piercing the bodies of the Starfire sect disciples. Crack, the 100-meter ice seal shattered instantly. Xing Yuan was the first to rush out. After all, Fang Chen had just comprehended the concept of ice and could not maintain the ice seal for a long time. When the 100-meter ice seal shattered, Xing Yuan realized that the disciples of the Starfire sect that he brought were all lying on the ground. Obviously, this was all done by Fang Chen. You are dead meat! Xing Yuan roared. A battle blade appeared in his hand and he attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Level 7 of the Fire-Water Sword technique. Fang Chen used the 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword art and clashed with Xing Yuan's battle blade. Originally, Fang Chen's strength was enough to fight against a mid-stage Qi high warrior. Now that Fang Chen had comprehended the concept of ice, his strength had increased again. It was more than enough to deal with Xing Yuan. After a while, Fang Chen's sword stabbed into Xing Yuan's chest. Xing Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Fang Chen. He was unwilling to accept this. Crash! The hidden star sword was pulled out and Xing Yuan was dead. Fang Chen turned and left. Not long after Fang Chen left, a group of martial artists appeared. And there is someone in front. Suddenly, someone shouted from the group of martial artists. When they arrived, their faces changed. They realized that the dead martial artists were all disciples of the Starfire sect. Who is attacking our Starfire sect? The leader of the disciples said angrily. Senior brother, could it be the Iron Sword sect? A disciple asked. Impossible. Although the Iron Sword sect is not on good terms with our Starfire sect, in the divine illusion space, we are both sects of the Iron State. We will not attack each other. The leader of the disciples said coldly. After a round of investigation, they did not find any clues. In the end, the disciples of the Starfire sect chased after Fang Chun. 6 hours later, Fang Chun found a secluded place and swallowed the exquisite flower. In the divine illusion space, the stronger one was, the greater the chance of obtaining the inheritance. Therefore, Fang Chun would not waste any opportunity to increase his strength. After Fang Chun swallowed the exquisite flower, his cultivation went from the early stage Qi High realm to the mid-stage Qi High realm. At this time, Fang Chun's strength had increased a lot. Now, he could easily kill a mid-stage Qi High realm martial artist. He could even fight a late-stage Qi High realm martial artist. As expected of the exquisite flower, Fang Chun thought to himself, the exquisite flower was indeed one of the rare spirit herbs. After swallowing it, his cultivation level increased by a small level. If he swallowed the exquisite pill, his cultivation level would definitely increase by a lot. However, every time the divine illusion space opened, it would only close after half a year. He did not have time to wait. Even if he did, it would be difficult to find an alchemy master after he left. After increasing his strength, Fang Chun continued to walk in the divine illusion space. In a certain area of the divine illusion space, 2 black figures were surrounding a young martial artist. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize that this martial artist was Xia Houwu of the Reverence Sword sect. "Kid, your luck is really bad." Tan Lang grinned. Looking at Xia Houwu's clothes, he knew that he was a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. But this was the divine illusion space. Tan Lang was not afraid of the Reverence Sword sect. Before they had entered the divine illusion space, Elder Shui had warned them that killing Fang Chun was their top priority. After killing Fang Chun, the 2 of them could freely search for their own fortuitous encounters in the divine illusion space. However, there was one thing they had to remember. That was, if they encountered any Reverence Sword sect disciples, they would kill them without mercy. Elder Shui was still brooding over the matter of Tian Gang being heavily injured and Gu Lang's death. He wanted to take this opportunity to get back some interest. So when Tan Lang encountered Xia Houwu, they did not hesitate to attack. Xia Houwu's cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Qi High realm. As for Tan Lang, they had both reached the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Xia Houwu was not a match for the 2 of them. Right now, Xia Houwu's face was extremely gloomy. Behind him was a cliff. He could not escape. "Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you forcing me?" Xia Houwu coldly asked. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect." Tan Lang coldly said. "Don't talk nonsense. Prepare to die." Tan Lang frowned and directly attacked. He wanted to kill Xia Houwu, but at this moment, Xia Houwu made a decision. He abruptly leaped up and directly jumped into the bottomless cliff behind him. "Damn it!" Tan Lang's attack did not hit and he cursed. "If he falls into this cliff, he will definitely die," Tan Lang said. At this moment, far away from the cliff, Fang Chun was walking. Suddenly, he saw Tan Lang at the edge of the cliff. Them. Soon after, Fang Chun discovered Xia Houwu. Xia Houwu immediately jumped into the cliff. Xia Houwu was forced into the cliff. Fang Chun secretly said. He hid in the dark and looked at Tan Lang from afar. Finally, he quietly left. With his current strength, it was not enough to deal with Tan Lang. "Wait until I have enough strength. I will definitely kill you," Fang Chun coldly said. After Fang Chun left, Tan Lang frowned. He turned around and looked behind him. Why did I feel that someone was spying on us? Chapter 328. It was said that the divine illusion space was a space created by a powerful being a long time ago. This space was originally used by that powerful being to train his disciples. However, for some unknown reason, that powerful being disappeared along with his disciples. Since then, the divine illusion space had been destroyed. After that, the divine illusion space was controlled by the Jin Guangua and became a training ground for the younger generation of the Jin Guangua. Within the divine illusion space there were opportunities everywhere. As long as one was lucky, they could find their own opportunities. In the past, many of the younger generation of disciples had found great opportunities here and soared to the heavens. Even some of the marquis on the martial marquis list had entered the divine illusion space. There were also some warriors who were already at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After they came to the divine illusion space, they found an unexpected opportunity that allowed them to break through their bottlenecks and refine their treasures in the Qi Sea. They formed their Dharma idols and became condensing reality realm warriors. In short, the divine illusion space was filled with all kinds of legends. Every warrior who entered the divine illusion space had a dream to soar to the heavens. Fang Chen had just entered the divine illusion space, and he had already found the exquisite flower. This made him even more curious about what was in the divine illusion space. Of course, in the divine illusion space, the exquisite flower was nothing. But in the outside world, the exquisite flower was enough to attract the attention of all the big sects. At this moment, Fang Chen quickly disappeared from the plains. He had witnessed Xia Houwu being forced into a bottomless abyss by Tan Lang and Huaxia. He did not dare to stay any longer and immediately turned to leave. Right now, he could at most fight against a late 8th level Qi High warrior. Against Tan Lang and Huaxia, he had no hope at all. However, in Fang Chen's heart, his hatred for the two of them had deepened. Back then, on the mountain outside the old city, he had almost died at the hands of Tan Lang. One day, I will kill you, Fang Chen thought to himself. This was only the first day in the divine illusion space. Every time the divine illusion space opened, it would be half a year. Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation within half a year. By then, he would be able to fight against Tan Lang with his own strength. After Fang Chen left, Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire also noticed that something was wrong. However, they did not say anything when they realized that there was no one around. The divine illusion space was extremely large. There had never been a single cultivator who had been able to traverse the entire divine illusion space. Moreover, it was said that the divine illusion space was extremely strange. Every region was constantly changing. What you saw before was a mountain peak, but it might turn into a plain after a while. This was too normal in the divine illusion space. Fang Chen had just left the plains and entered the forest when he suddenly heard the roar of a beast. Demonic beasts! Fang Chen frowned slightly. He heard the cries of the demonic beasts and immediately looked ahead. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt a wild aura rushing towards him. The roar of the beast was getting closer and closer. Demonic beasts are approaching, Fang Chen said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow pounced towards him. Fang Chen subconsciously took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique. Swish! Boundless sword light shot out of the hidden star sword and pierced towards the black shadow. Poochie! After being struck by Fang Chen, the black shadow was sent flying. When it stabilized itself, Fang Chen discovered that this demonic beast was actually a Tieshi bear. Tieshi bears were considered a race with extremely powerful physical bodies among the demonic beasts. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, an adult Tieshi bear's physical body would be comparable to a peak 2-star Dao body. Roar! The Tieshi bear was struck by Fang Chen's sword light, and a small sword mark appeared on its stomach. This made the Tieshi bear look at Fang Chen with vigilance. The Tieshi bears were most proud of their physical defense. The man in front of them was able to injure their physical body with a single sword strike. This was enough to show that this man was very powerful. The Tieshi bear roared at Fang Chen and suddenly launched a powerful attack. The Tieshi bear clenched its claws into a fist and gathered all the strength in its body before it blasted towards Fang Chun. Bang! Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in one hand and waved it in a domineering and sharp manner. His other hand was also tightly clenched into a fist and punched out. Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 3-star Dao body, so in terms of strength, he was naturally not afraid of the Tieshi bear. After he recognized the Tieshi bear, he understood that the Tieshi bear race was very clumsy. Under normal circumstances, they would only use brute force to attack. Bang! The two fists collided. The Tieshi bear's body was forcibly pushed back by Fang Chen's punch, while Fang Chen also retreated a few steps. Adult Tieshi bear. Fang Chen looked at the Tieshi bear and said in a low voice. The collision of their fists just now let him know the strength of the Tieshi bear. The Tieshi bear's physical body was infinitely close to the 3-star Dao body, but it was still a little lacking. If your physical body reached the 3-star Dao body level, my strength would be directly crushed by you. Fang Chen looked at the Tieshi bear and said faintly. But now the Tieshi bear was still not his opponent. In an instant, the sword light in the sky once again bombarded the Tieshi bear's body, causing another sword scar to appear on the Tieshi bear's stomach. At this moment, the Tieshi bear finally knew the power of the human warrior in front of him. He roared at Fang Chen and kept retreating as if he was admitting defeat. Finally, he left in a flash. Fang Chen did not chase after him. The Tieshi bear was a group of demon beasts. The direction the Tieshi bear went in must have a large number of Tieshi bears. He did not want to waste time here. After repelling the Tieshi bear, Fang Chen continued to advance into the depths of the forest. However, he deliberately went around the Tieshi bear's range. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at the end of the forest. During this time, Fang Chen encountered demon beasts of other races. However, their strength was not strong. Fang Chen could completely deal with them. When Fang Chen arrived at the end of the forest, he suddenly saw a canyon in front of him. This canyon was separated from the middle, with towering cliffs on both sides. Standing at the edge of the forest, Fang Chen felt a powerful aura assaulting his face. When Fang Chen felt this aura, his expression changed slightly. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the mysterious canyon. Spiritual aura. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. The aura emitted from the canyon was clearly a powerful spiritual aura. Even Fang Chen, who possessed an orange-grade soul, felt his heart palpitate when facing this spiritual aura. Even from this far away, I can feel my heart palpitating. Then what about the canyon? Fang Chen did not dare imagine. If he stood in the canyon, his soul would definitely be shattered by this powerful spiritual aura. Just as Fang Chen was pondering over this, a clamor came from the forest behind him. Following that, many people were talking. Senior apprentice brother, this time it's definitely true. Not long ago, I accidentally came here and luckily found this mysterious canyon. A voice rang out. This mysterious canyon is at the end of the forest. It's filled with powerful auras. I only glanced at it from a distance, but I felt my soul shake. So I think this place is definitely not ordinary. That voice rang out once more. If it's as you say, then there's definitely a precious treasure within this canyon. Another deep voice rang out. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that just as he had stepped foot into the canyon, there would already be martial artists coming here. Just as Fang Chen was pondering this, a group of martial artists suddenly appeared at the end of the forest. When they saw Fang Chen, their expressions changed. How could there be someone else here? Asked the leading martial artist coldly. Could it be that he also accidentally came here? Whispered the first martial artist. Just as the leading cultivator was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly sensed a soul aura rushing towards him, causing his body to tremble. What a tyrannical spiritual aura! Even from this far away, my soul is still trembling. A golden light shot out from the leading martial artist's eyes as he greedily looked at the canyon. Senior apprentice brother, look. The first martial artist reminded the leading martial artist, indicating that he should first deal with this unfamiliar martial artist. The leading martial artist nodded and turned to look at Fang Qin. He asked, "Brother, which sect are you from?" The martial artists that could enter the divine illusion space were all elite disciples of the various large sects in the central region. Some were even disciples of the 9 two-star sects. Although they were disciples of the Earth-Fire sect, the Earth-Fire sect was only a peak 1-star sect. There was still a bit of a difference between them and a 2-star sect. At this time, the Earth-Fire sect's disciple, Hao Yang, asked. He was afraid that Fang Qin was from some 2-star sect, so he wanted to find out the truth first. "The sword-worshipping sect," said Fang Qin directly. Hearing this, the Earth-Fire sect's disciples' expressions changed. Hao Yang took a step forward and smiled. "So you're a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect." "I am the Earth-Fire sect's Hao Yang." After learning that Fang Qin was a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect, Hao Yang began to rapidly consider whether or not he should attack Fang Qin. Just as Hao Yang was thinking, a voice rang out from the forest once more. In just a moment, several martial artists appeared at the edge of the forest. "Yes, Earth-Fire sect," one of them said when he saw Hao Yang. "I was wondering who it was." "So it's the Heavenly Star sect's Yuan Xin, ha." The Earth-Fire sect's Hao Yang cupped his hands towards the Heavenly Star sect's disciples. The Heavenly Star sect was the same as the Earth-Fire sect. They were both peak 1-star sects. Although the two sects weren't in the same city, their relationship was pretty good. The disciples of the two sects would often exchange pointers with each other. As a result, Hao Yang and Yuan Xin knew each other. "Brother Hao Yang, I didn't expect you to also find this place." Yuan Xin looked at Hao Yang. "You came here first. I wonder if you've discovered anything." Hao Yang said, "This canyon is extremely mysterious. I'm guessing that there's definitely a priceless treasure within. However, it seems that entering this canyon will be a bit difficult." Hao Yang winked at Yuan Xin as he spoke. His eyes were pointing in the direction of Fang Qin. "Oh, may I ask which sect this brother is from?" Yuan Xin directly asked. "He says he's a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect," said Hao Yang. Chapter 329. At this moment, Fang Qin was frowning as he observed the mysterious canyon. He could feel the majestic soul qi coming from the canyon. Hearing Yuan Xin's words, Fang Qin snorted coldly and said, "There are many disciples in the Reverence Sword sect. How many do you know?" Fang Qin's attitude made Yuan Xin unhappy. Yuan Xin and Hao Yang looked at each other. They wanted to test Fang Qin's strength and see if he was strong enough. "Kid, do you think we'll believe you're a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect just because you said so?" Yuan Xin snorted and said coldly. Fang Qin didn't say anything. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand. His intention was obvious. "If you want to fight, then I'll fight." Seeing Fang Qin take out the hidden star sword, Yuan Xin's eyes flashed. A mace appeared in his hand. Spirit qi surged out of his body, and he waved the mace in his hand. Xiu, the sword of water and fire, shot out from the hidden star sword and collided with the mace. Sparks flew everywhere. Yuan Xin took a few steps back and gripped his mace tightly. The web between his thumb and forefinger hurt from the impact. His eyes were cold as he looked at Fang Qin. "Kid, with your strength, you want to fight with us for the treasures in this canyon?" Yuan Xin said coldly. Yuan Xin was an outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Star sect's younger generation, but he wasn't the best. He was at the late stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. When he fought with Fang Qin just now, he felt that Fang Qin's strength was at most at the mid-stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. So Yuan Xin wasn't afraid of Fang Qin. "You'll know if you try." Fang Qin sneered and used the 7th level of the Sword of Water and Fire. When he used the 7th level of the Sword of Water and Fire, Fang Qin also used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. If he only used the 7th level of the Sword of Water and Fire to deal with Yuan Xian, it would be difficult. But if he used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame, Yuan Xian would definitely be at a disadvantage. Bang! The sword light of water and fire collided with the mace and exploded. The mace instantly charged out from the boundless energy and smashed towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Yuan Xian's body suddenly trembled. He roared and the mace in his hand fell to the ground. Bang! Fang Chen wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He kicked Yuan Xian's body and sent him flying. Seeing this, Hao Yang took a step forward and grabbed Yuan Xian, who was about to fall to the ground. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Yuan Xian, what's wrong?" He actually knows how to use soul attacks." Yuan Xian roared furiously. Hearing this, even the Earth-Fire Sect's Hao Yang was shocked. Among the younger generation, there were not many warriors who could use spiritual soul attack. He never imagined that the man in front of him could use spiritual soul attack. If he didn't know how to use soul attacks, it would be easy for them to kill him. But since he knew how to use soul attacks, this matter was troublesome. "Brother Yuan Xian, don't be rash," Hao Yang whispered. "He knows how to use soul attacks. Even if we kill him, both of us will be injured. It will affect our entry into the canyon." Hearing this, Yuan Xian suppressed his impulse and nodded. "Once we enter the canyon, it will be the time of his death." "That's right. Once we enter the canyon, we can definitely kill him," Hao Yang said. Then, Hao Yang cupped his hands towards Fang Chen and said, "Brother, Yuan Xian attacked you just now to test your strength. With your strength, you are qualified to enter the canyon. Let's rely on our own abilities. The treasure in the canyon will belong to whoever obtains it," Hao Yang continued. Fang Chen ignored Hao Yang. He took a step forward and directly entered the flat ground in front of the canyon. As soon as he entered the range of the canyon's spiritual aura, Fang Chen realized that his spiritual aura had become even more powerful. So strong. Fang Chen felt that he couldn't move an inch. At this moment, Fang Chen released his orange-level soul and it instantly surrounded his body. At this moment, the soul attacks on Fang Chen's soul were much weaker. Fang Chen moved forward with difficulty. After moving forward for a while, Fang Chen encountered another wild soul attack. Even if he pushed his orange-level soul to the limit, he still couldn't move forward. After trying for a while, Fang Chen finally gave up. "It seems that the strength of an early orange-level soul is not enough for me to enter the canyon," Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and released his orange-level soul. He used the powerful soul aura in the canyon to refine his soul. Putting aside the treasure in the mysterious canyon, the flat ground in front of the canyon was definitely a good place to refine one's soul. Fang Chen knew that he couldn't move forward. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to refine his soul. He felt that if his soul could be stronger, he might be able to enter the canyon. Seeing Fang Chen sitting cross-legged and refining his soul, Hao Yang said in a low voice, "It seems that if you want to enter the mysterious canyon, your soul must be strong enough. I didn't expect this kid's soul to have reached the early orange level," Yuan Xian said. "If he's really a disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect, this kind of soul strength isn't surprising," Hao Yang said. "Let's go in." After saying that, Yuan Xian took a step forward and quickly entered the flat ground. He released his wild soul aura and moved forward quickly. Seeing Yuan Xian's action, Hao Yang also activated his orange-level soul and moved forward. The other disciples who followed them also stepped onto the flat ground. Although they couldn't enter the canyon, they could still refine their souls here. In the blink of an eye, Hao Yang and Yuan Xian stopped moving forward. At this moment, they were only a few meters away from Fang Chen. Refine the soul. After Yuan Xian and Hao Yang stopped moving forward, they sat down cross-legged and started refining their souls. Their souls had also reached the early orange level, the same as Fang Chen's. However, compared to Fang Chen, their only weakness was that they didn't have any soul attack secret technique. Time passed bit by bit. The spirit around Fang Chen's body continued to expand. At this moment, the orange-level soul in Fang Chen's mind was being refined by the majestic soul aura in the canyon. After an hour, Fang Chen realized that his soul seemed to have strengthened a little. However, there was still a distance to the mid-orange level, so he continued to refine his soul. However, at this moment, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. It looked at Fang Chen, then at Hao Yang and Yuan Xian behind him. Its little eyes blinked, then it left the place and entered the forest. Not long after, the little mouse returned. In its mouth was a very strange spiritual herb. Even Fang Chen didn't know what it was. The little mouse came to Fang Chen's side and handed the spiritual herb to Fang Chen, indicating that Fang Chen should swallow it. When Fang Chen saw this, he was a little puzzled. However, he still chose to believe in the little mouse. After the little mouse saw Fang Chen swallow it, it turned around and left. When Fang Chen swallowed the spiritual herb, his mind exploded. Immediately after, countless wild auras erupted from the spiritual herb, causing Fang Chen to be incomparably shocked. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. After swallowing the spiritual herb, Fang Chen could clearly feel that his soul was slowly strengthening. Just what kind of spiritual herb is this? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. By the time the spiritual herb's medicinal effects were completely absorbed, Fang Chen's soul had already strengthened by 40%. A spiritual herb's medicinal effects are actually this strong. Fang Chen sighed. Of course, after careful analysis, Fang Chen found that although the spiritual herb's medicinal effects were very strong, the true reason for its effects was the boundless spiritual aura within the canyon. If it weren't for that boundless spiritual aura, the spiritual herb wouldn't have been able to display such a large effect. In short, Fang Chen had the advantage of time, place, and people. Just as Fang Chen was rejoicing, the little mouse returned once more. In its mouth was a spiritual herb that was exactly the same as the one from before. Fang Chen gently stroked the little mouse and then swallowed it. The little mouse turned around and continued searching for more spiritual herbs. At this time, Fang Chen's actions were noticed by Hao Yang and Yuan Xian behind him. They could sense that Fang Chen's spiritual fluctuations were very strong. Oh, what is that spiritual herb? Why would it increase the strength of his soul? Asked Hao Yang. All of you, quickly go to the mountain forest and search for that strange spiritual herb for me. The more, the better. Yuan Xian turned his head and roared at the disciples behind him. Many disciples were in the middle of tempering their souls when they heard Yuan Xian's roar. They all got up and quickly entered the mountain forest. It wasn't just the Heavenly Star Sect's disciples. Even the Earth Flame Sect's disciples entered the mountain forest to search for spiritual herbs. After consuming the second spiritual herb, Fang Chen's soul had already strengthened by 80%. As long as he consumed another spiritual herb, his soul would definitely reach the mid-orange tier. Following that, Fang Chen continued tempering his soul. After a full 6 hours, the little mouse returned. It was holding a young spiritual herb in its mouth. This time, it took the longest time. When it passed it to Fang Chen, the latter understood that this spiritual herb was very rare. Finding it would be very difficult. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Chen rubbed the little mouse's head. The little mouse directly jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. After that, Fang Chen consumed the young spiritual herb. At this time, the Heavenly Star Sect and Earth Flame Sect's disciples returned. They didn't have anything in their hands. Yuan Xian was furious. Senior apprentice brother Yuan Xian, we searched the entire mountain forest, but we didn't find the spiritual herb you spoke of. We even lost 2 disciples because of this, said a disciple. A bunch of trash. You can't even compare to a mouse? Yuan Xian pointed at the mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder and roared furiously. Senior apprentice brother Yuan Xian, time is of the essence. Let's hurry and temper our souls, said Hao Yang. After another hour, Fang Chun finally finished absorbing the spiritual herb's medicinal energy. When the last trace of the spiritual herb's medicinal energy was absorbed, Fang Chun felt his head explode. Crack! Fang Chun opened his eyes. His face was full of joy. Mid-orange tier. His soul had reached the mid-orange tier as he wished. On the other hand, Hao Yang and Yuan Xian did not improve at all. Fang Chun slowly stood up. He glanced at Hao Yang and Yuan Xian, then took a step forward and rushed towards the canyon. The little mouse on Fang Chun's shoulder raised its paw and made a disdainful gesture at Hao Yang and Yuan Xian. This scene made Hao Yang and Yuan Xian furious. Damn it! This kid consumed the spiritual herb. His soul has reached the mid-orange tier, said Hao Yang in a low voice. Chapter 330. In Yuan Xian's hand was a pitch-black elixir. This elixir emitted a terrifying aura. When Yuan Xian took out this black elixir, Hao Yang also gritted his teeth and took out a jade pendant. His face was filled with anger. Yuan Xian and Hao Yang were both outstanding youths of their respective sex. Before entering the divine illusion space, they had naturally made preparations. Originally, they weren't willing to take out their trump cards so early. However, Fang Chun's soul had reached the mid-orange grade. If Fang Chun entered the canyon first and obtained the inheritance treasure, they would be in great danger. Furthermore, how could they not be tempted by such a temptation? The inheritance treasure is mine. Yuan Xian growled and swallowed the black elixir in his hand. As the elixir entered his mouth, the soul aura around him rapidly grew stronger. Hiss! Yuan Xian frantically absorbed the majestic soul aura coming from the canyon. He was using the elixir to forcefully break through. In the blink of an eye, the black elixir was completely absorbed. Yuan Xian's soul had reached the mid-orange grade. At this moment, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He stood up and glanced at Hao Yang before walking into the canyon. After Yuan Xian left, Hao Yang crushed the jade pendant. Instantly, a majestic energy drilled into his mind. This jade pendant was a jade pendant that he had obtained by chance. The jade pendant contained a vast amount of soul energy. Once the jade pendant was crushed, the soul energy would explode. Absorbing the soul energy would allow his soul to reach the middle of the orange level. Roar! With a roar, the jade pendant's energy was fully absorbed. Hao Yang's soul had also reached the middle stage of the orange level. He then stood up and walked towards the canyon with a wild aura. At this moment, Fang Chun was walking step by step. After his soul had reached the mid-orange grade, he felt that the majestic soul aura in the canyon was suppressing him less and less. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fang Chun realized that he was very close to the canyon. At this moment, Fang Chun was shocked to discover that there was a yellow futon in the middle of the canyon. On the futon was a skeleton. The majestic soul aura in the canyon was actually coming from the skeleton. Looking at this scene, Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. Just how strong was this skeleton when he was alive? Even after being dead for so many years, the soul that was emanating from his body was still enough to instill fear in people's hearts. So strong. Fang Chun's eyes shot out a golden light as he stared at the skeleton on the futon. His intuition told him that there must be a secret behind this skeleton. Perhaps there was a peerless inheritance within it. At this thought, Fang Chun hurriedly entered the canyon. At this moment, Hao Yang and Yuan Xian also appeared where Fang Chun had been. When they saw the skeletons in the canyon, they were even more shocked than Fang Chun. It's a skeleton. It must be an almighty from the ancient era. Yuan Xian said excitedly. Yes, this almighty has been dead for so many years, but he can still emit such a tyrannical aura. His inheritance must be very powerful. We must obtain it, Hao Yang said. At this moment, Hao Yang and Yuan Xian reached an agreement. The two of them would join forces to kill Fang Chen first. Then, they would compete for the skeleton's inheritance with their own abilities. Crash. Hao Yang and Yuan Xin also entered the canyon. When they entered, they instantly discovered that the canyon was quiet. There was no pressure from the majestic soul aura. This, Hao Yang and Yuan Xin were even more shocked. This skeleton had been dead for so many years, but he could still emit a majestic soul aura. Yet, there was no soul fluctuation around him. At that moment, Fang Chen was also observing the skeleton. He approached the skeleton one step at a time. He was very careful, afraid that he would fall into a trap. However, just as Fang Chen was about to approach the skeleton, Yuan Xin launched a tyrannical attack. "Brat, go to hell!" Yuan Xin bellowed. He waved the mace in his hand and aimed it at Fang Chen's back. At the same time, Hao Yang also launched a fierce attack. The two of them joined forces to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed the powerful attack coming from behind him. He tapped his toes, turned his body, and brandished the hidden star sword. Whoosh! The hidden star sword emitted a cold light and collided with Yuan Xin's mace. With a bang, the two collided and Fang Chen's body was forced back. As Fang Chen retreated, Hao Yang's attack also came quickly. Fang Chen couldn't care about anything else. He pushed the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique to the extreme and blasted it towards Hao Yang. Gotcha! Hao Yang's attack collided with Fang Chen's water and fire sword technique, causing Fang Chen to retreat again. Fang Chen steadied himself and squinted his eyes, looking at Hao Yang and Yuan Xin. At this moment, the two of them were also looking at Fang Chen with a strong killing intent. "Brat, with your strength, you are not strong enough to compete with us for the inherited treasure," Yuan Xin said coldly. "That's right. With the two of us joining forces, you will definitely die," Hao Yang said. Hao Yang and Yuan Xin were both late-stage Qi High warriors. If it was one-on-one, Fang Chen wouldn't be afraid of them. But with the two of them joining forces, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to handle them in a short period of time. At this moment, Fang Chen squinted his eyes. His mind was thinking quickly, and soon he made a decision. Right now, there was only one way, and that was to kill one of them and then fight the other. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a boundless ice concept. In the next moment, with Fang Chen as the center, everything within a 100-meter radius was frozen. Fang Chen knew that his 100-meter ice seal wouldn't last long. After using the 100-meter ice seal, he used the hidden star sword technique, the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique, and attacked Yuan Xin. Crack! Just as Fang Chen's hidden star sword was about to pierce Yuan Xin, the 100-meter ice seal shattered. Yuan Xin and Hao Yang's faces were extremely gloomy. Yuan Xin saw Fang Chen's attack coming and immediately waved his mace, preparing to block Fang Chen's attack. Seeing this, Hao Yang also wanted to attack Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's great Luo Soul Killer Flame was unleashed. After his soul reached the mid-orange level, the great Luo Soul Killer Flame's attack became even more tyrannical. Although Yuan Xin's soul was also at the mid-orange level, he was caught off guard and his soul was hit by the great Luo Soul Killer Flame. His attack stopped and the mace stood in the void. Crack! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly blasted the spiked club away. After which, the sword pierced towards Yuan Xin's body. At the critical moment, Yuan Xin finally woke up. He forcefully endured the pain in his soul, and his body suddenly moved horizontally. The hidden star sword, which was originally aimed at Yuan Xin's chest, pierced his arm because of Yuan Xin's shift. Yuan Xin issued a miserable cry and furiously blasted a punch towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen pulled out the star-hidden sword and once again blasted it towards Yuan Xin. Suddenly, Yuan Xin's body was sent flying by Fang Chen. At this moment, Hao Yang's attack appeared behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't have time to dodge. He could only use his 3-star Dao body to block Hao Yang's attack. Bang! Fang Chen's body was forced back. His back was in excruciating pain. Fortunately, his 3-star Dao body was pushed to the extreme, so his defense was incomparably strong. Hao Yang's attack was also weak, so it didn't pose much of a threat to him. Damn it! Yuan Xian roared angrily as he looked at his bleeding arm. In the following battle, Fang Chun continued to use the 100-meter ice seal. From time to time, he would release the ice concept. This made Yuan Xian and Hao Yang unable to attack, which made them furious. However, Fang Chun also knew that after using the 100-meter ice seal for a long time, the two would definitely be prepared. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity. Finally, after using the 100-meter ice seal, Fang Chun found an opportunity and appeared beside Yuan Xian again. Even though Yuan Xian was prepared, he was still stabbed by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. In this way, Fang Chen used the 100-meter ice seal to constantly move between Yuan Xian and Hao Yang's attack. After a quarter of an hour, Yuan Xian's body was covered with injuries, while Hao Yang was unscathed. As for Fang Chen, he was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't have any internal injuries. Yuan Xian went completely crazy. Fang Chen kept attacking him. That damned 100-meter ice seal caused him to be ambushed by Fang Chen time and time again. Bastard, do you dare to fight me head-on? Yuan Xian roared angrily. Fang Chen didn't care about Yuan Xian's roar. He had already achieved his goal. The two's cooperation wasn't going to go so smoothly. Fang Chen's plan was very simple. He would use the 100-meter ice seal to constantly sneak attack Yuan Xian. He would kill Yuan Xian first. After Yuan Xian died, everything would be easy to deal with. Brother Yuan Xian, don't give him any more chances. Let's join hands and kill him directly, Hao Yang said coldly. Yuan Xian nodded. The two of them used their most tyrannical attack. At this moment, Fang Chen's 100-meter ice seal descended once again. The two of them were instantly sealed in ice. However, this time, the ice seal had no effect at all. Gotcha! The moment they were sealed in ice, the two of them instantly broke the ice. Their faces were filled with incomparable anger as they launched fierce attack. When Fang Chen used the 100-meter ice seal, he appeared beside Yuan Xian like a ghost. Just as Yuan Xian was about to attack, his star-hidden sword also fiercely stabbed out. This time, Fang Chen pushed the 7th level of the water-fire sword technique to the extreme. This was his fiercest attack so far. As long as this sword pierced Yuan Xian, he would definitely die. Crack! Yuan Xian's mace was instantly blown away by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. The latter held the hidden star sword and stabbed Yuan Xian with incomparable strength. At this moment, a trace of panic finally appeared in Yuan Xian's eyes. He kept retreating. At this moment, Hao Yang's attack also appeared behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen was faced with a grim choice. If he turned around to block Hao Yang's attack, then Yuan Xian wouldn't be able to kill him. If he chose to continue wielding his sword, then he would have to bear Hao Yang's attack. Forget it. Chapter 331. Gotcha! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand quickly pierced into Yuan Xian's chest. Yuan Xian's chest immediately spurted out a large amount of blood. Yuan Xian let out a miserable scream. This was a fatal blow. He felt like he couldn't even breathe properly. I refuse to accept this. Yuan Xian roared furiously, but in the end, he still couldn't resist the sharpness of a high-level spirit weapon. Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword stirred inside Yuan Xian's body, directly piercing through Yuan Xian's heart. Yuan Xian's eyes were wide open. Even in death, he looked at Fang Chen with unwillingness. His body slowly fell to the ground. Poochie! The moment Fang Chen killed Yuan Xian, Hao Yang's fist suddenly bombarded Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen's body was directly sent flying, and the hidden star sword in his hand flew out of his hand. How is this possible? After sending Fang Chen flying, Hao Yang was shocked to find that Yuan Xian was already dead. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. He's already injured. He's not my match. Hao Yang comforted himself and sighed. Bang! Fang Chen's body just so happened to collide with the bones on the praying mat, and then he fell to the ground. Poochie! Fang Chen coughed up blood. His face was pale. In order to kill Yuan Xian, he had received Hao Yang's full power attack and was heavily injured. When Hao Yang saw that Fang Chen was heavily injured, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then he walked step by step toward Fang Chen. Brat, what qualifications do you have to block me now? Hao Yang sneered. When Hao Yang got close to Fang Chen, he clenched his fist and punched out. Just at this moment, Fang Chen endured the pain all over his body and used the Daluo soul-killing flame. Swish! The soul of a mid-orange level soul shot out rapidly. Then, it turned into a flame in the sky and attacked Hao Yang. This move again. Seeing this, Hao Yang was enraged. He threw a punch at the great Luo soul slaughter flame and instantly shattered it. Just as Hao Yang destroyed the great Luo soul killer flame, Fang Chen quickly crawled towards the skeleton. Seeing this, Hao Yang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by dense orange-level souls. He quickly appeared in front of the skeleton and placed his palm gently on it. Bang! The instant Fang Chen's hand touched the skeleton, a majestic spiritual aura instantly pressed down on Fang Chen, causing the entire valley to be filled with an extreme pressure. This is... Hao Yang stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with fear as he watched this scene. He didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, Fang Chen was already suppressed by the powerful spiritual aura to the point that he couldn't move. His pupils shrank as he looked at the skeleton. Then, he unleashed the great Luo soul slaughter flame in an attempt to shatter the surrounding pressure. Just as the great Luo soul slaughter flame came into contact with the surrounding majestic spiritual aura, a sigh was suddenly heard. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the pressure on his body lessen. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. His heart was even more shaken because the sigh came from the skeleton. After the sigh came from the skeleton, an even more majestic spiritual aura instantly enveloped the entire valley. Fang Chen and Hao Yang were both trapped inside. The fact that you're able to come here means that your spiritual aura has reached a certain level. An aged voice was heard by the two of them. When the two of them heard this, their hearts trembled. Senior, Fang Chen called out to the skeleton. My remnant consciousness has finally met the fated person. The skeleton spoke once more. However, my inheritance can only be given to one of you. Hearing Dry Bones' words, Fang Chen and Hao Yang exchanged glances. Both of their eyes were filled with enmity. The skeleton's inheritance could only be given to one of them. In other words, the other person would definitely return empty-handed. The two of them both wanted the inheritance. Naturally, neither of them was willing to back down. I've set up a test here. Whoever can pass the test will be able to obtain my inheritance. The skeleton continued. Senior, what is the test? Asked Fang Chen. The test is to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier. As soon as the skeleton finished speaking, Fang Chen felt an immense pressure. Soul compression to the red tier? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. He had always heard of increasing. This was the first time he had heard of compressing. Could it be that the spiritual aura could also be compressed? Fang Chen glanced at Hao Yang. The latter was sitting cross-legged. It seemed he was compressing his spiritual aura. Fang Chen also sat cross-legged and began to compress his spiritual aura. Since the skeleton had said that the spiritual aura could be compressed, then it should be possible. He just needed a method. Fang Chen closed his eyes. Some information regarding the spiritual aura flashed through his mind. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Hao Yang was still crazily compressing his spiritual aura. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the skeleton. The spiritual aura cannot be compressed. Even if it could be compressed, with my strength, I wouldn't be able to compress it. Senior's test is simply impossible. Fang Chen spoke the truth. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a carefree laugh came from the skeleton, followed by a joyful voice. You've passed the test, said the skeleton. Hao Yang, who was doing his best to compress his spiritual aura, was filled with unwillingness. He shouted, Senior, why did he pass the test? He's right. With your strength, it's impossible for you to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier. This test itself has a problem, said the skeleton. He didn't compress his spiritual aura blindly. Instead, he was thinking. But you, after hearing my test, you started compressing your spiritual aura blindly. Your understanding of the spiritual aura is inferior to his, continued the skeleton. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. So this test tested one's understanding of the spiritual aura. Hearing the skeleton's words, Fang Chen was very happy and excited. I refuse to accept this. Hao Yang shouted. He refused to accept this result. You can accept my inheritance, said the skeleton to Fang Chen. At this moment, Hao Yang wanted to take the opportunity to kill Fang Chen. However, he was shocked to find that his surroundings were filled with boundless spiritual aura. He couldn't move his body. Damn it! Hao Yang roared angrily. Under the skeleton's guidance, Fang Chen came to the praying mat and sat cross-legged in front of the skeleton. However, before you accept the inheritance, I'll have to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier. The spiritual cultivation technique of your continent is too crude. Although your spiritual aura has reached the middle stage of the orange tier, your foundation isn't good enough. It's very crude and will affect your future development. As soon as the skeleton finished speaking, a majestic aura burst forth and circled around Fang Chen's body. Eventually, it tunneled into Fang Chen's body. Hiss! Fang Chen felt that his head was about to explode from the pain. He wanted to scream out loud, but he persisted. At this moment, in his mind, the orange tier spiritual aura was constantly being compressed by the skeleton's spiritual aura. As time passed, it was undergoing changes. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. In these 6 hours, Fang Chen's body underwent earth-shattering changes. Hao Yang looked at this scene and was furious. The inheritance that should have belonged to him was snatched away by Fang Chen. He hated Fang Chen very much. Kid, I'll definitely kill you. The inheritance is mine, Hao Yang said in his heart. After 6 hours of compression, Fang Chen finally realized that the middle stage of the orange tier spiritual aura in his mind was gradually weakening. Now, it was only at the early stage of the orange tier spiritual aura. Compression of the spiritual aura? How powerful is this? Fang Chen was shocked. Even a condensing reality realm warrior wouldn't be able to do this. While Fang Chen was shocked, his spiritual aura was gradually being compressed. After another 6 hours, Fang Chen's spiritual aura was finally compressed to the red tier. At this moment, the skeleton was still compressing Fang Chen's spiritual aura. When Fang Chen's spiritual aura was compressed to the early stage of the red tier, the skeleton's boundless spiritual aura finally left Fang Chen's mind. Crash! Fang Chen instantly regained consciousness. He hastily checked his spiritual aura. If he didn't check, he wouldn't have known. How is this possible? Fang Chen was sure that his spiritual aura was only at the early stage of the red tier. However, he could clearly feel that even though his spiritual aura was only at the early stage of the red tier, the strength of his spiritual aura was not weaker than the orange tier spiritual aura from before. How is this possible? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He was extremely shocked. I've already said that your continent's spiritual aura cultivation technique is very crude. Your spiritual aura cultivation technique's foundation is not good enough, the skeleton said. Only now did Fang Chen notice the skeleton's words. His face was filled with shock as he looked at the skeleton and asked, "Senior, could it be that you don't belong to our continent?" The skeleton didn't answer this question. Instead, it continued, "You're a bit better than I imagined. Being able to find a successor like you while my spiritual aura is dying makes me feel relieved." Chapter 332. However, the fact that Ku Gu was able to compress his soul had already convinced Fang Chen. After learning that Ku Gu wasn't an expert from the ancient sword continent, he was even more shocked. Now that he heard Ku Gu say that there were some things that Fang Chen needed to know, his intuition told him that this matter had to be extremely important. "I'm all ears." Fang Chen cupped his hands. "Perhaps you don't know, but I'll tell you now. Your so-called ancient sword continent is just a small continent in the vast universe. Outside the ancient sword continent, there is an even vaster world. Just the Qingyun realm has 3 continents, including the ancient sword continent. Outside the Qingyun realm, there is an even vaster world," said Ku Gu. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had heard of the Qingyun realm. According to Ku Gu, the ancient sword continent was just one of the continents within the Qingyun realm. The Qingyun realm had 3 continents, including the ancient sword continent. That shocked Fang Chen. If the ancient sword continent was already so huge, then just how huge would the 3 continents be when added together? "Qingyun domain," Fang Chen muttered to himself as his eyes burned with passion. Hearing Ku Gu's words, Fang Chen realized that the place he lived in was just a tiny place in Ku Gu's eyes. "I am someone from another realm. Back then, I was seriously injured and landed on the ancient sword continent. But because my injuries were too heavy, I came here on the verge of death. I am a soul cultivator. Perhaps you haven't heard of me." Ku Gu continued, "Soul cultivators are the same as martial cultivators. They also have a complete cultivation system. All soul cultivators focus on cultivating their souls. Their souls are extremely powerful, but they are also on the weak side. However, once they cultivate their souls to a certain degree, they can kill people from 1,000 miles away." Soul cultivator. That was a new term. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at Ku Gu. "Back then, I investigated the ancient sword continent. There were also soul cultivators, but they were almost extinct. All these years, I've always left behind a trace of my will to find a successor to inherit my soul cultivation legacy." "Senior, how can I become a soul cultivator?" Fang Chen asked. "It's very difficult to become a soul cultivator," the skeleton said. "Only with exceptional soul talent would you be able to meet me here. You're very lucky. You're destined to become a soul cultivator." After Dry Bones' introduction, Fang Chen thoroughly understood the so-called soul cultivator. Soul cultivators were similar to martial cultivators in that they had a complete system of cultivation. Soul cultivators specialized in soul cultivation and used all sorts of soul techniques to deal with their enemies. Soul cultivation corresponded to the level of one's soul and was also divided into 7 ranks. A first-rank soul cultivator's soul was red rank, and a second-rank soul cultivator's soul was orange rank. Only now did Fang Chen understand why Dry Bones had compressed his soul strength. It was because his soul strength wasn't solid enough, so it was impossible for him to become a soul cultivator. The most basic requirement to become a soul cultivator was to have a solid soul. After Fang Chen learned about soul cultivators, he was extremely excited. Soul cultivators had very powerful killing methods, and they were also very strange. If he could become a soul cultivator, his strength would definitely increase again. Furthermore, Dry Bones was from the outer realms. His inheritance would definitely be incomparably powerful. "I can help you become a soul cultivator, but I can't teach you any soul attack secret technique. During that battle, my spatial ring was destroyed, and all of my cultivation techniques were lost. Even the soul secret techniques in my mind gradually disappeared with the passage of time," said Dry Bones. Fang Chen cupped his hands toward Dry Bones. At this time, a majestic aura came out of Dry Bones and wrapped around Fang Chen. "Don't resist," said Dry Bones. Fang Chen closed his eyes. He could sense that Dry Bones was tempering his soul. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Dry Bones had been tempering Fang Chen's soul. Finally, Dry Bones released Fang Chen, and the latter opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen felt as if heaven and earth were under his control. "This feeling is really good," said Fang Chen inwardly. "After my tempering, you have officially become a soul cultivator," said Dry Bones. "Take a look at your soul. Is there a seed?" Hearing Dry Bones' words, Fang Chen carefully examined his soul. He found a seed lying quietly in his soul. He asked puzzledly, "Senior, what is this?" "This seed is called a soul seed. It's something that every soul cultivator has. Only by condensing a soul seed can you be considered a true soul cultivator," said Dry Bones. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Dry Bones' methods were too powerful. He hadn't even known that he had condensed a soul seed. With a thought, Fang Chen's soul seed began to move. At this time, Fang Chen discovered a majestic soul aura coming from the soul seed. "This is a soul cultivator?" Fang Chen wondered inwardly. After becoming a soul cultivator, Fang Chen finally understood how powerful soul cultivators were. Right now, he could only be considered a first-rank soul cultivator. According to Dry Bones, if a first-rank soul cultivator cultivated to the peak, they could easily deal with any Qi Hai expert. "Although I can't give you any cultivation techniques, I can help you modify your soul secret technique." While speaking, Dry Bones' aura came out and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. After a while, a large amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. After reading this information, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. Dry Bones had completely modified his Daluo soul killing flame. The current Daluo soul killing flame was countless times stronger than before. A crystal stone floated out of Dry Bones. This crystal stone looked very ordinary. It floated in front of Fang Chen, and Fang Chen grasped it in his hand. "One day, when you are strong enough to leave the ancient sword continent, take this crystal stone and follow its guidance to find the things I left behind," Dry Bones said slowly. Fang Chen looked at the crystal stone and stored it in his interspatial ring. "I don't have much time left. This is my understanding of soul cultivation. You can have a look at it," Dry Bones said. Voila! A majestic aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the understanding of soul cultivation. Fang Chen carefully comprehended the understanding of soul cultivation left behind by Dry Bones. As time passed, his understanding of soul cultivation became deeper and deeper. 10 days later, Fang Chen's soul had silently reached the mid-red rank. This made Fang Chen very excited. His soul reaching the mid-red rank also meant that his soul cultivation had reached the mid-first rank. A mid-first rank soul cultivation could easily kill any martial artist below the 7th level of the Qi Hai realm. For Fang Chen, this was still not up to his expectations. If his soul cultivation could reach the late first rank, he would be able to easily defeat martial artists at the last 3 levels of the Qi Hai realm. A first-rank soul cultivation corresponded to a martial artist at the Qi Hai realm. An early rank soul cultivation corresponded to the first 3 levels of the Qi Hai realm, a mid-rank soul cultivation corresponded to the middle 3 levels of the Qi Hai realm, and a late-rank soul cultivation corresponded to the last 3 levels of the Qi Hai realm. Generally speaking, a soul cultivation could instantly kill a martial artist at the same level. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, the aura of soul around him was immediately withdrawn. At this moment, Dry Bones on top of the praying mat shattered and turned into a pile of yellow soil, disappearing into the canyon. Fang Chen bowed deeply to the praying mat 3 times before standing up. At this moment, with a walla sound, the majestic aura of soul in the canyon dissipated. Hao Yang, who was trapped here, could finally move. The moment he saw Fang Chen, his eyes shone with a golden light. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. In this canyon, Fang Chen had gained a lot. Not only did he become a soul cultivator, but he also received Dry Bones' inheritance. Although Dry Bones had never mentioned his name, he had left a crystal stone for Fang Chen. When Fang Chen had the ability to leave the ancient sword continent, the crystal stone would guide Fang Chen to the place where Dry Bones left his inheritance. At that time, Dry Bones' identity would be revealed. "Brat, how dare you steal my inheritance? I will tear you to pieces." Hao Yang roared angrily. Fang Chen looked at Hao Yang with disdain. Even before he became a soul cultivator, he would have been able to defeat Hao Yang in a one-on-one fight, let alone now. Now it was needless to say. Chapter 333. Hao Yang was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Earth Fire sect. He had entered the divine illusion space in order to find an opportunity that belonged to him and soar to the top. His luck was pretty good. He had encountered this mysterious canyon as soon as he had entered the divine illusion space. The mysterious canyon contained a majestic spiritual aura, which made Hao Yang believe that there was definitely an inheritance ultimate treasure within. After entering the canyon with great difficulty, Hao Yang had originally thought that the inheritance ultimate treasure would be his. However, Fang Chen had appeared out of nowhere and snatched the inheritance that should have belonged to him. This made Hao Yang extremely angry. Not only that, but Hao Yang was also trapped in the canyon and could only watch as Fang Chen accepted the skeleton's inheritance. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to tear Fang Chen to shreds. "Kid, no matter what faction is behind you, you will definitely die today." After the majestic spiritual aura in the canyon dissipated with great difficulty, Hao Yang regained his freedom. He glared at Fang Chen and roared furiously. Fang Chen bowed deeply 3 times in the direction of where the skeleton had dissipated. Then, he turned his head and looked at Hao Yang. Hao Yang and Yuan Xian had joined forces to stop him from the start. If it hadn't been for his ice intent, he might have been seriously injured by Hao Yang and Yuan Xian. After using the ice intent with great difficulty to kill Yuan Xian, Fang Chen had also suffered a heavy blow from Hao Yang, which had injured him. Fortunately, Fang Chen had obtained the skeleton's approval and successfully accepted the skeleton's inheritance. He had become a shocking soul cultivator. After becoming a soul cultivator, Fang Chen's vision naturally wasn't limited to a mere Golden Crown nation. He had obtained many secrets from the skeleton's information and his strength had increased greatly. Although his soul cultivation rank was only at the mid-grade grade 1, the strength of his soul had once reached the mid-grade orange grade. Although it had been suppressed by the skeleton's heaven-defying methods, Fang Chen had gained a lot of experience in this aspect. Therefore, Fang Chen was confident that in the near future, his soul strength would once again reach mid-orange level. At that time, even spirit condensation elites would not dare to provoke Fang Chen. Originally, Fang Chen didn't intend to let Hao Yang go. At this moment, seeing Hao Yang's scarlet eyes and his terrifying aura, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he said, "If I were you, I would run away as far as I can. Brat, hand over the inheritance and I, Hao Yang, can leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a proper burial ground," Hao Yang said coldly. He stared at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with greed. He wanted to get the inheritance. Hao Yang could feel that Fang Chen's aura had changed greatly. This was definitely because of the legacy. Therefore, Hao Yang had to obtain the legacy at all costs. "Leave my corpse intact? I want to see just how you'll leave my corpse intact," sneered Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Hearing this, Hao Yang roared in anger. In the next moment, a wild aura exploded from Hao Yang's body. Hao Yang clenched his fist, and the wild aura gathered on his fist. In the end, there were sparks of fire on Hao Yang's fist. Earth Fire God Fist. Following Hao Yang's roar, the Earth Fire God Fist was displayed. The Earth Fire God Fist was one of the secret skills of the Earth Fire sect. It was extremely powerful. Hao Yang displayed the Earth Fire God Fist in order to kill Fang Chen. The Earth Fire God Fist had a total of 9 levels, and Hao Yang was only at the 6th level. If he could reach the peak of the Earth Fire God Fist, he would be able to destroy the heavens and earth with a single punch. Boom boom boom. When Hao Yang's Earth Fire God Fist was displayed, a majestic flame separated from his fist. This flame was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, and it condensed into a fiery red fist aura. The power contained within this fist was too strong. Even a warrior at the early stage of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm would be killed by this fist. Hao Yang was confident that even if Fang Chen received the inheritance, he would not be able to fully absorb it in a short period of time. Thus, Fang Chen would not be able to defend against his Earth Fire God Fist. Earth Fire God Fist? If I could reach the peak of the Earth Fire God Fist, I might be afraid. Fang Chen said as he saw Hao Yang display the Earth Fire God Fist. Seeing that Hao Yang's Earth Fire God Fist was about to touch his body, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and casually swung it. The 7th level of the Fire Water Sword art was displayed instantly. Swoosh! A majestic sword light instantly blasted against the Earth Fire Divine Fist and exploded, causing the entire sky to be filled with flames. At this moment, there were many disciples of the Earth Fire sect on the flat ground outside the mysterious valley. They were waiting quietly. Suddenly, they saw flames appear in the middle of the valley. Moreover, there was a scorching aura coming from the valley. It's the aura of the Earth Fire God Fist. Could it be that senior brother Hao Yang is fighting? An Earth Fire sect disciple suddenly shouted. That's right, it's the aura of the Earth Fire God Fist. It must be senior brother Hao Yang who received the inheritance and is fighting with the disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. Senior brother Hao Yang has displayed the Earth Fire God Fist. The disciple of the Reverence Sword sect is dead for sure. Senior brother Hao Yang is indeed an outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Earth Fire sect. He has mastered the Earth Fire God Fist to perfection. He is really powerful. Many of the Earth Fire sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves when they saw the soaring flames. Their eyes were filled with envy. Within the Earth Fire sect, the Earth Fire God Fist was considered one of the top cultivation techniques. Ordinary disciples didn't have the qualifications to cultivate the Earth Fire God Fist. Only those disciples who had potential or had reached a certain level of strength could cultivate the Earth Fire God Fist. If I could practice the Earth Fire God Fist, my strength would definitely soar. Many disciples thought to themselves. However, they had no idea just how dangerous Hao Yang's situation was in the canyon. Within the canyon, the sky was filled with flames. Hao Yang's Earth Fire God Fist had been directly shattered by the Water Fire Sword light. A majestic aura swept through the entire canyon. Even Fang Chen was forced back a few steps. Hao Yang's body was also constantly pushed back. After his Earth Fire God Fist had been blocked by Fang Chen, a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. How is this possible? He was actually able to block my Earth Fire God Fist? Hao Yang thought to himself. The Earth Fire God Fist was the most powerful attack he could display up until now. He had originally thought that the 6th level of the Earth Fire God Fist would be enough to kill Fang Chen. But now it seemed that he had underestimated it. No, he can't be this strong, Hao Yang said. In the next moment, Hao Yang launched another attack. The Earth Fire God Fist was pushed to the extreme as it attacked Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen had already figured out the attack trajectory of the Earth Fire God Fist from the first attack, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a strange smile when he saw Hao Yang use the Earth Fire God Fist this time. Whoosh! Fang Chen pushed the two concepts of water and fire to the extreme. When the two concepts of the second minor realm fused together, the power of water and fire was extremely tyrannical. The water-fire sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and collided with the earth-fire god fist. At the same time, Fang Chun closed his eyes slightly and the mid-red class soul in his mind suddenly shot out. Daluo Soul Killer Flame. Fang Chun didn't know how tyrannical the Daluo Soul Killer Flame had become after being modified by dry bones. He only knew that he was now a mid-first rank soul cultivator. Xiao. Fang Chen's mid-red class soul instantly appeared in the sky and turned into a majestic flaming blade. This flaming blade, under the control of Fang Chen's unique technique, pierced into Hao Yang's mind in an extremely strange trajectory. The attack of the Daluo Soul Killer Flame caused Hao Yang's soul to tremble. Hao Yang let out a miserable cry and his body fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Hao Yang. Without hesitation, he took the hidden star sword and pierced Hao Yang's head. Pucci! Hao Yang widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chun unwillingly. In the end, his life completely dissipated. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and looked at the dead Hao Yang with a smile on his face. Although a mid-first rank soul cultivator could only deal with a martial artist in the middle third stage of the Qi High realm, Fang Chun still managed to cause a lot of damage to Hao Yang. The Daluo Soul Killer Flame that was modified by Senior Dry Bones is too strong. Fang Chun thought to himself. The current Daluo Soul Killer Flame was at least twice as strong as before. This made Fang Chun very happy. After killing Hao Yang, Fang Chun picked up Hao Yang's interspatial ring and walked out of the canyon step by step. At this time, outside the canyon, many disciples of the Earth Fire sect and the Celestial Star sect were waiting for Yuan Xin and Hao Yang. However, while they were anxiously waiting, Hao Yang and Yuan Xin didn't appear. Instead, the one who appeared in front of them was Fang Chun. He didn't die. Seeing Fang Chun, the disciples of the Earth Fire sect were all puzzled. Just now, within the canyon, there was a flame that soared into the sky. It was clearly the aura of the Earth Fire God Fist, which meant that senior apprentice brother Hao Yang was fighting with someone. Now, this sword reverence sect disciple had appeared, but Hao Yang hadn't. Could it be? Thinking of this, the Earth Fire sect disciple angrily asked, "Brat, where's senior apprentice brother Hao Yang?" It wasn't just the Earth Fire sect disciples. Even the Celestial Star sect disciples were approaching Fang Chun. They glared at Fang Chun and coldly asked, "Brat, why are you the only one who came out?" Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the Earth Fire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples. He calmly said, "Because they're dead." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, the Earth Fire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples were enraged. They didn't believe him. "Brat, you're lying. Senior apprentice brother Yuan Xin's strength isn't something you can handle." "That's right. Senior apprentice brother Hao Yang and senior apprentice brother Yuan Xin teamed up. You're not their match. You're lying." Fang Chun slightly shook his head. "There's no need for me to lie to dead people." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, an aura soared into the sky. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "What are you doing?" a disciple coldly asked when he sensed that killing intent. "Killing you," said Fang Chun. "Attack together. Kill him." The Earth Fire sect and Celestial Star sect's disciples were enraged. Bang! Bang! In an instant, everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle. 3 minutes later, Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword. His body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. It was the blood of the Earth Fire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples. Chapter 334. Although Fang Chen's current cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 5th Qi High Realm, he could easily defeat a late stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. After becoming a soul cultivator, even if he faced a peak stage of the 8th Qi High Realm, he would not be afraid. However, if he faced a 9th Qi High Realm warrior, Fang Chun would not be confident. I must increase my strength as soon as possible. Fang Chen said to himself. The disciples who entered the divine illusion space were all elite disciples of the sect. Some of them had reached the terrifying 9th Qi High Realm. Although he hadn't met any powerful disciples yet, he would eventually meet them in the future. Therefore, the most important thing for Fang Chen now was to increase his strength. After killing the disciples of the Earth Fire sect and the Celestial Star sect, Fang Chen left the mysterious canyon. After the bones disappeared, the canyon became an ordinary canyon. After leaving the canyon, Fang Chen met many Tai Shi bears as he passed through the forest. However, these Tai Shi bears were not as strong as Fang Chen. After easily killing a few Tai Shi bears, Fang Chen left the forest. Just as Fang Chen left the forest, there was a sudden change in his Dantian Qi Si. This made Fang Chen happy. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. The change in his Dantian meant that he was about to break through the bottleneck. Before, Fang Chen's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 5th Qi High Realm. This breakthrough would definitely increase Fang Chen's cultivation. Let's find a place to break through first, Fang Chen said to himself. After that, Fang Chen found a direction and quickly moved forward. After a while, Fang Chen met some warriors on the plains. Among these warriors, there were disciples of the Reverence Sword sect. Fang Chen found a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. After revealing his identity, the disciple was very surprised. Fang Chen, didn't you die on the mountain outside the old city? The disciple asked curiously. I was lucky to escape. Fang Chen grinned. I see. The disciple nodded slightly. No matter what, Fang Chen was the Heaven Sword son of the Reverence Sword sect. If he died, it would be a loss for the Reverence Sword sect. Seeing Fang Chen in perfect condition, the disciple was very happy. That's right, on the way here, I met many disciples who were heading in one direction. Fang Chen asked. Just now, he had sensed that something was amiss. After walking on the plains for about an hour, he had met many disciples from various sections. Most of them had anxious looks on their faces as they rushed forward. This puzzled Fang Chen. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly saw a Sword Reverence sect disciple. You don't know? Asked the disciple. Fang Chen shook his head. The disciple explained, not long ago, on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, a disciple discovered the skeleton of a demonic beast. It said that the skeleton of this demonic beast belonged to a beast king from ancient times. The skeleton of a beast king. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. A beast king was definitely a demonic beast that stood at the peak of the demonic beast world. The skeleton of a beast king had actually been found on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. What kind of demonic beast skeleton was it? Asked Fang Chen. It was the skeleton of a rat demon. It said that there is something special in the skeleton of this beast king. It has been passed down since the ancient era. It's definitely extraordinary. Many disciples from the sect went there, explained the disciple. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the little mouse suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Its little paw was pointing in front of them, chirping incessantly. Its face was filled with anxiety. Are you saying you want to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak? Fang Chen looked at the anxious little mouse. The little mouse nodded incessantly. Seeing the little mouse's anxious appearance, Fang Chen faintly felt that the skeleton of the Beast King that had appeared on the Crimson Afterglow Peak had something to do with the little mouse. No matter what, that Beast King was a rat demon. Perhaps the little mouse would be able to obtain its inheritance. Fang Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly nodded and prepared to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. How far is it from here to the Crimson Afterglow Peak? Asked Fang Chen. If we rush at full speed, we should be able to get there in 6 hours, said the disciple. Fang Chen thanked the disciple and then left with the little mouse. The skeleton of a beast king. Fang Chen sighed as he hurried along. No matter what, he had to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Perhaps the little mouse would be able to obtain the Beast King's inheritance. Just as Fang Chen left the plain, a large group of warriors suddenly appeared on the plain. The leader of the group looked around with a puzzled expression on his face. "Senior apprentice brother, what is it?" asked a disciple. "I sensed a special aura." The leading disciple's eyes flickered. "What aura?" asked another disciple. "I sensed this aura on the bodies of the dead Starfire sect disciples," said the leading disciple. Hearing that, all the disciples' expressions changed. The Starfire sect's disciples had scattered after entering the divine illusion space. But not long after, they had discovered their companions, but their companions had already been killed. This infuriated the Starfire sect's disciples. The head disciple of the Starfire sect, Shinkong, swore that he would definitely find the killer and take revenge for the deaths of the Starfire sect's disciples. However, while they were searching for the killer, they had also heard that they had discovered the skeleton of a Beast King on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. That made him very excited. First, they would go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak to fight for the Beast King skeleton. However, on the way here, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. When he arrived at the plains, he was even more certain that the murderer who killed their Starry Fire sect disciple had come here. "He's heading in the direction of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Chase after him," said Shinkong. Following that, under Shinkong's lead, the Starfire sect's disciples quickly chased in the direction of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. After 6 hours, Fang Chen finally arrived in front of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. At this time, there were many martial artists standing in front of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Their gazes were filled with reverence as they looked at the Crimson Afterglow Peak. When Fang Chen arrived, he immediately sensed a wild aura that swept through the land. "That is," Fang Chen raised his head to look at the sky. He was surprised to find that on the towering Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was a huge skeleton of a Beast King. This skeleton of a Beast King was a rat demon. Its claws were extended and its face was gloomy. Its body was emitting a terrifying aura. It is indeed a Beast King. After being dead for so many years, it can still emit such a tyrannical aura. Fang Chen was shocked. He was just standing at the foot of the Crimson Afterglow Peak, and the aura was already so strong. If a weak martial artist stepped on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful aura. When the little mouse saw the skeleton of a Beast King on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, it chirped non-stop. Its face was filled with excitement. Fang Chen could feel the little mouse's excitement, but he signaled the little mouse not to be anxious. Since no one had climbed the Crimson Afterglow Peak, it meant that it would be very difficult to climb the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Since he had just arrived, he had to understand the situation first. Fang Chen looked around. Among the martial artists at the foot of the Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. The rest of the martial artists were at the late or peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a martial artist could not resist the temptation and stepped onto the Crimson Afterglow Peak. The moment he stepped onto the Crimson Afterglow Peak, a terrifying ray of light shot out from the Beast King's skeleton above the Crimson Afterglow Peak, instantly entering the warrior's body. Pucci the martial artist fell onto the ground and lost all signs of life. Seeing this scene, many martial artists gasped. This Beast King had been dead for so many years, but it was still so strong. How can one climb the Crimson Afterglow Peak? A disciple could not help but ask. "Senior brother Wang Xiao, you are the strongest martial artist here. Do you know how to climb the Crimson Afterglow Peak?" A disciple asked the 9th level of the Qi High Realm martial artist. Wang Xiao was an outstanding disciple of the Wang family of the Moon Continent. The Wang family was one of the most powerful forces in the Moon Continent and one of the 9 two-star sect in the Central region. Although Wang Xiao wasn't the strongest member of the Wang family's younger generation, his potential was still among the top of the Wang family's younger generation. The divine illusion dimension was very big. After entering the dimension, all the disciples of the sect were scattered. This time, the news of the Beast King being found on the Crimson Afterglow Peak was only spread in a small circle. Many of the big sect did not know about it. Among the martial artists here, Wang Xiao was the strongest and had the highest status. That's right, senior brother Wang Xiao, you are one of the strongest martial artists in the Wang family. You must know how to climb the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Hearing a disciple's question, the other disciples also asked. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Xiao. Fang Qin also looked at Wang Xiao. He carefully examined Wang Xiao and found that deep within his eyes, there was a bloodthirsty killing intent. If my guess is correct, the Beast King on the Crimson Afterglow Peak is protecting it. Human martial artists are unable to enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Only demonic beasts can enter, Wang Xiao said with a smile. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, many martial artists frowned and asked, could it be that the Beast King's inheritance is something that we humans cannot obtain? The Beast King was a strong martial artist. Although they had fallen, the inheritance they left behind would not be obtained by human martial artists. It must have been left behind for their descendant. A disciple said. Wang Xiao nodded and said, the Beast King's inheritance can only be obtained by demonic beasts. After saying that, a big white dog appeared beside Wang Xiao. When the big white dog saw the skeleton of the Beast King on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, its eyes were filled with passion. Woof, woof. The big white dog looked at the skeleton of the Beast King and barked loudly. It seemed to be telling Wang Xiao that it wanted to enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Go. Wang Xiao gently patted the big white dog's forehead and said. The snow-white dog ran towards the Crimson Afterglow Peak. In the blink of an eye, it entered the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Everyone realized that the Beast King didn't attack the dog after it entered the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Immediately, the martial artists with spiritual beasts released their spiritual beasts and let them fight for the Beast King's inheritance. All kinds of spiritual beasts rushed into the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Chapter 335. In the ancient Sword Continent, many experts would take in powerful demonic beasts or demonic beasts with unlimited potential as their spiritual pet. After having a spirit pet, the strength of the spirit pet would increase, and it could even help its master in critical moments. Therefore, when they knew that human warriors could not enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak, they all let their spirit pets enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak to fight for the Beast King's inheritance. The little mouse jumped onto the ground and quickly entered the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Many spirit pets quickly ascended the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Fang Qin squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Wang Xiao, who was standing not far away, squinted his eyes and looked at his spirit pet snowy white dog with a confident smile on his face. Others might not know, but he knew that his spirit pet snowy white dog was not a normal dog-type demonic beast. It was a mutated dog-type demonic beast called the Earth-Shattering Dog. When an Earth-Shattering Dog reaches adulthood, it can reach the Qi High Realm. But this big white dog, with the help of the Wang family's resources, has already reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Among all the soul pets, it is the strongest. Although the large snow-white dog looked very lazy, Wang Xiao knew that when the large snow-white dog fought, even some martialists would be terrified. I wonder how strong the snowy white dog will be after receiving the Beast King's inheritance. Wang Xiao thought to himself. The Beast King was a demonic beast that stood at the top of the demonic beast world. Their strength was too strong. Even after being dead for so many years, the Beast King of the Crimson Afterglow Peak was still able to leave behind such a technique. Just as Wang Xiao was deep in thought, a furious roar suddenly entered everyone's ears. Many cultivators looked behind them one after another. At this moment, the disciples of the Starfire sect were led by Xing Xing to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Xing Xing's gaze locked onto Fang Qin. Kid, I finally met you. Xing Xing roared angrily. There were very few warriors who had seen Fang Qin, so no one recognized him. They only thought of Fong Chen as a normal sect warrior. At this moment, the disciples of the Starfire sect were furious. They all guessed that this kid had offended the Starfire sect. And, when Fong Chen saw the many disciples of the Starfire sect, he frowned but did not say anything. "Brat, you killed my Starfire sect's disciple. I, Starry Sky, will cut you into 8 pieces, Starry Sky said coldly. I'm afraid you don't have that ability, Fong Chen said. Starry Sky was infuriated. He wanted to attack, but he was interrupted by a voice. Gentlemen, please don't let your personal grudges affect my spirit pet's competition for the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton. Starry Sky looked in Wang Zhao's direction. When he saw Wang Zhao, a smile appeared on his gloomy face. He said, "So it's young Master Wang Zhao. Young Master Wang Zhao, this man and I have an irreconcilable enmity. I must kill him with my own hands," Starry Sky said. Wang Zhao nodded and said, "Either we leave this place or we settle our grudges after the battle for the Beast King's inheritance is over. Since young Master Wang Zhao says so, I'll spare his dog life for now." Starry Sky chuckled. Clearly, Starry Sky was very afraid of Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao was a member of the Wang family of the Moon Continent, while Starry Sky was only a disciple of the Starfire sect. The difference between the Wang family and the Starfire sect wasn't something Starry Sky could imagine. The Starfire sect wasn't the strongest among the one-star sects. Even compared to the Heavenly Star sect and the Earthfire sect, they were far from being comparable. So Starry Sky knew his own limits. He was willing to endure. Wang Zhao nodded when he heard that. In this place, he was the strongest, and the power behind him was the strongest. No one dared to go against him. This kind of feeling was really good. Starry Sky no longer bothered Fong Chen. Fong Chen also ignored him. He raised his head and looked at the Crimson Afterglow Peak. At this time, many demonic beasts had already stepped onto the Crimson Afterglow Peak. They surrounded the Beast King's skeleton, quietly standing there, not daring to advance. What's in the Beast King's skeleton? Fong Chen was extremely puzzled. But he couldn't enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak, so he couldn't sense the chi of the Beast King's skeleton. The other cultivators were also quietly standing there. As time passed, the spiritual pets on the Crimson Afterglow Peak finally started to move. Following the action of one spirit pet, the other spirit pets also started to move. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Then, everyone saw that Wang Zhao's snow-white big dog was roaring towards the sky. It directly erupted with a powerful force and constantly attacked the spirit pets around it. What? Seeing the true strength of the big white dog, many cultivators were shocked. The strength of the big white dog was comparable to a 7th-level Chi-High warrior. How can it be so strong? At this moment, everyone finally realized why Wang Zhao didn't care about the spiritual pets entering the Crimson Afterglow Peak. It was because he didn't care about these spiritual pets at all. Bang bang bang. Following a series of deafening sounds, the spiritual pets of the cultivators were all sent flying by the big white dog. In just a short while, more than half of the spiritual pets were thrown off the Crimson Afterglow Peak by the big white dog, and were heavily injured. After these spiritual pets were thrown off the Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They all retreated from the Crimson Afterglow Peak and didn't dare to go against the big white dog. The big white dog's powerful attacks angered many spiritual pets. At some point, many spiritual pets actually joined forces to attack the big white dog. The owners of these spiritual pets looked at Wang Zhao carefully, afraid that he would be angry. But obviously, Wang Zhao didn't care at all. This is a fight between spiritual pets. I won't interfere, Wang Zhao said confidently. In his mind, there wasn't a single spiritual pet that could defeat the big white dog. The power of the big white dog attracted the attacks of many spiritual pets. Although these spiritual pets weren't a match for the big white dog alone, when they joined forces, they were still able to affect the big white dog to a certain extent. The big white dog was no longer as invincible as before. It was now in a tough battle. Everyone's attention was attracted by the big white dog. In a corner of the crimson afterglow peak, the little mouse's eyes were rolling around. Finally, it calmly approached the Beast King. Because it was too small, it was directly ignored by many spiritual pets. At this moment, it approached the Beast King's skeleton without any pressure. Below the crimson afterglow peak, only Fong Chen noticed this scene. A smile appeared on his face. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After the little mouse approached the Beast King's skeleton, its small claws directly touched the Beast King's skeleton. Suddenly, a majestic aura soared into the sky. Swoosh! Above the sky, a crimson glow appeared. Above this crimson glow, there were rolling clouds and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. What's going on? A disciple asked doubtfully. Suddenly, many warriors looked at the crimson glow that suddenly appeared in the sky. Even the spiritual pets that were fighting on the crimson afterglow peak stopped fighting. At this moment, changes were happening on the crimson afterglow peak. In front of the Beast King's skeleton, the little mouse stood quietly. Its small claws touched the Beast King's skeleton. Layers of purple halos appeared around its body. These purple halos actually penetrated the Beast King's skeleton. There's a shadow in front of the Beast King's skeleton. Suddenly, Wang Xiao noticed the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton. It's a little mouse. Hearing this, a disciple looked over and instantly saw a little mouse. Damn it, why is this little mouse so close to the Beast King's skeleton? Someone shouted angrily. At the same time, when everyone noticed the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton, the big white dog also noticed it. It looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Roar! With a roar, the big white dog fiercely attacked the little mouse. Bang! However, just as the big white dog was about to touch the little mouse's body, a majestic aura suddenly surged out and directly hit the big white dog. Bang! The big white dog's body was directly sent flying and finally fell below the crimson afterglow peak. Little White. Seeing the big white dog being sent flying and its aura weakening, Wang Zhao's expression became completely gloomy. He called out worriedly. Wang Xiao ran over to the big white dog and patted it. He saw that the big white dog was heavily injured and its aura was weak. Damn it! Wang Xiao was infuriated. He had thought that the Beast King's inheritance would definitely be the big white dog's. But now, the big white dog had actually been sent flying by an invisible aura and was heavily injured. That little mouse, whose spirit pet is it? Wang Xiao angrily glared at the little mouse. Crash! Wang Xiao put away the big white dog and began to heal its injuries. At this time, the crimson afterglow peak's light grew even brighter. Following the blossoming of the crimson afterglow peak, countless spirit pets were sent flying. In the end, only the little mouse was left on the crimson afterglow peak. At this time, the little mouse seemed to be fusing with the Beast King's skeleton. A purple halo was circulating around the Beast King's skeleton. Could it be that this Beast King is the little mouse's ancestor? Fong Chen muttered to himself in his heart. The little mouse had easily approached the Beast King's skeleton. As for the other spirit pets, they had all been sent flying. That was enough to explain everything. The purple halo circulating around the Beast King's skeleton was exactly the same as the little mouse's. Just what kind of race does the little mouse belong to? How is it related to the Beast King? Fong Chen was completely puzzled. When the only one left on the crimson afterglow peak was the little mouse, the crimson afterglow peak suddenly released its most resplendent light. In the end, that resplendent light instantly converged and entered the little mouse's body. At this time, the little mouse was receiving the Beast King's inheritance. Many martial artists' eyes turned scarlet. They had worked so hard to get here, but they hadn't even started fighting before they were eliminated. They refused to accept this. How about we all attack the crimson afterglow peak together and destroy the Beast King's skeleton? Suggested a disciple. Young Master Wang Xiao, what should we do now? asked another disciple. Wait. Chapter 336. Although Wang Xiao was furious, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak, so he could only wait for the damned mouse to come out and kill it. Therefore, he could only wait. Many of the warriors recalled their spirit pet. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton. While they hated the little mouse, they were also envious of the little mouse. The Beast King's skeleton was actually obtained by a little mouse. It was extremely depressing. While everyone was waiting, Fang Chen was also waiting. However, Fang Chen walked to the edge of the peak and sat down cross-legged. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense aura. Before coming to the Crimson Afterglow Peak, Fang Chen felt that he was about to break through. When he arrived at the Crimson Afterglow Peak, Fang Chen's Qi was constantly churning. While waiting for the little mouse, he decided to break through. Crash! At this moment, in Fang Chen's Qi, the liquefied spirit Qi was constantly churning. Waves of dense spirit Qi were constantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. As time passed, Fang Chen's Qi was constantly expanding. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen felt that the spirit Qi in his Qi had been exhausted. At this moment, he needed to replenish his spirit Qi. Therefore, Fang Chen took out the upper-rank spirit stones without hesitation. Compared to the middle-rank spirit stones, the upper-rank spirit stones contained more spirit Qi. Fang Chen wildly absorbed the upper-rank spirit stones. When Fang Chen had absorbed a total of 10,000 upper-rank spirit stones, the spirit Qi in his Qi was finally full again. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his Qi was shaking violently. Following that, his Qi was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Qi is expanding. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he thought to himself. Time passed by bit by bit. After about 2 hours, Fang Chen's Qi finally stopped expanding. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that his cultivation had gone from the mid-stage of the 5th Qi High Realm to the late stage of the 5th Qi High Realm, and had reached the peak of the 5th Qi High Realm. Peak of the 5th level of Qi High Realm. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After reaching the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, even a warrior at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm would not be able to defeat him. Even if he were to face a warrior at the beginning of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen would still dare to fight him. Good preparation. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and knew that this was all because of his solid foundation. That was why he was able to break through to the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen opened his eyes and retracted his aura. He then looked at the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Fang Chen looked at the Crimson Afterglow Peak. At this moment, on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, the skeleton of the Beast King was slowly dissipating. Around the body of the little mouse, the purple light was getting thicker and thicker. As time passed, when the skeleton of the Beast King had completely dissipated, the purple light around the body of the little mouse disappeared. In the next moment, a blinding light exploded from the body of the little mouse. Then, the entire Crimson Afterglow Peak shook. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, and a wild aura swept through the entire Crimson Afterglow Peak. It was as if a faint voice was floating in the air. As the skeleton of the Beast King was dissipating, a wild aura entered the body of the little mouse, causing the aura around the little mouse to increase dramatically. Hiss, hiss, hiss! After the skeleton of the Beast King had dissipated, the Crimson Afterglow Peak returned to normal. In the sky, another ray of Crimson Afterglow appeared, but this ray of Crimson Afterglow disappeared in a flash. Voila! At this moment, the crowd realized that there was a ripple in the air in front of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Then, a terrifying light shot out from the crowd's eyes. The Crimson Afterglow Peak has returned to normal. Someone shouted. Immediately, countless warriors rushed up the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen stepped onto the Crimson Afterglow Peak and quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. first level of Qi High. At this moment, the aura emitted from the body of the little mouse made Fang Chen realize that the little mouse had actually reached the first level of Qi High. Kid, this spirit pet is actually yours. That's great, hand it over. A warrior shouted angrily. Kid, hand over your spirit pet and we will let you live. That's right, if you don't hand over your spirit pet, you will definitely die. Many warriors surrounded Fang Chen and said angrily. Even Wang Zhao's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. No, to be exact, he was staring at the little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder. Being able to obtain the inheritance of the skeleton of the Beast King meant that this little mouse had the potential to become a new Beast King in the future. Thinking of this, the crowd was extremely excited. If my spirit pet obtains the inheritance, then I will have to hand it over. What if the one who obtains the inheritance is not my spirit pet, but yours? Fang Chen sneered. Kid, your time has come. At this moment, the starry sky of the Starfire sect let out a roar. With a leap, he appeared before Fang Chen and struck out without hesitation. Xing Xing had been waiting for the end of the fight for the skeleton of the Beast King. Once it was over, he would kill Fang Chen. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally would not hold back and attacked like lightning. Rumble Xing Xing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. He was only one step away from the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. He thought that killing Fang Chen would be easy. But when Fang Chen used his powerful attack, he regretted it. Swoosh! The sword of water and fire shattered Xing Xing's attack with absolute strength and pierced into Xing Xing's body. Bang! Xing Xing's body fell to the ground unwillingly and lost all signs of life. The entire Crimson Afterglow Peak was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. One sword strike killed Xing Xing, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. How strong was the person in front of them? How is this possible? Some warriors cried out in surprise. Fang Chen's strength was out of their expectations. Too strong. One sword strike killed Xing Xing. The latter did not even have the chance to fight back. His strength is at least at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. On the Crimson Afterglow Peak, except for Wang Xiao, no one is his match. Too scary. Luckily I did not make a move, or else I would be the one dead. Many of the warriors were scared. If Xing Xing did not make a move, they would be the ones dead. Many of the warriors present were not as strong as Xing Xing. Some of them were even as strong as Xing Xing. Their faces were pale as they retreated. In the end, all of the warriors looked at Wang Xiao, waiting for him to speak. Right now, on the entire Crimson Afterglow Peak, no one except Wang Xiao dared to make a move against Fang Chen. Kid, your strength is out of my expectations, Wang Xiao said coldly. So what? Fang Chen did not give Wang Xiao any face and said, When I, Wang Xiao, make a move, I never leave anyone alive. Wang Xiao continued. And then? Fang Chen asked. Seeing Fang Chen so stubborn, Wang Xiao's face became gloomy. He said coldly, Are you sure you want to force me to make a move? Fang Chen looked at Wang Xiao and grinned. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If it was before, he might not be a match for Wang Xiao. But now that he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, he was not afraid of Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao squinted his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp blade appeared. Then, a wild aura appeared around him. The Wang family of the Moon Continent was a family of blades. It was said that within the Wang family, there was a king blade art that was extremely powerful. The Wang family relied on this king blade art to become a 2-star sect. When the crowd saw Wang Xiao make a move, their eyes widened. They wanted to see the legendary king blade art. But what they did not know was that the king blade art of the Wang family was not something an ordinary person could practice. Even Wang Xiao did not have the qualifications to practice the king blade art. But even so, Wang Xiao still believed that he could defeat Fang Chen. Wang Xiao flicked his wrist, and a cold light shot out from his blade towards Fang Chen. Bang! The light from the blade and the light from the sword collided violently and exploded. This scene caused Wang Zhao's eyes to flicker. He did not continue to attack and instead stared at Fang Chen. From the previous exchange, Wang Zhao could feel that Fang Chen's strength was not weaker than his. Who is he? Why is he so strong? Wang Zhao thought to himself. Since Wang Zhao did not attack, Fang Chen naturally did not want to attack. Although Wang Zhao's strength could not be considered too strong, if they fought, both sides would suffer. Wang Zhao also seemed to have thought of this point. His eyes turned and he suddenly withdrew his aura. He then said, "This brother's strength is truly admirable. But your spirit pet has obtained the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton. If you do not give everyone an explanation, I'm afraid that you will not be able to leave here." Wang Zhao said, "How about this? How about this?" Fang Chen asked. "Since this is a fight between spirit beasts, then let the spirit beasts settle it themselves," Wang Zhao said with a smile. "The spirit beasts settle it themselves." Fang Chen frowned and said. Chapter 337. Hearing Wang Zhao's words, many of the warriors' eyes lit up. That's right. A battle between spiritual pets should be settled by the spiritual pets themselves. Your spiritual pet has received the inheritance. If it can defeat all of our spiritual pets, then it can leave safely. Even if you are strong, if all of us work together to kill you, you won't be able to escape. Since Wang Zhao said this, it meant that he didn't have the confidence to defeat Fang Chen. Many of the warriors quickly understood Wang Zhao's intentions. Moreover, they clearly knew that although Fang Chen's spiritual pet, Little Mouse, had received the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton, it was only at the first level of the Qi High Realm. Many of the warriors present had spiritual pets that were above the first level of the Qi High Realm. Although they were not as strong as Fang Chen, their spiritual pets were much stronger than Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and frowned. He didn't want to agree to Wang Zhao's request because Little Mouse's strength was definitely not as strong as his snow-white dog. "Kid, you better think carefully. If you don't agree, I'm afraid that everyone will be unhappy. You should know the consequences," Wang Zhao said coldly. Fang Chen was about to speak when the little mouse on his shoulder started to chatter. It seemed to be telling Fang Chen to agree to Wang Zhao's request. "You." Fang Chen was a little worried about the little mouse, but when he saw the smile in Little Mouse's eyes, he relaxed. After spending so much time with the little mouse, Fang Chen naturally understood the little mouse very well. The latter was not one to be taken advantage of. Since it agreed on its own accord, then it must have a way to deal with it. I hope my guess is correct, Fang Chen thought to himself. He then looked at Wang Zhao and said, "What do you have to prove your words?" "I am from the Wang clan of the Moon Continent," Wang Zhao said word by word. The Wang clan of the Moon Continent. These 5 words were enough to prove what Wang Zhao was saying. Fang Chen looked at Wang Zhao. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, I want to believe you." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a martial artist jumped out and grinned, "Let my spirit pet take the lead." This martial artist's spirit pet was a saber-toothed tiger. Above its head there was a faint king character, representing that this saber-toothed tiger was the king of tigers. "Boy, let your spirit pet come down." The burly man grinned. His spirit pet was at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, but Fang Chen's little mouse was only at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. He was very confident. Swoosh! Little Mouse jumped onto the ground. The saber-toothed tiger roared at the little mouse, but the little mouse didn't care at all. There was a slight smile on its face. Roar! Following the saber-toothed tiger's roar, its aura exploded and a powerful attack appeared beside the little mouse. Fang Chen stared at the little mouse. When the saber-toothed tiger's attack was about to reach the little mouse, the latter's eyes flashed and its body emitted a layer of purple light. At the same time, no one could clearly see how the little mouse attacked. Bang! With a loud sound, the saber-toothed tiger's body fell heavily onto the ground. It was heavily injured, and its eyes were filled with fear as it looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the purple light around the little mouse disappeared. It stood calmly on the ground as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Many martial artists couldn't understand. The little mouse's cultivation was obviously not as strong as the saber-toothed tiger, so how could it easily defeat it? Let my spirit pet come. Some martial artists couldn't accept it. They thought that the little mouse had used a trick and immediately let out their spirit pet. This time, Little Mouse's spirit pet was a cheetah at the 5th level of the Chi High Realm. Its body was much bigger than the little mouse. Roar! The cheetah roared at the little mouse, but the latter stood there calmly without any fear on its face. This made the cheetah furious as it thought that the little mouse was humiliating it. Shio the cheetah opened its claws, and a vast amount of energy gathered on its claws. It attacked the little mouse. Like magic, the little mouse once again shocked the martial artist. They still couldn't see how the little mouse attacked, but the cheetah fell onto the ground like the saber-toothed tiger, its eyes filled with fear. How is this possible? Even Wang Xiao was puzzled. He didn't understand how the little mouse defeated the cheetah. Until now, the martial artists finally realized that the little mouse's strength wasn't as weak as it looked. The martial artists who were yelling before all backed off, not daring to face Fang Qin. After that, there were still some martial artists who didn't believe it and let their spirit pets fight with the little mouse. But the result was the same. Their spirit pets couldn't even touch the little mouse's body before they were sent flying. Every spirit pet that was defeated had fear in their eyes. After defeating more than 10 spirit pets, the little mouse stood on one leg with its claws behind its back. It stood there quietly like a human, its face filled with disdain. Seeing this scene, the crowd was speechless. This little mouse was too abnormal. Could it be because of the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton? At the same time, many martial artists were thinking. The little mouse was only at the 1st level of the Chi High Realm. How could it defeat spirit pets at the 5th or 6th level of the Chi High Realm so easily? The crowd couldn't understand. After the spirit pets were defeated one after another, Wang Xiao finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out the snow-white dog. At this moment, the snow-white dog's injuries were completely healed. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. The Wang family of the Moon continent was too strong. The snow-white dog was able to recover so quickly because of Wang Zhao's large amount of resources. Wang Xiao briefly communicated with the snow-white dog. The snow-white dog nodded its head and glared at the little mouse. Roar! The snow-white dog roared at the little mouse. It wanted to tear the little mouse apart. Even when the little mouse saw the snow-white dog, it was still as calm and composed as before. It wasn't afraid at all. With a roar, the snow-white dog released a majestic aura and attacked the little mouse fiercely. This time, everyone finally saw the little mouse's body move. Just as the snow-white dog was about to touch the little mouse tapped the ground with the tip of its foot and directly jumped on top of the snow-white dog's head in a strange trajectory. Roar! Seeing this, the snow-white dog roared angrily. At the same time, its body shook and it stretched out its claws in an attempt to capture the little mouse. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't touch the little mouse. This made the snow-white dog extremely angry. Time passed by slowly. The crowd was completely numb. Was this still a battle? This was simply a joke. The little mouse didn't fight the snow-white dog head-on. Instead, it kept teasing the snow-white dog. Its small body kept jumping on top of the snow-white dog's head. The snow-white dog couldn't do anything about it. Finally, after a round of teasing, the little mouse felt bored. Its eyes flickered and it stretched out its claws. At the same time, a purple halo appeared and it grabbed the snow-white dog's body. Roar! The snow-white dog let out a miserable cry and slashed the little mouse away. Its body kept retreating, and it stared at the little mouse vigilantly. At this moment, the snow-white dog didn't dare to take the initiative to attack the little mouse. The latter's small body stood quietly on top of the crimson afterglow peak. No one would have thought that the final result would be like this. Even the snow-white dog can't defeat the little mouse. All the warriors were dumbfounded. As for Wang Xiao, his expression kept changing as he stared at the little mouse. He couldn't believe what had happened. It actually lost, Wang Xiao said inwardly. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The latter affectionately stroked the little mouse and then looked at the crowd. Can I leave? Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone looked at Wang Xiao. My Wang family's words naturally count, Wang Xiao said solemnly. Fang Chen nodded and left with the little mouse. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, many warriors looked at the little mouse with burning eyes. One of them asked, Brother Wang Xiao, are we just going to let him go like this? His spirit pet is clearly so powerful because it obtained the Beast King's inheritance. That's right. After obtaining the Beast King's inheritance, it might really grow into a new Beast King in the future. Chapter 338. The little mouse's strength had completely exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. At the start, Fang Chen hadn't placed his hopes on the little mouse, but the result was truly a pleasant surprise. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen hurriedly left the crimson afterglow peak. Although Fang Chen knew that Wang Xiao and the others wouldn't let this matter rest, there was nothing he could do. Wang Xiao was a member of the Moon Continent's Wang family. Fang Chen didn't want to provoke a tyrant like the Wang family. If he angered the Wang family, they would hunt him down in the divine illusion space. At that time, he would regret it. Of course, there was another reason. Even if he could defeat Wang Xiao, if Wang Xiao joined forces with the others, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. In the end, Wang Xiao and the others decided to let their spirit pets deal with it themselves. The little mouse astonishingly defeated Wang Xiao's snow-white dog. After a while, Fang Chen left the crimson afterglow peak. At this time, he wasn't worried that Wang Xiao would be able to catch up. After walking for a long time, Fang Chen finally stopped. He turned his head and looked at the little mouse on his shoulder. How can you be so strong? Fang Chen was puzzled. After the little mouse received the Beast King's inheritance, the aura it emitted was clearly at the first stage of the Qi High Realm. How could it easily defeat a snow-white dog at the 7th stage of the Qi High Realm? This made Fang Chen puzzled. Thus, Fang Chen had to ask. Hearing this, the little mouse jumped from Fang Chen's shoulder to the ground. It waved its little paws at Fang Chen and chirped non-stop. What? You said you were hiding your strength? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing Fang Chen's gaze, the little mouse jumped slightly. Immediately after, its body emitted a wild aura. This wild aura instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen was shocked. This qi was obviously at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. How could the little mouse release such a strong qi? After a long time, Fang Chen finally accepted this fact. After the little mouse received the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. It had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. No wonder even the big white dog couldn't defeat you. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. All of this was done on purpose by the little mouse. After it received the inheritance, it purposely let out the presence of a Qi High warrior, tricking Wang Xiao and the others into proposing a soul pet battle. Everyone knew what happened after that. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh at Little Mouse's high IQ. You're saying that after receiving the inheritance, your strength increased by leaps and bounds? Fang Chen looked at Little Mouse and asked. Little Mouse nodded and gestured to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. That Beast King skeleton was a rat monster. Does it have anything to do with you? At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the time when Little Mouse received the inheritance. On top of the Beast King's skeleton, there was a purple glow. It was exactly the same as the Little Mouse's. The Little Mouse shook its head slightly and then nodded. This made Fang Chen very confused. Chirp, 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 the little mouse gestured to Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen understood. From the little mouse's expression, this rat monster king was somewhat related to the little mouse, but they were not of the same race. After Little Mouse received the Beast King's inheritance, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. After understanding all of this, Fang Chen nodded. His face was full of satisfaction. This could be considered as an opportunity for Little Mouse. In the blink of an eye, Little Mouse's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was looking forward to seeing what would happen when Little Mouse reached the condensing reality realm. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a black token suddenly appeared in Little Mouse's little paw. This token was covered in rust and looked like a piece of scrap metal. Little Mouse handed this black, rusty token to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen received the token, he carefully examined it. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was an old token. "What is this?" Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse gestured. This token was obtained from the Beast King. It did not know what it was. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. If it was obtained from the Beast King, then it must be something extraordinary. After that, Fang Chen began to inject spirit qi into the rusty token. Waves of pure spirit qi directly entered the rusty token. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When the rusty token had enough spirit qi, suddenly, a majestic aura was emitted from the token. In the next moment, the rust on the surface of the token began to slowly fall off. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was full of surprise. Hiss, 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 hiss. When all the rust on the token fell off, it emitted a crimson glow. This crimson glow was exactly the same as the crimson glow above the crimson glow peak. At this moment, a message appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Red. Fang Chen saw that the front of the black token had a red mark, while the back had a drawing of a Beast King. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. However, when Fang Chen saw the message in his mind, he was shocked. "This is the Scarlet Iron Token." Fang Chen cried out involuntarily as he looked at the Scarlet Steel Order. According to the message, this Scarlet Iron Token was the Beast King's token when it was still alive. The Scarlet Cloud Beast King was the Beast King's skeleton on the red glow peak. Its name was the Scarlet Cloud Beast King when it was still alive. The Crimson Cloud Beast King was a powerful Beast King from the world of demonic beasts. For some unknown reason, it had wandered into the divine illusion space and died there. According to the Scarlet Iron Token, those who possessed this Scarlet Iron Token could command some of the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants in the divine illusion space. The Scarlet Iron Token can actually command the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants? Fang Chen was extremely excited. However, at the very end, he saw the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's final words. "Descendants, I don't know how many descendants I have left in the divine illusion space after countless years. Since you possess the Scarlet Iron Token, that means your spirit pets must have obtained my inheritance. If you can find my descendants, you can take out the Scarlet Iron Token to show your identity. When they see the Scarlet Iron Token, they will listen to you. Of course, if my descendants are about to be exterminated, or if they are in danger of being exterminated, I hope you can help." Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. No wonder the Scarlet Cloud Beast King had left behind the Scarlet Iron Token. It was so that his descendants could find his descendant. The Scarlet Cloud Beast King was an overlord in the beast world. It was extremely powerful, but in the end it had ended up like this. It didn't even know the current situation of its descendants in the divine illusion space. "Take it first. We'll talk about it after we find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants," said Fang Chen. Fang Chen vaguely sensed that this Scarlet Iron Token wasn't as simple as it seemed. If he had the chance, he would go and find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendant. Fang Chen put the Scarlet Iron Token into his interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse raised its paw and gestured at Fang Chen. "You want me to find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants?" Fang Chen looked at the little mouse. Hearing this, Little Mouse nodded continuously. Fang Chun gently rubbed the little mouse's head and said, "How about we look for opportunities while looking for the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants?" Fang Chun also didn't understand why the little mouse wanted him to find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Perhaps it was because they were both members of the mouse race, but Fang Chun didn't think too much about it. In the end, Fang Chun led the little mouse in a direction and continued forward. It had been almost a month since they had entered the divine illusion space. Whether it was Fang Chun or the little mouse, they had both gained a lot. This made Fang Chun even more certain that the divine illusion space definitely contained some sort of unimaginable inheritance. No wonder everyone wanted to enter the divine illusion space. Some people even believed that entering the divine illusion space would allow them to soar to the heavens. Thinking of this, Fang Chun couldn't help but smile. There were many opportunities in the divine illusion space, but you also needed strength. If you didn't have enough strength, then even if you obtained an inheritance, you wouldn't be able to keep it. "Let's go," said Fang Chun. Then he pushed off the ground and quickly disappeared from the plains. At this moment, somewhere in the plains, a man covered in blood was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, a ferocious martialist was chasing after him. "Brat, you can't escape!" roared the cultivator furiously as he looked at the blood-covered cultivator in front of him. Then he pushed off the ground and chased after him. "Am I really going to die here?" Qin Jin's mind was a bit chaotic. He didn't know how long he had been running for, but in any case, he couldn't hold on any longer. "I wonder how Wenyu and Situpu are doing," muttered Qin Jin as he fled. Bang! Finally, after fleeing for a while, Qin Jin couldn't hold on any longer. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his aura withered. "Humph, you're still running. Let's see how long you can keep running." The cultivator stopped when he saw Qin Jin fall. He pointed his spear at Qin Jin. "Dying is also good. Everything will be over." At this moment, Qin Jin was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. He could barely open his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "Die." The cultivator suddenly pulled back his spear and stabbed it at Qin Jin. As long as this spear stabbed down, Qin Jin would definitely die. Bang! Just when Qin Jin thought that he was about to die, a heavy sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the martial artist who was chasing him was actually sent flying backward. His long spear was directly broken into 2 pieces. This sudden scene caused Qin Jin, who was about to die, to widen his eyes. He tried his best to look at the scene in front of him, and finally saw a familiar figure. "Looks like I won't die." Qin Jin smiled brightly the moment he saw Fang Chun. "Gotcha!" The spear was broken by Fang Chun. The cultivator chasing Qin Jin was also sent flying by Fang Chun's fist. "Brat, who are you? How dare you stop me?" The cultivator quickly stood up and glared at Fang Chun. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. Fang Chun had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword suddenly shot out. With a poochie sound, the cultivator fell to the ground, forever losing his life. After doing all this, Fang Chun turned to look at Qin Jin. Chapter 339. Skywater Plain, Wenyu. Fang Chun heard Qin Jin's intermittent voice and his expression changed. He realized that Wenyu and the others were in danger. Seeing that Qin Jin had fainted, Fang Chun carried Qin Jin and found a safer place. He asked the little mouse to stay and take care of Qin Jin while he ran towards the Skywater Plain. Wenyu and the other 2 had followed him to the central region. When they were in the western region, they were willing to follow him because they lost to him. After all, they came from the same place. Seeing that they were in trouble, how could Fang Chun not help? Fang Chun ran towards the Skywater Plain with his fastest speed. He was still 2 hours away from the Skywater Plain. "Wenyu, you must hold on," Fang Chun shouted in his heart. The person who was chasing Qin Jin was a 7th-level Qi High warrior, a disciple of the Wind Island. The Wind Island was an ordinary 1-star sect. The strongest of the younger generation in the sect was only at the early 9th level of the Qi High Realm. As for the other disciples, they were all at the 8th or 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Somewhere in the sky-water plane, a group of people were besieging two martial artists. Logically speaking, with the strength of the Wind Island disciples, it was easy to kill Wenyu and Situpa. However, why couldn't they kill them after such a long time? At this time, in the sky-water plains, there was a very large swamp. This swamp was very wide, and the surrounding swamp had a large number of poisonous vines. As long as a martial artist approached, these poisonous vines would take the initiative to attack the martial artist. In the middle of the swamp, there was a big rock. No one knew how Wenyu and Situpa escaped, but they managed to reach the big rock safely. Around them, there were many poisonous vines. Because of these poisonous vines, the Wind Island disciples were unable to attack them. At this moment, outside of the swamp, the Wind Island disciples were attacking wave after wave. But without exception, they all failed. Some of the Wind Island disciples were even killed by the poisonous vines. Seeing that a long time had passed, the chief disciple of the Wind Island, Feng Xian, did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to force his way through the swamp. You are all dead," Feng Xian said angrily. Then, Feng Xian explained the situation to the Wind Island disciples. Immediately, the disciples of the Wind Island started to attack. Swoosh! The poisonous vines in the swamp continued to release strong poison, preventing the Wind Island disciples from advancing. When all the poisonous vines were attracted by the disciples of Wind Island, Feng Xian suddenly leaped and dodged a poisonous vine. Then, he gently touched the swamp with the tip of his foot and leaped again with the help of the swamp. Just like that, Feng Xian managed to avoid the attack of the poisonous vines, and got closer and closer to the big rock in the middle of the swamp. When they saw this scene, Wenyu and Situpa's expressions changed greatly. Even though the two of them were seriously injured, they were still unwilling to submit. "Kill!" Following Wenyu's angry roar, the two of them used all their strength and attacked ferociously, trying to stop Feng Xian from advancing. "With just the two of you, do you think you can stop me?" Feng Xian leapt into the air. His body flickered, and he neared Wenyu and Situpa. At this moment their attacks arrived. Feng Xian cleverly dodged their attacks and appeared on top of a large rock. "Do you still want to struggle?" Feng Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the injured Wenyu and Situpa. Right now, one of Wenyu's arms had already been chopped off by Feng Xian during the battle. As for Situpa, one of his legs had been chopped off. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. I wonder how Qin Zhen is doing. In the chaotic battle, Qin Zhen had escaped, but some of the Wind Island disciples had chased after him. The two of them knew that they wouldn't be able to survive, so they gave up. "Feng Xian, you bastard!" Wenyu looked at Feng Xian angrily and said coldly. When they had just entered the divine illusion space, Wenyu and the other two had coincidentally bumped into each other. The three of them continued to explore and finally found a strange place. Just as they were about to go all out, they suddenly encountered the disciples of the Wind Island. Then, they were chased by the Wind Island disciples. Feng Xian only had one reason for chasing them, and that was to prevent the news from spreading. "Humph, with your strength, you want to fight with me for the inheritance? You're courting death." Feng Xian squinted his eyes and looked at Wenyu and Situpa. "You will receive retribution." Situpa sat on the rock and said angrily. "I never believe in retribution." Feng Xian grinned and said. He slowly raised his hand and prepared to kill Wenyu and Situpa. However, at this moment, on the sky-water plain outside of the swamp, miserable cries suddenly rang out. Feng Xian turned his head and looked. He only saw a long sword and the 100-li ice seal. "Who is it?" Seeing the Wind Island disciples fall one by one, Feng Xian roared furiously. Whoosh! Feng Chen was very fast in killing the ordinary disciples. Moreover, he used the 100-li ice seal with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, all the Wind Island disciples were killed. After doing all this, Feng Chen pushed off the ground and rushed towards the rock in the middle of the swamp. Seeing this, Feng Xian squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "You don't have the chance to save them." Feng Xian clenched his fist and punched towards Wen Yu and Situpo. He was confident that before he killed Wen Yu and Situpo, this cultivator wouldn't be able to reach here. Whoosh! However, just as Feng Xian's fist was about to come into contact with the two of them, he suddenly felt a piercing chill. Then, he was actually sealed in ice. After Feng Chen used the 100-li ice seal, even the poisonous vines in the swamp were frozen. Feng Chen took advantage of this gap and rushed to the rock. At this moment, Feng Xian, who was at the early 9th level of the Qi High Realm, finally broke the ice and regained his freedom. The first thing he did after regaining his freedom was to attack Wen Yu and Situpo again. However, Feng Chen wouldn't give him such a chance. Xiao the hidden star sword suddenly brandished, and the water and fire sword light instantly pierced into Feng Xian's body. Feng Xian screamed and fell into the swamp. "Are you guys alright?" Feng Chen looked at Wen Yu and Situpo with a broken arm, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Brother Feng, you saved us again." Wen Yu looked at Feng Chen and grinned. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the swamp. Feng Xian, who looked like a clay figurine, suddenly shot out and stood on the skywater plain. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to stop me, Feng Xian, you will definitely die." Feng Xian roared furiously. He was caught off guard and was stabbed by Feng Chen's sword. Luckily, he dodged in time and didn't suffer any fatal injuries. "Please wait for a moment," Feng Chen said softly before turning to look at Feng Xian. "Disciple of the Wind Island," Feng Chen said. "Brat, you know that I am the chief disciple of the Wind Island, Feng Xian, and you still dare to attack me? Are you tired of living? Is the Wind Island very powerful?" Feng Chen asked back. "If I say that I am a disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect, will you kneel down and lick my boots?" Hearing Feng Chen's words, Feng Xian became even more furious. He thought that Feng Chen was mocking him. "Brat, I will let you die without a grave." Feng Xian roared furiously. Feng Chen flicked his wrist and used the 100-meter ice seal again. The poisonous vines were frozen and he easily appeared on the skywater plain. "Even if you don't kill me, I will not let you go." After seeing Wen Yu and Situpo's injuries, Feng Chen made a decision, and that was to kill Feng Xian. Feng Xian's cultivation was only at the early Qi High Realm, but compared to Wang Xiao from the Wang family, he was not worth mentioning. Wang Xiao was only at the early Qi High Realm, but he was much stronger than Feng Xian. This was the difference between a big power and a small power. Facing Feng Xian, Feng Chen was not afraid at all. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, Feng Chen used the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword art. A majestic fire and water sword light pierced towards Feng Xian. "You are courting death." Feng Xian roared and clenched his fist. A strong wind concept appeared around him and merged into his fist. He punched out and immediately hundreds of fist shadows appeared in the sky. Bang bang bang. Under the control of the hidden star sword, the fire and water sword light continuously collided with the fist shadows, creating a loud explosion. Just as Feng Xian was using all his strength to resist Feng Chen's fire and water sword art, Feng Chen suddenly used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. Although the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame was only at the 1st level, Feng Chen had become more proficient in controlling the soul after becoming a soul cultivator. Swoosh in the sky, a flame formed. Caught off guard, it drilled into Feng Xian's mind. Feng Xian immediately let out a miserable cry. He tried to use his soul to refine the flame. It was also at this moment that Feng Chen once again executed the water and fire sword technique. However, at this moment, the golden heart in Feng Chen's body started to beat rapidly. in his mind, an extremely rich qi of water and fire emerged. Fang Chen felt this and his face was filled with excitement. The 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword art was at the transformative boundary. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen had successfully comprehended the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword art at the transformative boundary. Swoosh! Fang Chen used the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword art at the transformative boundary and the hidden star sword pierced into Feng Xian's body. Feng Xian, who was using all his strength to resist the soul attack, had no time to defend himself against Fang Chen's Fire and Water Sword art. When the hidden star sword pierced Feng Xian's body, Feng Xian's face was filled with unwillingness. Bang! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword and Feng Xian's body slowly fell to the ground. I can't accept this. Feng Xian's voice was hoarse as he said this before he lost all signs of life.